Hey, darling.
So we're going to be speaking to the audience and not to the planning and zoning? Did y'all get a car? Huh.
Just getting finished. Yeah, that's my cover. Yeah.
Right?
Oh, Rich? Yeah, that's my cover. Rich Cover?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Are there spots?
And yeah, it's all.
Got room? You got room? Yeah, he's finishing this beautiful house, and now this thing right next door to he said, Rick, I can't move. This is my dream home that me and my wife just built for retiring. We got his house and a nice big shed next door where we got all his stuff in there.
He's got it. And all of us in red.
Right.
How's it going? Doing all right, Barry?
How you doing?
Good to see you.
Our property.
So how you been?
Good.
Good.
So busy.
Are you retired?
Not by age, but necessity.
Oh,
That's okay. That's okay. Work is not so bad.
I hear you're in favor of those.
I am not necessarily in
You
favor,
bought a house right there.
but I am open to
Second road on the right. The new house is right there.
I don't know if this is one of them.
Yeah, our property backs right up to it, you know. That's all. It'll be an interesting night.
It will be. I mean, I think the goal right now is to try to pull off to the city more than. It'd be nice to kill it, but I don't think that's going to happen.
No, that's
Too much money involved.
That's exactly right.
Thanks
We
for
can at least
filming.
make informed decisions. At least that's what I say.
Oh, well, we'll find out.
That's right.
All right, we'll see you
We're in the
later.
long haul.
Should I go up and give those guys no data center cards? Thank you.
No, oh, no.
No, I know.
They told me they've read everything that all my research.
Who did?
Ryan and
Oh, really? And did he agree with it all?
we've used what you put together.
Shocked.
5 minutes.
Do what?
I was there for 5 minutes talking.
Oh, wow. Are you ready to go?
It's live.
Oh, okay. When we were in and when we first
I grew up in Baldwin. That's where I started. So we used to watch this field when it was nothing.
Gumbo glass and nothing else.
Rumble bottoms. I remember when the Spirit of St. Louis Airport was a little runway on the other side of the highway.
Where were you guys?
So the police would be like,
Facebook to my sorry, Smith, and also YouTube. It's going through the door.
I have some people who weren't able to pronounce it, but they want to watch.
Sure.
I remember writing that part.
Actually, my wife made it one too.
Hi. Hello. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I'm very streaming information.
Yeah.
Okay.
It will be right here in the little corner. I mean, he's going to eventually put it on that.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I saw Janet's husband. What's his name, Bill? Janet's husband?
Yes.
He says, are you going to give him the Golden McLaren? He's all right. I said, will you pass one to him? He said, no.
I thought,
All right.
I'll give you $100 for you.
Ooh, that might be worth it. Because I got plenty of cushion. Naturally.
I'm not buying that.
Well, I tell you what, we can take turns. I'll use it for a little while, and then you can use it for a little while.
years ago. I didn't live so long. Well, that's all my brother did. My brother always worked with broken house.
So this is interesting. People are going to be talking to the audience and not to planning and zoning. So does that make any
Do it
sense?
one more time. It says, Rick will never do it again. So
I
you
remember
asked me-
watching huh? I watched a video of a council meeting somewhere it was on YouTube somewhere. I forget where the guy was. He's always at the meetings. And he took the podium microphone and he turned it so that he was talking to the audience and his back was to the people. And his shirt said something up. I forget what his shirt said. He had a special shirt and it said, I forget what it said, but he wanted the council members to read the back of the shirt. So I don't understand why they don't have it turned this way.
There's a lot of things that happen afterwards. You don't think it's just showing you what it is. People tell me I'm local, but the way you feel is a wholly different story. First it starts with you don't create enough enzymes. You don't get your food. And then you start with the food. My blood sugars at the same time. As of last week,
There was a lady coming down the steps out there with one of these shirts on, and then an officer stopped her and said, "You can't wear that shirt inside." He said, "No signs are allowed." So
that's hitting me pretty good again.
she turned around and went back upstairs. I guess turn around. I don't know.
I'm sitting here smiling, so that's
And there's other people that have some shirts in here.
You know what? I'm a person who follows.
So I wonder if you go up there, if they'll say, "You can't talk with that shirt on."
Price, your additional one person, Mark
doing this, so it's took me away from her.
Oh, listen, I'm going to lay back one.
That's okay.
So when I turned 60, I started raising weight. He's going baby.
You're fine, don't worry
Now
about
I'm
it.
70.
All right.
So life is not.
Mike,
Sherman, I didn't know that you were a retired vet. Thank you for your service.
I'm like,
I'm not, oh, yeah, well, no. Okay. I'm not retired.
Oh, well, thank you. Oh, you're a veteran.
I'm about 12 years.
Well, thank you. My son served at Whiteman Air Force Base. I called him a skin doctor. He worked on the B-2s when they flew.
I like your shirt.
I love you.
What we're doing? He's a little redhead. You know, redheads are. Have to drive you to drink, and I don't drink.
Hey!
Hello.
I wondered if you knew about this.
Yes, I did, and thanks to Sherman, I did.
I meant to
Yeah, I
see
saw-
the information and totally forgot.
I'll be right up on it. I saw it on. Nextdoor. I saw it on Nextdoor.
Oh,
He
yeah,
had some
good.
information on there. Yeah.
Good,
Absolutely. I appreciate your outreach. Yeah, you sure are a voice for Franklin County. Yeah. Are you guys going to be speaking tonight? Are you going to be speaking? Okay, good.
There's more information. He's put all that together.
Oh, okay, great.
So whatever they say, if we get called,
Well, listen, I just filled out a card out there to speak.
Good, really
But I'm
good.
not really sure, like, man, we looked up the data centers. We know we're in opposition because of mainly what it's doing to the wells. That's our main opposition, and the light pollution and things like that. But that card that they had us fill out, we just put in opposition to all four of those.
Are you going to speak on all four of them?
I mean, if they're all in regards to data centers, then that would be. I'm just going to speak out just basically on an opposition to having it so close to a property that I have in Franklin County.
Yeah, I let it go out, and I
if I could get everybody's attention,
I don't like it.
Pacific. Okay.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and begin this evening's meeting. Just by way of logistics, the bathrooms are out the door and to everybody's left, kind of underneath the stairs. I know why you need it. And there is also other business that's going on in the school this evening, so we ask that people don't wander the hallways. We just keep our business confined to the commons and the gymnasium. So I want to welcome everybody, say good evening to you. My name is TJ Wild. I'm the Chief Deputy for the Sheriff's Office here in Franklin County. And before we begin, I want to speak just briefly regarding the decorum for this meeting. So we're pretty much all aware that the previous meeting about the data centers was high-spirited and at times contentious. As you can see, the Sheriff's Office, along with the Union Police Department, we have a presence here this evening, not to weigh in on the issue of the data center itself or the rezoning. We don't have a position regarding that, but to just allow everybody to have their time, to have their say here at the podium. The First Amendment protects everybody's right to speak, to express their views, and ensure that they are heard, even when we may disagree. Our sole purpose here tonight is to ensure that everybody in this room, whether they are here for this project or against this project, or to simply learn about this project, that everybody has the right to be heard in a safe and orderly environment. So to that end, we ask for your cooperation with the following ground rules. Please do not interrupt or shout over or with whoever is speaking at the podium. Everybody deserves their allotted time without interference. I have been reassured by the board that comments will be heard as long as needed. So the board is prepared to stay here until everybody who has filled out a comment card has their time at the podium. All of your remarks should be directed to the Planning and Zoning Board, not to other members of the audience or to the developers. Please remember, the board is comprised of community volunteers who make necessary recommendations to the County Commission. We understand that there's a lot of passion surrounding this topic. However, disruptive outbursts are not going to be permitted. We're here to ensure that everyone who has signed up to speak gets their opportunity to be heard. That just sounds fair to me. I'm sure it sounds fair to everybody. To make sure that the board can accurately hear and record the comments, we ask that the room remain quiet while others are at the microphone. We appreciate your help in keeping this a discussion that reflects well on our community. We will enforce these ground rules as necessary to ensure that everyone has a chance to be heard. It's our hope and it is our expectation that that enforcement will not be required. Neither the Union High School, the Union Police Department, or the Sheriff's Office have any position on these two issues. Please remember that respecting everybody's rights is essential to be able to hear both sides of the issue so everybody can be informed. This affects our community, but this is our process. So let's make sure that it remains a productive meeting so the board can hear your comments clearly and without disruption. I will be here for the evening. Should anybody have questions, I simply will make myself available. Thank you so much.
And then I just wanted to make a brief statement on behalf of the school. Due to the large amount of attendance anticipated for tonight's public hearing, the Union R11 School District has graciously allowed the use of this space. The district does not endorse, promote, or align with any particular political party, candidate, or ideology, and remains neutral on all issues discussed tonight.
I'd like to call to order the March 17, 2026 meeting of the Franklin County Planning and Zoning Commission. Nicole, please take roll.
Jim Brutch.
Here.
Dan Hare.
Here.
John Jasper.
Here.
Mike Pinky. Jeff Mounty. Tim Reinhold.
Here.
Stan Moss.
Here.
Debbie Willett. Brett Regal.
Here.
And Jim Lee.
Here.
And then just so everyone is aware, Bill McLaren had resigned from the Planning and Zoning Commission, which is why he wasn't read in roll call. We just found that out. And we have
Also, I'd like to thank two new members we have tonight, Commissioner Mr. Regal and Commissioner Mr. Lake. Welcome to our Planning and Zoning Commission. Nice first meeting for them. Okay, I think we have a quorum. At this time, I'd like to give the Planning and Zoning Commissioners the opportunity to declare a conflict of communication or relationship that may have influence or may influence their ability to consider today's issues impartially. If there's no declarations, Nicole, will you please give us a presentation of the procedures and exhibits?
Thank you, Chairman. Tonight's Planning and Zoning Commission meeting is governed by the Franklin County Unified Land Use Regulations. Some matters on the agenda may be for action by the Planning and Zoning Commission. These matters do not involve public hearings. Other matters on the agenda require public hearings under Missouri law. If a matter involves a public hearing, all individuals who desire to testify will be given an opportunity to do so. At this time, I would like to place into the record these regulations as Exhibit A, the official zoning map as Exhibit B, the official master plan as Exhibit C, and the case file for each case as Exhibit D for all of the cases to be heard at this hearing. All unfinished business items on the agenda will be dealt with first. The Planning and Zoning Commission will address each case and may request additional information prior to making a decision. Once the unfinished business issues have been resolved, each item of new business will be open for public hearing. As each case is open for hearing, a staff report will first be read to the Commission, followed by any questions for the staff. The applicant and any representatives for each case will be given 15 minutes to present the application and provide supporting testimony. Then, if anyone in the audience would like to speak or comment during the public hearing for a given case, they must first come to the podium, then be sworn in. When providing testimony, presenters must address the Commission and only the Commission, not anyone in the audience with any questions or comments. Speakers' comments should be addressed to the full Commission. Requests to engage with individual Commission members or county staff in conversation will not be honored. Each presenter, whether in favor, in opposition, or providing neutral information, is limited to 3 minutes. If anyone has written testimony or evidence to provide during the public hearing, it will need to be marked as an exhibit by the court reporter. Persons in the audience will refrain from behavior which will disrupt the public meeting. This will include making loud noises, clapping, shouting, booing, hissing, or engaging in any other activity in a manner that disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. Speakers and any other members of the public will not physically approach the Planning and Zoning Commission at any time without prior consent from the chair of the meeting. After all testimony has been heard regarding a given case, the applicant will be permitted to present rebuttal comments not to exceed 5 minutes. If the Planning and Zoning Commission has questions for any applicant or presenter, answers will not count toward the time limit. Violations of these provisions or other conduct which disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting may result in removal from the meeting. It is possible for the Planning and Zoning Commission to decide to move a new business issue to unfinished business and vote on it at the same time. In accordance with Article 14, the Planning and Zoning Commission must consider proposed amendments or rezonings and then make a recommendation to the County Commission. The County Commission will hold a public hearing at a later date prior to taking any action. The County Commission makes the final decision regarding any proposed amendments or rezonings. At the conclusion of all questions, comments, and discussion concerning each case, the public hearing for that case will conclude and the Planning and Zoning Commission will proceed. Any decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve or reject a conditional use permit may be appealed to the Board of Zoning Adjustment anytime within 90 days. Applications for such an appeal may be acquired from the department offices during normal business hours. Any decision by the County Commission to approve changes in the Unified Land Use Regulations or to approve a rezoning may be appealed to the Circuit Court of Franklin County. All previously provided written and oral testimony for file number 250264 regarding amendments to Articles 2, 7, and 10 will be added to the record for file number 260036. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Everyone should have received a copy of the last meeting. If there are no corrections or additions, I will accept the motion to approve the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes as submitted.
Do I have a second?
Commissioners should use the microphone.
I'll second that.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Minutes. Next, we have communication and visitor comments. This is primarily for any open comments will not be a matter of the record, but you're free to come up and speak. If you want to speak a matter and keep it as part of the record, you would do the assigned and the card filled out, and we'll call you up for that. So is there anyone willing to speak to the commission? Thank you. Go to unfinished business. I will accept the, chairman will accept a motion to move, file 250269 from the table.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to move file 250269 from table to new business.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. The chair will also accept the motion to move the untabled file 250270.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to move file 250270 to new business.
I'll second that also.
Thank you. These are two separate case files, but since they're the same applicant and deal with the same subject matter, for the matter of the public testimony, we'll treat it as one. We have people giving their testimony on these two rezoning issues. Oh, that's right. Got to vote for that one. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
None? I think we vote. Okay. For file 25270, all those in favor?
Aye.
And file 25269.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry about that. Thanks for the correction. File, let's move to 250261. Nicole, can you give us the details?
Thank you, Chairman. The applicant is Judith Ditch, and she requests to create Health to Heights, a one-lot subdivision in the Y zoning district. The property is located at 2872 Highway A, at the intersection of Highway A and Broadmoor Drive in the St. Johns Township. Facts: the property is approximately 24.9 acres in size. The proposed lot is approximately 2.19 acres in size. The remaining area will be a tract over 20 acres, which is exempt from planning requirements. The zoning of this property is wide. The minimum lot sizes with central water and sewer are 10,000 square feet in the Y zoning district. The maximum density in the Y zoning district is one dwelling unit per 10,000 square feet. There is an existing single-family home on the proposed lot with access to Highway A. The proposed development is located in Public Water Supply District Number 1. Because the lot sizes are less than 3 acres, central water and sewer are required. The plat indicates that these services will be provided by Public Water Supply District Number 1. The applicant shows a 20-foot utility easement along Highway A, a 15-foot utility easement along Broadmoor Drive, a 10-foot utility easement on the rear, and a 5-foot utility easement along the side. All are done in accordance with the Franklin County regulations. All utilities shall be located underground. Staff comments: for newly developed major subdivisions, before recording the final plat, typically we would require stormwater and improvement plans to be submitted, followed by construction or appropriate escrow. Because there appears to be existing infrastructure in lieu of improvement plans and construction or escrow, the applicant will only need to provide a letter from an engineer stating that no improvements are required.
Is the applicant present? Whoever's going to speak, please come forward and sign in. State your name and address and spell your name, if you could, please. Your address. You'll be sworn Please speak into the microphone.
Okay. This is an existing property that my parents owned since 1960. Both my mom and dad have passed away. I'm the executor of the trust. This piece of property that we're requesting to subdivide out is just 2.19 acres around the house proper. It is already on public water and sewer district number 1 and has been for the past 30-some years. So there is no change to the property, no improvements going to happen to the property. And we did have an engineer, John Mazer is here to represent our board with Bishop Brandenburg, he's a BFA, and he has submitted the letter.
Is there any questions for the applicants, for the commissioners? Thank you.
Thank you.
So for a preliminary plat like the one that was presented by Ms. Stitch, it's written testimony only for preliminary plats. They're primarily technical, so it's just for the Planning and Zoning Commission's review, so we wouldn't be calling anyone up to speak in favor, in opposition, or informational for this case. So then the Planning and Zoning Commission can go ahead and take action on it by potentially moving it to unfinished.
Commissioners have any comments on this plat? Then I will accept the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to move this file to unfinished business.
Do I have a second? First and a second. All those in favor, say aye. 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 Opposed? Moved to unfinished business. File 260036. Nicole, can you give the details?
Yes, so I have written out, this is very last minute, if you would mind passing this down in this direction. So, as everyone is aware, I presented proposed regulations in January. Since January, some other changes have been made by people other than myself. So I went through those regulations and outlined my recommendations to the Planning and Zoning Commission, so I can kind of go over those if you'd like. So, in section 238A and B, the purpose, I recommend against including the proposed language in that purpose section. In concept, the regulations will be in place for years to come, so a reference to the existing president's opinions about the topic will be obsolete within a few years. I do not think that the purpose section should be across two subsections. I think it should remain in subsection A, and if it does remain in that single subsection, or if it remains the way it's written, we'll need to correct some of the references that are within the document because they're referring to the wrong section and subsections. The setbacks that are now proposed are at 150 feet adjacent to R&A zoning districts. I recommend to the Planning and Zoning Commission that you consider the fact that there are commercially zoned properties that are used for residential activities, but if the goal is to be less restrictive when commercial districts are adjacent to the property, then I think we should also include the G district in that. I also think we could consider making the setbacks for all other districts at 1,000 feet rather than having 3 separate setback requirements of 150, 400, and then 1,000 in some circumstances. I did prepare a list of the commercial setbacks that you can find in other areas of our regulations so that the Planning and Zoning Commission has that information as they're considering this. So you can see that landfills are 1,000 feet from a residential structure, 300 feet from a property line. Wedding venues are 200 feet from the nearest residence, 100 feet from the property line. Cell towers are generally, height of the tower are 1.5 times the height of the tower. Composting facilities are 400 feet from the property line. And then they are 2,500 feet from some of the more residential districts. Trash transfer facilities are 1,000 feet from some of the more residential districts. And then batch plants have no setback requirements, but the commissioners have to approve the location. And then under mechanical equipment, I believe it would be more appropriate for the setback requirements under subsection A to be moved to the setback section, and the screening requirements to be moved to the screening section. I believe that the cooling requirements should be located under utilities and infrastructure. I would like more information about the screening required by the subsections C, 3B, so that I'm aware of what I will be enforcing. I would like more information about what type of equipment is covered by subsection C, 3D. I would also like more information about the maximum height of the opaque screen. It reads that the maximum height is equal to the height of the equipment that is being screened, but I'm wondering if maybe this should be minimum height rather than maximum. And then Cameron had described that the proposed water usage calculation of 3 times 300 was based on the maximum design demand of the most restrictive density allowed in the existing zoning district. In the W district, we allow up to 1 home per 3 acres without central water and sewer. He went on to say that we should assume 300 gallons per day per home. When one of the commissioners had asked Mark about those requirements and why those were included, he had provided DNR's publication 2852 about water usage. It states that the average family's water use is about 50 gallons of water per person per day, and that if your family's water usage is more than that amount, you would need to look at your water habits. That means for the purpose of comparing impacts, it is assumed that each hypothetical home would be a family of 6. But the average family size, according to the Census Bureau, is approximately 3.09 to 3.15, so this does not seem like an accurate comparison. Hold on one second. Section 238C, 8F, it is stated that the fencing shall allow for the free passage of as many species of animals as practicable while effectively keeping out persons. Because I am not an expert on fencing and wildlife patterns, I would prefer if the wildlife hazard management plan suggested by Shaw Nature Reserve in section D15 specifically requires strategies for the fencing. Under section 238C, 9D, I had originally proposed that sound testing occur before development within 90 days of being in operation and every 3 years. I would like to recommend that we increase the sound testing to every year rather than every 3 years. If possible, I would like to also include verbiage about them requiring them to conduct sound studies at the operator's expense upon request by the Planning and Zoning Department. But just to make sure that that isn't used unreasonably, I guess I think we could limit the number of requests per year, potentially. Section 238C, 10B, regarding the requirements that I had originally included, I had continued discussions with a representative from Public Water Supply District number 1 and 3. We talked about various options to ensure that the aquifer is and remains protected. He talked about various testing measures that could be accomplished, such as a test well and observation wells to determine the test well drawdown, recovery rates, and observed cone of influence. After further conversations, I believe it may be more appropriate to defer to their expertise and requirements before they accept the development as a customer. My understanding is they can deny service. I was weighing the removal of the option for a private system, but if it remains in the regulations, I believe we should also include requirements similar to those found in Article 8, Section 174. Basically, they must connect to a water system where it is available. If it is not available, then private systems can be constructed, but they must be reviewed by the water district or municipality for approval and offered to them for management and acceptance into their district. I believe that we should include a limit to the distance from an existing district. It does not make sense to involve the nearest water district or municipality if it is miles outside of their boundaries. The representative of the water district suggested that, and I'm quoting here, all water distribution, treatment, and wastewater infrastructure affiliated with a data center should be owned and operated by a water district or municipality to, quote, protect the aquifer. Section 238C, 10C, or E, I'm sorry, it now is requiring information about the substations, so I think that should also be added to the requirements for the application process. Section regarding the requirements in C11 that the maximum size is 800 acres, I believe we should also add that data center sites cannot be adjacent to other data center sites. I was also considering a distance requirement between the centers to protect the overall landscape. Section 238D, regarding the application requirements, I had talked to the county councilor and he said he did not believe a fee amount should be included in the regulations. If it is not included in the regulations, I will be submitting a fee schedule to the commission for approval, and I will include a proposed fee for data centers. I believe we should add the application fee as an item under subsection D, the application requirements, just to ensure that it is required upon submission. I would like more information about what I should do with the information provided in a site assessment as described by D12 under the application requirements. It does not appear to indicate any parameters that should be found, nor does it appear to trigger any further requirements. I would like to know the credentials that are required to prepare a wildlife hazard management plan. Section 238D16. This section should not be included under subsection D, which covers the items submitted for the application. This should be subsection E or subsection D if we change the purpose subsections. And then I've got a list of discussion topics that I was just hoping that had either come up among planning and zoning commissioners or come up that I thought you may be interested in considering. The topic of conditional use permits versus permitted use. I had originally said that I was against conditional use permits just because I think that we should have those are, when you do those on the spot, some things could be missed. I was not really considering the option of a hybrid conditional use permit and a standard set of regulations. I would be okay with conditional use permits if we also have a standard set of regulations that they have to follow, and then the conditions would be above and beyond that. Chairman Hare, you had in January had suggested that if the project exceeds 75 megawatts, that we get written verification of an agreement between the developer operator and Ameren that all costs to serve the large load power service would be the responsibility of the operator. This may be covered by the addition of C10C triple I. 3. Expiration of permits. Since it appears that some data center projects are started by developers and sold to an end user, I talked to the county councilor about including an expiration process for a lapse between approval and construction. My concern was that if too much time passes, data center regulations could be substantially amended, but they would have already received approval under outdated regulations. His opinion was that they must comply with the current regulations for construction, even if they have already received a data center permit. I believe this is contrary to previous legal opinions that I've received for other permit types, but I'm not an attorney. Limited hours for construction. When discussing data centers in Altoona, Iowa, Mayor O'Connor made a comment that during construction, the data center developers would work 20 hours a day if you let them. Because unincorporated Franklin County does not have sound ordinances, of which I am aware, I believe we should include a limit to the hours that they are allowed to work on the construction of the facility. And then we have heard that using wastewater is a possibility for these sites. A possible consideration is requiring that of the total water required for operation, a specific percentage of wastewater should be used. And I'm done.
Is Henry Eubank here? No? Jeff Albalsi? Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. Come on down and sign in. Get sworn in.
Probably there's a signage here, there's something.
No, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, my name is Jeff Boosie.
We need to have you sworn in, please.
Oh. A-B-O-U-S-S-I-E. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Jeff Boosie. I'm here representing the St. Louis Building and Construction Trades Council and also the Operating Engineers Union Local 513 and Local 148. We're here to show support for both of these projects. We represent about 40,000 union crafts members in the eastern half of Missouri in our council. Franklin County happens to be our second largest county of union density of tradesmen and women. A couple of reasons why we support these two data center projects. Number one, we believe that people can and will have the opportunity to work closer to home in a community that provides taxation for not only their schools, their public safety, their community, their roads, their infrastructure, but also long-term jobs that take care of the maintenance and ongoing critical maintenance for these facilities. Just to give you some rough numbers, and I'm sure you'll hear the same from our developers, these are thousands of union jobs paying in excess of $100,000 a year. In addition, this creates an opportunity for people to work close to home, being entered into some of our registered apprenticeship programs, and we believe that through the cooperative effort of all the building trade unions, we'll all work together to make sure that people that live here have the opportunity to work here and spend quality time with both their families. So at the end, we're here to support these projects. We ask for the passage, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Is Dave Ballard here? Baylor, I'm sorry. He is sworn in.
I do. My name is Dave Baylor, and I represent the proponents of the rezoning applications of Diamond Farms and Diamond 66 to be considered by you later on tonight. At this point in time, Franklin County has no ordinance allowing or regulating data centers. This is needed because data centers are vitally important and necessary in this 21st century. This proposed ordinance is very well written and expertly crafted to impose reasonable regulations on data centers while at the same time providing protection to the surrounding properties and all residents of Franklin County. This ordinance, if passed, will result in immediate benefits to Franklin County as well as benefits to be achieved in the future. I respectfully request that you approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Roman Pasquix. You need to sign off on it this morning.
P-A-C-E-W-I-C-Z. Good evening. My name is Roman Pasquix. I'm a managing partner of Provident Data Centers, one of the principals of the Gateway project. My background is relevant to why I'm standing here before you and providing my support for the ordinance. Spent the last 35 years in the technology industry, 32 years in a Fortune 20 company as a senior executive. I've been involved in data centers. I've been involved in data centers since the 1990s. Before I left the company, I ran a with 300 products, including a data center business, a commercial data center business that I sold before I left. I have seen this industry from the inside. I've seen how facilities are built, how facilities are operated, the value they create, the work impact on the workers in a given area. And there's a real positive impact we believe to having data centers. Almost every aspect of our life is impacted by data centers. Many of us don't know, but almost anything that we do, whether it's interacting with our iPhones, social media, email system, banking applications, mobile records, medical records, anything such as that, every day when you use it, really, it emanates out of these data centers, right? Data centers are information factories, just like 100 years ago, factories were built to build physical things. These are factories that build information inside competitive advantage to a given area. They are an anchor for the communities where they exist, creating stable jobs, not just white-collar jobs, but service sector jobs that pay very well and drive the local economy. With that as a background, I want to say that Franklin County's proposed data center ordinance is the most, what I would say, community conscious and restricted that I've seen in all my years of working in the data center industry. The setbacks are 400 feet, 1,000 feet for residential, are actually the largest I've seen and I've encountered. We will actually commit to 1,000 feet for our development. These setbacks provide a genuine physical separation. It's not just a token buffer, but a real separation. If you go to some of the communities where data centers have been built, what you see, as an example, in Nashville, Virginia, there are $1.5 million homes within 200 feet of data centers, and those communities are doing quite well.
Thank you for your testimony. Leon Max.
Chairman, members of the commission, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Leon Backus. I am the founder and owner of Provident Realty, and I'm one of the developers behind the Gateway Data Center project on Robertsville Road. Before we get into our specific project later in the agenda, I'd like to take a few minutes to speak in support of the proposed ordinance itself. Like Roman just said, data centers have become the backbone of modern life. Every time someone in this room checks their email, uses a banking app, makes an airline reservation, or accesses a medical record, that transaction runs through a data center. This infrastructure is essential today as roads and utilities, and that railroads were 150 years ago. And communities that establish clear, responsible frameworks for it will be well positioned for the economic opportunities that come with it. Provident has been involved in many rezoning and permitting data center projects across the country. I can tell you with direct experience that Franklin County's proposed ordinance is the most restrictive we've seen anywhere we've worked. Specifically, the 400 and 1,000-foot setbacks from residential areas are the largest we've encountered on any of our data center projects nationally. The 150-foot setback from industrial uses is about 3 times what we normally see. The water restrictions effectively limit cooling to closed-loop systems, a standard that many jurisdictions have not yet codified. And the noise restrictions, holding data centers to the current ambient noise level at residential boundaries, and with only a slight allowance above ambient for non-residential, set a bar higher than any ordinance we've worked under. Franklin County has done its homework. This ordinance takes the community's concerns seriously and puts real enforceable teeth behind it. We support it, and we are prepared to be held to every standard in it. Thank you for your consideration.
Bill McLaren.
I'm Bill McLaren. I live at 684 Phelan Road, Pacific, Missouri. I thank you for the opportunity to address the Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm sorry, Mike, please. Sorry. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Planning and Zoning Commission. I want to clear up a couple of things. I, 2 years ago, told Scotty when she was director that I intended to retire or leave after I did my second full term plus half term. So it's not because of this that I'm leaving. I just feel 10 years is enough. I submitted a verbal in January that I would be willing to leave or ready to leave. And in February, I sent in a request on the internet and email, and unfortunately used a wrong older address that my email picked up a previous address in Franklin County. So I realize that you guys got a difficult job tonight. It's not just tonight, you have to look at the future, and I truly appreciate, I know what it's like to serve up there. I truly appreciate you doing it, and to the new members, I appreciate you coming on and looking at these projects. I speak in favor of the concept of a data center being located in Franklin County. I believe the economic benefit to the county, the fire district, the ambulance districts, and the school districts will be very beneficial for our county. As mentioned earlier, the construction jobs and permanent jobs would also create permanent economic development of our county. You know, things change. As much as we want things to be the way they were when we were children and our great memories that we remember, things change. So I look at this that it would be much more detrimental to a lot of people's way of life and to the county if on these two projects, if they were single-family homes, easily 5,000 to 6,000 homes could be built on these projects. That would consume a tremendous amount of resources, and it doesn't necessarily it will bring tax dollars, there's no doubt about it, but also compared to what it would take to support a household as far as ambulance services, fire services, police services, county services, is not nearly as, will take more for single family houses than it would for a data center or a development like this. So that's one thing I'd like you to consider. I think that we are in a new era that a lot of people are going to be, and my time's up. Thank you again. I think that you need to look at the future and not think about just these two little ones in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Cameron Lucan.
I do.
Where's our view?
want to say something about this exhibit before I start speaking?
So generally, someone would get up and say that they have an exhibit to submit, and then we would mark it. I just wanted it as part of the record that this is part of your testimony.
Gotcha, thank you. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak about this file tonight. Before you is a exhibit that's basically a copy of the map, so that's the initial zoning map. And what I did tonight, let me explain this. So before you tonight is a regulation that is going to provide data centers in the G and A district. So in the county, there's about 552,000 acres of unincorporated land. So as you weigh out where are the G and A districts in the county, you might ask yourself, well, how many acres are available? There's only presently 1,648 acres of G and A district, G and A in the county, right? So you look at that map and you see all the colors on it. You look at this map I presented to you tonight. It's very hard to see because it's the G and A are in very few areas of the county. The data centers were looking at property that sat near the 345 kV line. Those lines, those large power lines, I've overlaid the G and A districts underneath the 345 kV lines. So as you can see, it really drilled down to only one property in the county that exists under a 345 kV line. That's circled in the map. That's north of Union, around the Happy Apple area, for those of you who are familiar with that. So then, what's that mean? The other areas of the G and A, some of them are already developed, like Riverstone Quarry, like the heavier use thing. You'll see the purple in other areas, right? So let me jump back. So related to that, there's only 0.3% of the property even available currently. Some is already developed. Only one has a required power. Those setbacks that are proposed tonight couldn't be met there. So the parcel that I mentioned, the setbacks couldn't provide that setback because of the 400 and or 1,000. That happens to be 1,000 there because of the adjoining Y district there. So basically, as you weigh out these regulations, you're going to be petitioned that every data center on the G and A is going to need a rezoning. So think about that. Basically, if you want to build a data center, you're going to need to request a rezoning. When you request a rezoning, you're going to have to substantially comply with the master plan. So you're going to hear us talk about how our rezoning tonight is going to substantially comply with the master plan. So as you think about that, that's what I want you to remember tonight. This G and A doesn't exist everywhere in the county. The 345 kV lines don't exist everywhere in the county, and we have to substantially comply with the master plan. Thank you.
Gonzalez.
My name is Jorge Gonzalez. I'll just be very brief. I'm here in favor of support of ordinance similar to what Leon and Roman said. I go around the country reviewing ordinances and seeing all these. This is a very well-written ordinance. As restrictive as they come. And I'm here to support that. Thank you.
Ryan Sanders.
Hello, my name is Ryan Sanders with Belmont Energy. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening and speak to you guys. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. In regards to the text amendment, the current text amendment, as presented, is thoughtful and well thought out. It has is a product of a lot of thoughtful work, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Text. Can't hear. Yeah. comprehensive plan and will foster economic development in Franklin County. As you've heard from the commenters before me, the amendment as drafted is well suited for Franklin County, and we would request you consider it as drafted. The one note that we would ask you to consider is sound. And currently, as drafted, is unquantifiable. It just references ambient sound. We would request that you consider putting a quantitative threshold on the sound requirement, such that it's clear and avoids arguments in the future about what is actually trying to be met. Additionally, as you heard before, there is a scarcity of parcels in Franklin County that are suitable for data center development. So, as such, there's a max limit of 800 acres. And as drafted, the text amendment is good as is, because if you adopt a larger set of setbacks, there is virtually no parcels in Franklin County that comply with the ordinance. And so if you adjust the setbacks, you're effectively out of alignment with the comprehensive plan, because it will destroy economic development. So we appreciate your consideration. We look forward to the remainder of the proceedings, and we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Moving in testimony for opposition, Kelsey Evismeyer.
Thank you so much for being here for us, guys. There's been a real effort by career data center developers to conflate data centers and hyperscale centers as if they're at all the same operationally and resource-wise. Additionally, the economic benefits being reported are national projections, not local ones. You're not getting updated schools and roads, guys, especially with the way Missouri spends tax dollars. I urge you to take a good look around this room, because these are people, not bots. Your neighbors are here to warn you about the dangers of accepting rezoning in anticipation of such a project as if it's inevitable. To pledge allegiance to the cult of inevitability is a negligent and spiritually lazy outlook on life. A hyperscale data center could bring about a change so un-American and shocking. Unlawful targeted mass surveillance that mimics China's oppressive surveillance tactics, military systems and weapons that hold no accountability for taking human lives, crypto mining, AI taking jobs, rich stress, and failure risks before energy can even be made efficient. This is not what the taxpayers want prioritized right now, yet these projects are being taxpayer funded without informed taxpayer consent by local commissions and governments just like you all over the world. So in a wave of state and federal deregulations, labor law stress from key federal reporting agencies, and the 10 to 15-year state tax abatements for data centers approved by KECO in 2023, the pendulum has swung and it has overcorrected. It's coming like a wrecking ball to rural communities across America. And frankly, I'm tired of poor people being left to hold the bag and told there's nothing they can do by people who don't give a rat's ass about us. The demand for this this race is being manufactured and marketed to us. That's why instead of talking about actual regulations meant to protect people, we're talking about zoning agricultural land to industrial use to benefit developer and corporate interests. Ultimately, it'll be farmers who are blamed for accepting this atrocity if it all goes to hell, or takes us there with it, like the auto and coal industries have. Instead of supporting farmers who have been targeted by corporate agricultural devaluing, we're incentivizing farmers to join corporations. If we're already considering land use rezoning with no relevant protections once that land is being used, to approve zoning for such projects is letting a Trojan horse in without any considerations for protections in case of cooling tower malfunctions or natural disasters, noise or air pollution enforcement, not just standards, power outage backups when stressing the grid, like the 9+ centers that anyone's going to have to support. In other areas, this has caused them to prioritize energy use for data centers or for residents. So I ask, where are the reciprocity agreements? Where are the cost of living protections when utility and chronic health costs, according to the Department of Energy, and a $20 billion a year of respiratory issues reported by Harvard.
Thank you.
So much.
Bruce Morrison.
I do. Bruce Morrison, Great Rivers Environmental Law Center, Franklin County Rural Coalition. I'm going to start with empathy, and when I do that, I'm going to wear my land use hat, the hat that I wear when I teach land use law to planners and law students at St. Louis University. Here's the empathy, that your job is the most difficult. You are stuck in the middle. There's the landowner with a fabulous deal to develop, your neighbor, and then there are your other neighbors who live in peace and tranquility and don't want their way of life upended. Add to them a developer beating on you, a county commission beating on you. We tell our students every year your role is the hardest, more so than staff, more so than the county commission. Okay, I'm done with the empathy. There it was. I want to talk about your authority. There's no doubt about your authority to protect the health, safety, and welfare of your community, which includes the authority to pause, study, and ask staff for an ordinance that protects Franklin County. An ordinance that makes the proposed use conditional. You know that hyperscale data centers, they're not the same. You know that surrounding land uses are different. One part of an A or a G district is not going to look like another. These proposals should not be permitted uses. Sure, you can tour some data center site in Iowa and conclude that the facility there is compatible, but that data center is not the same, and that place is not your community. Don't give away your authority to protect your Franklin County neighbors. I want to talk to you about the need for you to exercise your authority to make these uses conditional. There's no doubt about that need, and I'm going to change hats and put on my environmental lawyer hat. I've been practicing environmental law for just over 35 years. Neither the state nor the federal government has any meaningful authority under any environmental law to impose a condition that will protect the Franklin County community from environmental harm. A promise that a proposal will comply with all federal and state environmental requirements is a big nothing burden. It falls upon you, not the state, not the federal government, not Franklin County's legislative body. It falls upon you. Your role is the toughest. Don't give it away. Pause, assess, require that planning staff give you an ordinance with conditional uses, not uses as of right. Then you will be able to fulfill your role and make recommendations to the county commission. You are not ready to do so tonight. Thank you.
Bill Hubbard.
Howard, H-U-B-E-A-R-D.
Make sure you get close to the mic, please.
Okay. If you were rezoning to golf courses, homes, or a distribution warehouse, we wouldn't be here. Why? Because you don't hear golf courses are too noisy, homes are using all the power, and warehouses are ruining our water. All these require good union jobs to construct in communities not being used to sacrifice. They say we're anti-progress, but anti-progress for who? Gates, Bezos, Musk, or Chad?
Slow down.
Basically, I think you slow down and take your time and go louder.
Okay. Our chat GPT or some cryptocurrency. Jobs. These data complexes will allow Amazon to fully automate, eliminating 600,000 jobs and 50,000 per job. That's saving Bezos $30 billion per year in jobs. The CEO of Microsoft AI said that most white-collar jobs will be fully automated in 12 to 16 months. The FBI reports tools like ChatGPT are being exploited to enhance phishing scams to cheat around. Whistleblowers at Meta say they are increasing harmful content to compete with TikTok. Meta and Google Glasses can be used for surveillance. If there's a bust in AI, as there was in real estate and dot-com bubbles, where will we be? Are we looking at short-term gain for long-term pain? Mark Twain said that lies, damn lies, and statistics. His comments about using large numbers to sway an argument are appropriate here. What profiteth a man to gain the world and lose his soul? Tremendous tax numbers like nobody's ever seen before. Will we be able to fund everything? Seems to me like we've been here before. Casinos. Same promises, jobs and construction, but yes, at what cost? Remember the Hancock Amendment, that revenue cannot exceed 1% without triggering refunds. No windfall. Missouri Senate Bill 1790 directly addresses this and will apply to all Missouri data centers. This bill projects an 80% reduction in local revenues replaced by pilot funding. Gambling is addictive and destructive. The same things Google and Meta are being sued for. These are adults at these gaming venues, but changing the zoning data to data centers is opening an even larger door for AI to come into our homes and affect our families. Snapchat acknowledges 10,000 kids are blackmailed per month. We as a state voted for casinos and the lottery. These citizens here want a chance to vote on something that affects everyone in the state. You don't want to make a decision that undermines public confidence in county government. You put up a stop sign to prevent an accident before it happens. In other jurisdictions, moratoriums are becoming a prudent choice. Why are we pushing so hard and so fast? Here's a place where with your power comes a great responsibility to our community. A lot of rhetoric sounds like a spam call we all get. Have you signed up for your benefits only to find out it's a scam? Just because we can do something doesn't mean you should. Let's not have our own Jurassic Park.
Sherry Stevens.
Melanie. Thank you. I've already gone through the 5 stages of grief to reach the stage of acceptance that we will have a data center. My objections, among others, you've heard some of them, are where it's to be placed and its environmental impact and economic impact. I'll be inside that red circle within a mile or 2 of it and some of the plans we've got. As a parent, a grandparent, a teacher, I've seen this play out the same way. This is rushed. You guys, as I understand, may have had to sign an NDA, and as a consequence of being rushed through, I don't believe in you anymore. I don't trust you. I don't believe we're getting the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I'm not sure that there are unbiased and uneducated decisions that are being made that aren't being influenced by big money and big corporations. What I'm asking you to do is slow down, back up, sit back, and explain it better and make the promises have some meat. I know we're going to have one here. I just want it done the right way. Thank you.
Members of the Commission, my name is Andy Knott. My comments are on January 20th, this Commission voted unanimously to table these proposed regulations for 6 months to allow for more information to be gathered on the impacts of data centers and the way that other communities are dealing with those impacts. The hundreds of Franklin County residents who were at that meeting and the thousands following this issue believe we had more time. Why are the regulations being brought back up again less than 2 months later? This is a seriously flawed process, and I urge you to recommit to tabling for at least 6 months so the public can provide more input. This is especially important because the proposed regulations keep changing. There was the January version, then a February version, and now a March version. The public needs adequate time to review these changes, do research on their impacts, and provide feedback to this commission. Franklin County is a beautiful county where people value the abundant farm and forest land, wildlife areas, and clean and clear rivers and streams. We moved to Robertsville 5 years ago for these very reasons. Data centers should only be allowed in currently zoned industrial areas and not in agricultural or residential areas or adjacent to wildlife and natural areas or on rivers that are important for fishing and aquatic habitat. Why do the proposed regulations now establish a setback of only 150 feet? Did the current developers request this? Or is the county talking to other developers and they want to build that close to the residential areas? The county's zoning regulations should not be changed from regulating data centers as a conditional use to a permitted use. Doing so would allow unchecked data center development without public hearings. The intensity posed by data centers poses a significant risk to property values, and the public deserves the right to comment. The proposed regulations require data centers to comply with the Missouri Public Service Commission rules aimed at reducing impacts on other ratepayers under Amherst's large load tariff. This would be required no matter what the zoning regulations say. What is missing is a requirement that data centers purchase clean energy from Amherst, known as the Clean Energy Rider, under those same Public Service Commission rules. Amherst recently stated that it has already signed contracts totaling 2.2 gigawatts of electricity with data centers. That's the size of a Labadie coal plant, with more data centers on the way. Amherst's already planning to build 6.1 gigawatts of gas-fired power plants, and all this data center growth is going to require even more. We don't know where that's going to be built. More than likely, it will have an impact on Franklin County as well. Thank you.
Denise Baker.
Inside our hearts is the light of God. All the other particles in our being might be greedy, but that one particle is pure good. When deciding whether to allow data centers in Franklin County, please listen to your heart more deeply than you ever have in your entire life. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. It's easy to say yes to a data center developer's hollow promise of more money. But the right thing to do is not always the easiest thing to do. Money doesn't buy happiness. If it did, you would already be happy. The things that make us truly happy cannot be bought. Going fishing on the Merrimack with grandkids, seeing the Robertsville Eagles soar in a brilliant blue sky, seeing lambs frolic in the field, seeing a bobcat and her cubs. When you die, will you be able to say you did the right thing? When St. Peter at the pearly gates asks, "Did you love thy neighbor?" will you be able to say yes? Or will you hang your head in shame because a data center gave them lung cancer, dried up their wells, ruined their property value, and polluted the Merrimack so they can't take their grandkids fishing? When St. Peter asks, did you protect creation? Will you be able to say yes? That you disallowed data centers so that the Robertsville Eagle continued to soar, so that the mama bobcat could raise her cubs? Or will you hang your head in shame because they died and because you defined progress as destroying creation? Please do not amend the unified land use regulations of Franklin County to allow data centers. Leave the countryside as is so your grandkids will inherit something that provides infinitely more happiness than money. A beautiful countryside to frolic with the lambs, go fishing, and see eagles and bobcats, with plenty of safe water to drink and clean air to breathe. And maybe, just maybe, St. Peter will let you in those pearly gates.
I'm going to change up a little bit. Our next speaker is Carol Strum. And Berta Carpenter, you're on deck.
So you'll start your testimony with the fact that you have written testimony to submit. We'll mark it as an exhibit, and then you can be sworn.
I have copies to submit. I need to get those to you. Can I go ahead and start? Wait, okay.
No one start the time.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Before we begin to contemplate these projects, there are quite a few things that need to be answered with solid answers. Starting with this, although a closed-loop cooling system seems to use less water, the real problem is the cooling towers. Approximately 1 to 5 million gallons of water per day is needed to cool the equipment in an AI hyperscale data center complex. Even though the complex may be using public water, it still comes from a well. How long can our aquifers support this much water before the citizens of Franklin County suffer? Where will the data center cooling tower water be discharged? A complete wastewater impact study and cost associated to meet EPA and Missouri DNR water quality standards should be paid for by the development corporation. Will our electricity bills go up? Will every site have their own power plant? A full floodplain analysis needs to be completed on properties near rivers or large creeks. What effect will the extra runoff from impervious surfaces have on neighbors, streams, roads, culverts, and bridges? Decibel ranges need to be tested in a number of areas around the site. Neighbors should not have to deal with decibel readings higher than they already are both day and night. 50 decibels, especially at night, is way too high. What are the effects of infrasound low frequencies, sound decibels, and electromagnetic waves on our school children? A full study needs to be done. Franklin County is rich in history from the natives that roamed the land, westward expansion, European settlement, railroad booms, Civil War, and world wars. Soldiers, slaves, and other families could be buried on properties and unmarked graves to Indian burial grounds. Archaeology studies with ground-penetrating radar should be conducted on every property proposing to put a hyperscale data center on it. A full endangered species survey of the site and surrounding 5 miles, along with a mussel survey, should be completed. The Heritage Report lists 13 endangered or proposed endangered animals and 2 protected animals, the bald eagle and golden eagle. There are many documented eagle nests in Franklin County. Light pollution also has an effect,
and a light pollution study should also occur. We request an independent lawyer to represent the county residents on these hyperscale AI data centers because it is our belief that our current county councilor is not independently representing his county constituents fairly. We desire their area to remain a natural, serene environment with an abundance of wildlife and habitats. Please be considerate of the neighborhood and also those that do not have a voice, the area's creatures and our deceased ancestors. And my final question, would you and your family live the rest of your life next to one of these hyperscale facilities? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Murray Carpenter, and I live at 5939 Lakeland Drive.
Get a little closer to the mic, please.
What?
A little closer to the mic.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm here with some questions that I think should be asked and answered before any changes to the unified land use regulations for Franklin County are enacted to deal with data centers. Some have been raised already, but I'm repeating. Why should data centers be permitted use and there is so much still unknown? Or is it just that there's no transparency and we don't know what everybody else knows? Designated data centers as conditional use would provide a more cautious and responsible approach. I know that you went on a road trip, some of you, and I wonder, can you be assured that the construction material, safety standards, and operational safeguards that you saw in the data center will be applied to any in Franklin County? How will water usage and electrical power be monitored, and what entity will be charged with the oversight? Is it appropriate for a large-scale data center to be placed slightly more than a quarter mile from an elementary school? Will there be enforceable regulations governing the construction phase, not just the operational phase? Residents are concerned about prolonged construction activity, including potential 24/7 noise and blasting. And I remember on January 27th, Ryan Sanders of Beltline stated that the construction on McLaren property could last up to 8 years. We have also heard claims of the proposed data center at Diamond Farms would generate $50 million or $60 million or $75 million annually for the county. Has the county reviewed a detailed breakdown of this estimate, and does it have the expertise to evaluate whether these projections are realistic? What about tax abatements or incentives? Are they being offered to these companies? Finally, how will residents be protected or compensated if energy costs increase, wells are depleted, health impacts such as cancer and respiratory illnesses arise, or homes are damaged with blasting during the construction phase? Have you reviewed the testimony submitted by all of the county residents? And do you have clear answers to those people's concerns? Do you feel adequately informed to cast a vote on this matter? I urge you to take whatever time is necessary to make a recommendation to the county council that serves the interests of all residents, not just the property owners selling, the developers, or others who would stand to make a profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashworth, and on deck is Amanda Tello.
state into the microphone that you're submitting written testimony. Anyone that brings written testimony up to the podium with them, state on the record that you're about to submit written testimony. We'll invite you up to submit it. We'll mark it as an exhibit. Okay, have written testimony. Go right ahead.
My name is Twyla Ashworth. Zoning changes to the Unified Lands Use Regulations for data centers needs to be carefully considered and not quickly made. Several factors need careful study before any changes are made to the existing land use regulations. A no recommendation or moratorium should be placed on hyperscale centers on agricultural lands and residential areas. Hypercenters are deemed heavy industrial, and they have no place in the agricultural landscape or near homes. A no recommendation or at least a 1-year moratorium should be placed on all hypercenter development until further study can be done regarding the environmental impact to the aquifer, residential wells, air pollutants, electromagnetic fields, infrasound waves, as well as light pollution. Several states are currently writing regulations introducing moratoria and zoning restrictions to prevent data centers from encroaching on agricultural land due to concerns over rural land loss, water usage, and energy strain, as well as pollution concerns to these lands and surrounding residential areas. Several states, including Michigan, Ohio, Texas, Virginia, and several others, are currently raising the red flag regarding land grabs and use of agricultural land for hypercenters. Additionally, technology is ever changing. Most hypercenters have a lifespan of only 10 to 15 years, and after that time, after the tax abatements expire, hypercenters are decommissioned and left empty. The U.S. government has shuttered thousands of data centers, and reports indicate that by 2019, approximately 6,250 data centers were closed or consolidated. My question is, why not reuse these sites that have been shuttered and retrofit them instead of allowing them to stand empty and decaying? Communities were promised huge sums of money are disappointed when these promises from high-tech companies do not come to fruition. Where will Franklin County get the revenue if these hypercenters are shuttered just before all the tax incentives expire? Pacific Walmart let the certificate expire, leaving Pacific lacking retail for years. Home construction provides a steady stream of revenue that will never go away. Homes can easily be sold to hypercenters set empty. Will our landscape become useless, providing no tax revenue once these are decommissioned? Who will be responsible for these empty sites that are no longer useful and unsellable? Another question is, hyperscale centers zoning, heavy industrial conditional use permit versus light industrial permitted use. To restore the integrity of the Franklin County land use regulations, hyperscale data centers must remain heavy industrial into classification, requiring a conditional use permit for rigorous public review. Residents touring the proposed sites should have the right to know about prospective development and have a voice in the decision-making process, especially when it impacts neighboring home values. By changing the regulation from conditional use to permitted use, it removes the public hearing process, effectively ignoring the master plan's requirement to ensure compatibility with neighboring homes.
You need to wrap it up.
Hyperscale data center is a 24/7 high-intensity plant that consumes millions of gallons of water daily and screams with high-frequency fan noise that travels for miles. I have more to say, but I gave you the testimony. I hope that you will sincerely read it.
Thank you.
want to begin by saying that what you are considering tonight is not simply a zoning decision. These ordinances will shape the future of our land, water, food systems, and our community for generations. Across the Midwest, millions of acres of farmland have already been lost to development, and it continues to disappear at an alarming rate. Once farmland is converted, it is almost impossible to recover. This is not just open land. It is the foundation of our food systems that sustain life in this county. And not all farmland is equal. Some land plays a critical role in protecting our ecosystem, especially farmland along rivers, which supports water quality and flood management. And then there's also the land that serves as a buffer to prairies. We must be strategic about what land is preserved, because once these systems are disrupted, the impacts are long-term and often irreversible. And I'm deeply concerned that these ordinances allow data centers to use up to 800 acres and place no cap on the number of projects that could be approved, leaving no meaningful limits on how much farmland could ultimately be converted. If this development moves forward, there must be stronger protections. There should be a farmland protection fund paid for by the developers to permanently protect farmland in the county. There must also be a decommissioning fund in place from the beginning. This should not fall on us to clean it up after they are gone. If public dollars are involved, there must be full transparency and a community oversight board with real authority to help guide how any tax revenue generated is put back into the community. But beyond that, what we are asking is a bigger question about value. Data centers generate enormous wealth, yet communities are often left with the environmental impacts and very little of the benefit. Franklin County should be demanding real community benefit, community ownership stakes, public access to the technology, and a real say in how data connected to our communities is collected, used, and governed. Ensuring that the wealth and knowledge generated from this infrastructure does not leave this community, but is governed with the people who live here and will live with its impacts. If this infrastructure is built here, the people who live here should share its ownership, access, and value. Otherwise, we are once again allowing corporations to generate enormous wealth from our land while this community sees very little in return. I urge you to pause and not advance these ordinances as they are currently written. They are not sufficient to protect this community, our data sovereignty, and our farmland.
We have Jennifer Moody and April Reisenhuber on deck.
About now? Yeah. Good, all right. Greetings to the Planning and Zoning Commissioners. Thank you for your time in serving on this important committee. My name is Dr. Jennifer Moody, a self-proclaimed plant nerd who also happens to have a PhD in ecology. While I have only lived in Franklin County for 2 years, I have fallen in love with the rivers, forests, Ozarkian bluffs, and other wild places of the county. Franklin County has over 20,000 acres of wildlands in state parks, conservation areas, and of course, Shaw Nature Reserve. The Missouri Natural Heritage Program lists 17 unique habitats and 89 species of conservation concern in Franklin County. Habitats like caves, limestone bluffs, and rivers that are home for species like the endangered Indiana bat, the Missouri ground cherry, like a plant nerd, and the endangered Halleck sturgeon. Hyperscale data centers unchecked by protective regulations threaten them all. Noise, light, and chemicals are sensory pollutants known to be released by data centers and known to have negative impacts on wildlife. The Franklin County government website lists these natural resources as the top reason tourists come to Franklin County, saying, and I quote, "Franklin County also welcomes new visitors during the Robertsville State Park and Merrimack State Park, among many private recreational businesses, provide opportunities to camp, fish, and float along the Merrimack River. Based on the 2024 Missouri Division of Tourism report, Franklin County saw tourists spending $226,934,813.02 in Franklin County, employing 4,296 people. These are jobs and dollars that are threatened if we allow for the unchecked building of hyperscale data centers, and these data centers won't replace that money and won't replace those jobs. I strongly oppose the building of hyperscale data centers in Franklin County. However, if we must move forward, we should do so with great precaution, building into the regulations strict requirements that ensure the health, wealth, and safety of our communities. I want regulations that help maintain the rural atmosphere of Franklin County, that ensure clean air and water, that keep our children and elders healthy. I don't want to see the costs of data centers pushed onto citizens, either directly or indirectly. You have the ability to put these protections in place, and I ask that you take the time to consider and construct regulations that achieve these goals. Because once you allow one data center to be built with lax regulations, once the harm to the community is done, there is no going back. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Go ahead.
My name is April Kathy Reisenhofer. I oppose seeking to amend the Unified Land Use Regulations to allow data centers. These centers have become a rapidly developed and largely unregulated expansion of AI that is fueling this buildup, driven by developers racing to secure contracts and profits, often without prior experience. And I don't believe the ones doing the ones in Franklin County have that experience. And it's not even clear that this level of capacity is needed. If financing dries up, communities could be left with half-built facilities scarring the landscape. 8 hyperscale data centers are currently being planned in our area in Missouri alone. And I would like to differ with the gentleman that says that these hyperscale AI databases are used for phones, laptops, and online activities. If we're to have data centers and amend regulations, we need environmentalists, scientists, water specialists, energy specialists, professionals with extensive research and knowledge on the topics. Who made these amendments to the regulations? The builders of the data centers? Our lawyer? Your lawyer? What is their expertise in writing up new amendments? I don't know a lot about amendments or what the original regulations were, but just scanning through the amendments, one item stood out. Quote, regulate the placement and construction of data centers in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Franklin County. No matter how restrictive these regulations are, there will never be enough to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Franklin County. This must be a top priority, and that means putting in already established industrial areas, then make regulations for those areas. If there is no land suitable or very little, then they should not be in Franklin County. Go somewhere else. The regulation on noise pollution is very disturbing. There was an amendment, and I appreciated that they were going to amend it for someone to check it out every year and not every 3 years. But who's going to be accountable for checking that? Who knows? Please slow the process down and consider at least a moratorium that allows state policymakers and regulators to establish ground rules that protect our communities, our health, and our water and our community, not the data centers. Thank you for your attention.
Greg Helton and Jeff Hayden on deck. We need to let you get sworn in. Sworn in.
Exactly. I do. But I'd like to read a paragraph that our Governor Keno passed, Senate Bill 4. Missouri Senate Bill 4. The major utility reform signed in April 2025 aims to modernize the state's energy grid, but faces criticism for potentially increasing consumer utility rates, allowing charge for new power plants before completion and on data centers. Data centers. That means the energy bill from these data centers is going to be passed on to these people behind me in the bleachers. And it's not right. These billionaires could pay for their own electricity. Bill Gates, Microsoft, Google, all them guys can pay for their own energy. And that's what I'd like to say.
To this thing because it's really going to affect our wildlife. You need to get a little closer to the mic, please. I'm sorry? You need to get a little closer. Okay. Now I'm hard to hear too. So I'm really opposed to this. I'm retired, so I spend a lot of time outside in the yard with the wildlife, in my garden, so on and so forth. And I know that if you rezone these data centers, my house is for these data centers. My house is between where these two proposals are, like 2.5 miles each way. So it's going to affect me pretty bad as far as wildlife goes, and sound, the light, all the pollution that comes along with it. So I'm opposed to it, and I would hope that you will understand that we don't really want it. Thank you.
Renee Bollinger and Ann Hayden on deck.
by the people, for the people.
Come closer to the mic.
That's We are concerned about the rush to change the zoning laws. You all agreed to table this for 6 months. Why are we here today sooner than 6 months? Franklin County is known for being one of the last counties across the U.S. to have generational farmland. We have endangered species that thrive in our area, and our clean air and water is why we choose to live here. Close enough to the city, but just far enough to drive home to Serenity. Allowing a rezoning and farmland would change the landscape we have cherished for years beyond repair. It also goes against the reason planning and zoning was created, to protect us from these types of hyperscale industrial projects being developed next to communities and rural farmland that will only benefit the landowner that sells the property. Meanwhile, the surrounding properties will decrease in value. Who among you is defending us, the people of Calgary outside of Pacific? The man that held the seat at your table, Bill McLaren, has a conflict of interest in one of the properties up for rezoning. He sat with you for 10 years. He stands to personally make millions, along with some unknown company at the end. In the eyes of the law, we should have unbiased representation. Some of you are related to or work for the other proposed property owners on the table tonight. Recently, you all took a trip to a data center. Was it apples to apples? I think not. Did you visit a hyperscale data center? Did you talk with the surrounding neighbors? Did you go inside and investigate or was this just a road trip? To cherry pick properties or allow no oversight and to put in rural communities to ruin our lifestyle is against the law, along with the disruption of endangered species, historical sites with graveyards, basically giving the go-ahead to King Harbor. We need expert evidence like what Pacific proposed to make fact-based decisions that can be provided through engineering studies, the impact assessment for our property value, not to be affected along with the environmental and with the environment that we have enjoyed for several generations. Noise pollution, light pollution, building hours, electromagnetic fields, radio frequency, on every single project that is proposed in Franklin County. What happens if we have a tornado? What is promised for fire suppression, chemical containment, and disaster recovery procedures? Where will the discharge of the wastewater go? Into our aquifer, surrounding streams, Merrimack River, or the Missouri River? Who will regulate this destruction? Show us how this will benefit those within 5 miles of this project. Show us that the proposed data centers will not get tax breaks. Show us that our electricity and water will not be affected.
Thank you.
You need to show us this is good instead of us showing you all.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Ann Hayden, and I live outside of Pacific. To the point of amending the Unified Land Use Regulation to allow data centers as a permitted use, the answer is no, not a permitted use. Our zoning districts are in place to ensure properties are compatible with surrounding uses. If you stick it in a residential area, doesn't really jive, does it? As the Planning and Zoning Commission, you have a responsibility to ensure any changes in zoning are done to benefit the citizens of Franklin County. And in accordance with the master plan for Franklin County, which I read, the master plan begins with its purpose, and I quote, "To plan and prepare for the future, building on an awareness of what has happened in the past," end quote. In the not-so-distant past, we the people were in the dark about the data center developments. With the NDAs and the behind closed door meetings, we live here because it's rural. We implore you to keep it rural. We, the people, want you, the Planning and Zoning Commission, to hear us loud and clear. No permitted change for data centers. This is about more than money. It's about our future, our children, our grandchildren, our legacy. Look at Labadie and Times Beach. Both seemed like good ideas until the real effects were known. Let's not repeat these types of hazardous decisions. Again, we live here because it's rural. We built a house here and moved here in 2000 to be closer to my family. I love our land, green, teeming with wildlife, full of beauty and quiet. Please don't change the zoning. Thank you.
Darlene Holt and Jim Zernon, you got that? You go ahead and start.
I'm against the proposal mentioned.
You still need to get a little closer, please.
I'm against the proposal that was mentioned for the unified land use using regulations of Franklin County for the sole purpose of data centers. I live within 2 to 3 miles from those sites being considered for data centers. I would please like to recommend that you vote no or for a moratorium for these 2 projects. It is my understanding that all of Franklin County Commissioners work together for one mission, that is to preserve agriculture and to provide a healthy environment for its residents. As we see currently in our news about the oil crisis with the Middle East, so what happens when foreign countries refuse to do trade with the United States on the food scene? Foreign countries will not feed us. It will be up to our farmers to supply food within our own borders. The continuing loss of generational farms at the rate that is happening is a national security risk. We cannot eat data or concrete. The United States already has more data centers than most countries in the world. To lose our agricultural land to data centers, solar farms, and wind farms is a travesty. I know many residents on the panel, never mind, I'll go on to my questions. I know you all have received a lot of information about how the data centers are at risk for our natural resources, our health, and our air. But my question is, do you have an evacuation plan or a shelter-in-place plan if something goes wrong? Please do not enter into an agreement of rezoning blindly. Every resident of Franklin County is depending on you to make the right choice beyond the money factor because it is our lives at risk. What if fuel from the generators leak into the ground and contaminate the water aquifer? That's a tragedy that not only affects Franklin County, but every county and state which uses the same aquifer. What happens when lithium batteries are catch on fire? Is our fire department ready to handle such a catastrophe? That kind of fire can only be put out by special chemicals. How do those chemicals affect the water table, air, soil? This is only one scenario, and there are many others in different forms. Are these developers going to be the owners of these data centers, or are they just going to sell the ground to places like Amazon, Meta, Facebook, Google, etc., and the construction they will see as fit? When sold, what happens to the promises that these developers make to us? Are they null and void? What about the residents and their children that may develop health issues, diseases, hearing loss, etc.? I really hope that you will consider to put pause on this project.
Thank you. I do. Listening to me tonight. One thing I know, after all these learned people before me, I know less than I thought I knew. My wife and I live in Sylvan Manor, less than a quarter of a mile from the proposed hyperscale data center now titled the Merrimack Valley Technology Park. This data center presents many concerns, including the impact upon potential loss of our wells and potable water. I'm a board member for the Sylvan Manor, Sunset Acre, Sewer Authority, and Water Association. We serve 76 homes with potable water from our community well. When this data center drills its own wells, our community well would be compromised. Our source of water would disappear. Our homes would be uninhabitable. I have personally written to the Pacific City, state legislators, including our governor, state and federal representatives, expressing this and other concerns. I asked the Franklin County officials sitting here, would you do this? Would you have your own home close to this data center? In your efforts thus far, have the necessary environmental, ecological, health hazards, air quality, and noise, and all the other things, if you looked into all these things thoroughly, has the impact upon residential, rural living been considered? Have the resulting revenues that would be enjoyed by the county, have they been guaranteed? And if so, is there a formal plan for how those revenues will be used? And has that been shared with the public? Is it written down somewhere that you can share with this community? Upon potential data center cessation of operation, have the developers, owners, and the data center guaranteed that they alone will bear the complete cost of restoration to agricultural property, along with immediate rezoning to that effect? Why not place these data centers in an existing industrial site? It's not about constructing data centers, it's about where the data centers are located. It's about the blatant disrespect for the future health, safety, living conditions, misuse of water resources, and property values of those rural residents in close proximity to the data centers. In my opinion, Missouri state, federal, county, Pacific elected and appointed public officials have shall have abdicated their responsibility of their office to protect the interests of their citizens. Thank you.
Can I have Dana Briggs and Mark Baxa on deck?
recently graduated with an associate's degree in arts and humanities, and I want you to know that I'm here today because I genuinely care about my community and the people in this room. As members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, I believe you do too. And that's why I'm asking you to not allow the building of data centers in Franklin County. And if you do, to please safeguard us by holding them to strict standards and regulations. I understand that there are proposed benefits to opening data centers, such as free construction jobs and other employment opportunities for the area. But there's a phrase, when something seems too good to be true, it probably is. And I hope you come to the conclusion that the risk to our community far outweighs any benefit data centers can bring to our area. For example, I hope you consider the small farmer in your decisions. I've taken Introduction to Business, Small Business Management, and Sustainable Agriculture with the plans of buying raw land to build a farm. I'm actively looking for 3 to 10 acres, and to be frank, there isn't many plots of land, many plots on the market that are available for me to purchase. By allowing data centers to purchase large plots of agricultural land, you're removing opportunities for people like me. Once one data center is built, I'm sure more will follow. And I wrote this before I knew about the second proposed data center tonight, so I can already back that up with substantiated evidence. And I want you to think about how this will affect future generations. Reducing the agricultural land in Franklin County will increase the distance for your food to travel to your table, causing food to be less fresh and forever changing the layout of the land. I used to live near Dallas, Texas, and one of the things that struck me about the city was just how much concrete there was. And there was virtually no greenery, and it was incredibly hot. Most of us in here today will not see any benefit from a data center, but each and every one of you could benefit from the fresh food grown on my farm. However, if I'm not able to obtain and preserve a farm in this area without an influx of data centers, I'll take my savings to someplace I feel better respects the land. However, others in this room and your grandchildren will live with the consequences of the decisions made in this room today. And I hope you choose to give them an abundance of trees and produce rather than a bunch of buildings. Thank you.
So my name is Mark Maxa. I live in Deloge Estates, Missouri. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, thank you again for your time and your service to the great citizens of Franklin County. As you know, I'm a resident of Franklin County. I live in Deloge Estates, and I represent the voice of the 46 landowners in that subdivision. For many years, we have lived there since, frankly, 1999, and we came from just north of the Altoona facility that you just recently visited. I am a CEO and I've counseled the European Union and federal government agencies in the United States, including the USDA, the EPA, the FDA, and U.S. Customs on matters of supply chain and the very technologies we're talking about tonight. I want to begin by acknowledging something. This is not about one project or one type of data center. You are considering tonight whether to establish a regulatory framework that will govern where and how hyperscale data centers attributed to AI, agentic AI, and the synthetic workforce of today and tomorrow will be built in Franklin County. You saw a map earlier of the power lines. Elon Musk has shown us that he doesn't need power lines. Keep that in mind. This is a precedent-setting decision, and decisions like this deserve time, rigor, and transparency. On January 20th of this year, you recognized that as commissioners. After hearing the public, you made the deliberate decision to table these regulations for 6 months to allow for study, refinement, and meaningful public engagement. And this was the right decision. But tonight, less than 2 months later, here we are, right back at the same thing. How did that happen? The short observational meta hyperscale data center visit to Altoona, Iowa does not replace a structured, comprehensive, expert-driven evaluation. In fact, the e-Missouri article quoted profane, shameful, age-discriminatory quotes and incorrect facility water consumption by the very mayor of Altoona himself. It was followed by erroneous comments made by the Commissioner Schatz himself. This should be heavily scrutinized with your own independent study. So a fundamental question: what has changed since January 20th? Why are we here? What matters? What have you done? What is your role and responsibility in all of this? Is it to protect the health and safety and welfare of the citizens of this county? I would say yes. Your land use decisions and responsibility are in front of us. So tonight, I ask respectfully for three things. First, that you provide a matter of public record with a clear accounting of what research findings you have completed since January 20th. Second, that you outline how you plan to spend the remaining 4 months that you originally stated the review period would be used to fully evaluate these regulations. And third, that you honor on behalf of the people and your own commitment the established process that you said you would do. I'd like to thank you all on behalf of the citizens of this great county and the Deloge Estates property owners for your service. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Charlotte Smith from Robertsville, Missouri, and I want to thank you all for your service.
You get a little closer to the mic so we can hear you.
Sure. I would like to point out a couple of reasons why I believe we are here tonight 4 months earlier than we should be. The first is Mr. Eckelkamp stated in a letter in January, the meeting did not give proper and timely notice. The planning director disputed those claims and someone overrode her, and here we are. Whether you are rich or poor, all people of Franklin County should be treated equally. It seems that he has gotten preferential treatment. Also, the county attorney stated that there were vacancies on the PMC board and they are now filled, but one member is not here who is an associate of Alfino. And we just learned tonight that Bill McLaren has resigned his position, but he should have done that last summer when he started talking to Beltline. So we have 2 members of your committee that are not representing the people of those townships. A reminder for the members of the planning and zoning that you are on this board to represent the people, not the developers. I recommend tabling this again so that we can replace the members that have conflicts with people that are willing to serve the people of this county. And we know that Governor Kehoe is pushing data centers, but does he agree with using agricultural land? According to his website, he states that agriculture is the backbone of Missouri. And the following is a song I will read that my husband put together. Listen carefully to the words, as this could be our future. It's based on America the Beautiful, but it's called America the Soul. Oh, beautiful for stolen skies, how thick with humming stream, where once the amber crops would rise, vast server farms remain. America, America, they sold your soul to tech, and drowned thy good in silicon wood to leave our land a wreck. Oh, beautiful for poisoned streams where native creatures die, for pulsing smog that breaks our dreams and seizes the fragile eye. America, America, your waters boil and fade, to line the purse of something worse through deals the bankers made. Oh, beautiful for century farms erased to feed the wire, while politicians fold their arms and fan the data fire. America, America, our daily bread is gone, traded away to power the sway of algorithms drawn. Oh, beautiful for patriots bold who see the rising threat, who will not let our homes be sold or drowned in corporate debt. America, rise up and make your stand, defend the soil from toxic spoil, and take back our great land. The Bible in 1 Timothy 6:10a says, "For the love of money is the root of all evil." Thank you.
First of all, I want to tell you, the infrastructure we already have for the cell phone, these data centers are not for the cell phone. These data centers are for the future. If you approve these data centers, you will be participating in the problems that AI will cause. AI will change all of our lives. There will be tremendous job losses. AI will change warfare. AI will become smarter than humans. People who developed and worked in AI fear AI could take over the world. Some quit their jobs to warn the public. For example, Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, a Nobel Prize winner for AI, claims there is a good chance that human beings can lose control of AI. Daniel Kokatoyo, former AI researcher, predicts that in 2 years, AI will think 5 times greater than humans and can trigger nuclear war with China. Dario Amodei, I may not be pronouncing their names correctly, the CEO of Anthropic, said whoever controls AI will have military and economic dominance everywhere. We are only a few years away from the point when AI is better than humans at essentially everything. That's what he said. There will be huge job losses. Jeff Bezos, who started Amazon, plans to replace 600,000 workers with robots at Amazon. Elon Musk said AI and robots will replace all jobs. I'm not making this up. You guys can look this up. Bill Gates said humans won't be needed for most things. Mr. Solomon, the CEO of Microsoft AI, claims most white-collar jobs will be fully automated by AI in the next 12 to 18 months. OpenAI's mission is to create highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work. The goal of these leaders in AI is to replace workers. How many jobs are we going to get out of this? And how many are we going to lose? What happens?
Thank you for your Thank you.
Sam Dean and Cassie Kemp on deck.
Hello, commissioners. I'd first like to start tonight by discussing something that occurred at the beginning of the meeting. That was certain individuals were asked to remove their shirts and say "Go Data Centers." And I'd like to make a point that after challenge on being told that, they were then allowed to keep their shirts on. So I think that was a clear violation of the First Amendment, and I'm glad it was corrected appropriately.
amendment does not treat data centers as a true conditional use. It makes them permitted in the G&A zoning districts, so long as the applicant goes through the new data center permit process. This distinction matters. The conditional use process is supposed to mean careful, case-by-case scrutiny. It is supposed to preserve meaningful county discretion before allowing an intensive use into a district. But that is not what this language does. It rewrites the code to allow data centers in agricultural and general districts first, and then builds a permit process around that decision afterward. In other words, the biggest decision is being made right now, whether this use belongs in these districts at all. And once that door is open, it is no longer just about one application. It becomes the framework for Franklin County going forward. It sets the rule not just for today, but what comes next. Yes, the ordinance does list setbacks, screening, noise studies, utility verification, and application materials, but the permit checklist is not the same as real discretion, and it is not the same as binding guarantees for the public to have continued input. That is why this matters so much. If data centers are made a permitted use in these districts, then the county is giving away leverage at the very front end of the process, before the public has enforceable protections in writing, and before the applicant is carrying the full burden of proving this use belongs there. So my request is simple. Do not pass a countywide amendment that makes data centers a permitted use in these districts before the public has enforceable protections, real numbers, and a process that preserves actual discretion. If you are serious about protecting this community, then keep the burden on the applicant in the form of a conditional use permit process. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cassie Kemp. Can you hear me okay? My husband and I both grew up in Franklin County, graduated from Pacific High School, and are business owners in the county today. I would say we both explored and came back to this beautiful place. I do have a question. Would this amendment not require the public process as it stands today with rezoning? Is that my correct understanding as the going forward, if this passes, that there wouldn't need to be public hearings like we're having right now with rezoning? Can you guys answer that, or this is my first time, sorry.
I mean, this would have to be approved by the commissioners.
Okay. Well, I'll just go
whether
Would you? Okay, so we established in the hearing procedures that we weren't answering questions. If you would like to answer, Chairman.
Okay, that's fine. The clock's still ticking, right? So, okay. So what I would.
That would be counting.
Oh, okay.
I just needed his permission to answer you.
Sure.
So if you could repeat the question, because I wasn't quite following
This
what you were asking.
amendment would not require public participation in the way that we are doing now, correct? It would not require rezoning, so there would be certain regulations that, like the permit process, would not necessarily require public participation as we're.
With the way that it's proposed, the only public hearing that would be held is if the property is rezoned. So if a property is zoned A or G with the way the regulations are currently written, it would be a permitted use that would be processed administratively by the Planning and Zoning Department.
Thank you so much for confirming that. Okay. So first, I would ask that the precautionary principle is utilized here. The better safe than sorry method that's used in serious and sorry, I'm so nervous right now. For developments that have serious impacts, that there is threat of serious or irreversible damage, the precautionary principle should be used, and the better safe than sorry method should be employed. The burden of proof that there will not be harm should be on those who will profit from and who would like to do the development. We need to protect our precious agricultural land, and we need to protect the right of people to speak. With projects this large, people should be given the opportunity every single time to use their voice, and there should be an opportunity for human beings to look each other in the eye as we make these decisions. What we are dealing with in addition to permanent change to the land, is this move into this new technological age. We've seen what happens when people engage online when there's no face-to-face interaction. And like it or not, we are biological beings. We are social beings. We are community-oriented human beings. And we really can't get around that. We need to hang on to our humanness as we move forward in this technological age. I am pro-business. I believe in the innovation of human beings. I think that what this seems to be getting rid of in my eyes is the voices of the people and the opportunity for conversation for each project that happens. Each case is different, and that should be respected, and we should hang on to the opportunity to look each other in the eye as we make life-altering decisions. Also in my research, what I've seen, it would take 2 to 3 years to build a hyperscale data center with 1,000 to maybe 5,000 jobs during that 2 to 3 years, and then 100 employees maximum to operate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Patricia Schuba and Natalie Stahl Abada.
Good evening, and I do have some things to submit.
You're going to need to get a little closer to that, Patricia.
Okay, thanks. Surprisingly, I don't speak very loudly.
Go ahead, Patricia.
Thank you, and good evening, and thank you to you, commissioners, for your service to this county. We appreciate that. We know that you are volunteers on this committee, and I hope that you will hear the voices of your people tonight and take that into consideration for a potential stay to be able to review the materials you're receiving tonight, as well as to potentially vote no on these regulations. So my name is Patricia Schuba. I'm a lifelong resident of Franklin County and the 4th generation of my family to live on my family-owned farms in eastern Franklin County. Our generation raises cattle and works off the farm, running small businesses that we hope contribute to our communities and to the local economy. I personally have degrees in science and health science, and I've worked in healthcare for over 20 years. My degrees are from Vanderbilt, Fontbonne University, and the University of Missouri. I would like to focus my comments this evening to address the potential harms to taxpayers and residents of this county if we rush too quickly to adopt zoning regulations that open us up to risk before state and federal laws governing regulations are adopted. I present to you for consideration that more than a dozen data center bills are currently under consideration by the Missouri State Legislature, including of note Representatives Wallenkamp's Bill HB 3361 and HB 3364, collectively called AI Infrastructure, Grid Integrity, and Water Resource Protection Act. Both are moving and have received second readings, and I have it under good information that will probably receive a hearing. The legislation requires large load consumers like data centers to pay for the necessary costs to provide them with electricity, including all grid infrastructure upgrades. One of the outstanding risks of the large load tariff legislation passed last year, known as SB4, is that it doesn't ensure that the public is protected from the high costs associated with building new power plants that would not need to be built if it was not for the increased electricity demands posed by AI hyperscale data centers. Wallenkamp's bill also provides a reliable regulatory mechanism to ensure our water resources are protected via a permitting program through the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. Wallenkamp's district includes part of the city of St. Charles, where a year-long moratorium on data centers was enacted last year. The St. Charles Planning and Zoning Commission, much like you, this group voted for a one-year moratorium on data centers in August of 2025. Recently, they voted to delay a vote on a proposed ban on data center development. One assumes they realize the long-term risks of approving data center zoning regulations without state regulatory oversight and protections, yet left the door open for future developments this year and potentially into next year before taking up local zoning action.
Patricia, you need to wrap it up.
Can I say
Back up. Okay.
It would be prudent that Franklin County consider similar action. Thank you for your time tonight, and I appreciate it.
Natalie, N-A-T-A-L-I-E, Stahl, S-T-A-H-L, Lafana, L-A-F-A-T-A. And I have an example.
Go ahead.
So, to speak on, as long as everybody can hear me all right, I'm speaking on amending the regulation. The packet that I just handed out to everyone, I want you guys to remember the Franklin County Master Plan that was put into place by the county. It talks about supporting agriculture through community projects and plans, minimizing the impact of new development. It talks about encouraging adequate public water and sewer services. That includes sewage collection, treatment facilities, water supply facilities. It also talks about allowing and encourage industrial development in appropriate areas. That's my biggest go-to here, inappropriate areas. And that's what this is designated on the future land use map. It also ensures new developments minimize conflict with existing residential or agricultural activities. And a really fun thing about the Franklin County website is there were some surveys that were taken when this was all adapted. And the number one reason people choose to live in Franklin County, 51% of Franklin County residents that answered this survey says rural character. That's why they're here. Here, let me give you, and then the second one right behind that is because they grew up here. That's why they're here. The next survey they had was how great of a problem are the following issues. The number one problem was loss of farmland and open space due to development. The second one on that list was the loss of rural character. There it is again, rural, we're in the country. Another survey from this, how do you rate Franklin County in
The number one, environmental quality, was good. That's what people think about our county. It's good. The scenic beauty was right behind that, with 49% of people answering that question. So those are the things that I want you to keep in mind. These were adapted by the county commission. These were adapted for the people. And that's the number one thing to remember here. I believe that the people on this commission are smart, but you're not educated in all the aspects of what these data centers are doing. I only know one aspect of it, and that's the water and wastewater. And I'm not even fully tuned in on that because there's so many changes and so many things that go on with this stuff. I just think it's too much for everyone here to decide at this time. I think we need to slow it down, and I think that's something that everyone needs to really, really consider. Not saying that these things aren't necessary, just asking to consider where they're going. And the number one question I have is, who's going to protect me and the other non-community water systems that are in our area if our wells go dry?
Thank
That's
you.
the biggest thing.
James Boyle and Larry Constantino. Not yet.
All right, this data center issue brings liberals and conservatives. This data center issue brings liberals and conservatives together, Republicans and Democrats. We are all united against these proposals. There will be no job creation, as all the facilities will likely be staffed with H-1B visas from China and India. Neither developer has once stated that these will be American jobs. This rezoning also goes directly against the stated master plan of Franklin County to preserve agriculture in the following ways. One is incompatible land use and loss of agricultural or rural character. Master Plan 153, agricultural goal. Compatible contiguous uses. 2, depletion of and pollution of water resources. Master Plan stormwater, streams, wetlands, and floodplains goal. Extreme demand for cooling with no legally binding requirements. 3, overburdening utilities and infrastructure. They're keeping their requirements per building below 75 megawatts so that they can get around the plan of having to fund their own electricity. So that would be infrastructure goals 1 and 2, no legally binding requirements here either. Degradation of quality of life and residential compatibility, master plan housing goal 2, and land use goal 3. 5, lack of orderly, transparent planning process, master plan overall purpose, and public input foundation. Why was the 6-month tabling undone? I'd be curious about that. And then going back to one other issue here. Why are these out-of-town developers coming to our community? Why don't they build them in their own communities? It's because the people in their own communities don't want them there. Are we going to be foolish enough to allow them into our community and ruin it? I don't think we should. Ask yourself this: has Facebook, Meta, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and others treated Americans well? Or have they stolen our data, price gouged us, removed ownership rights, sold our data overseas, spied on us, and censored us? Are they the kind of people we want to do business with? I don't think so. Will they pursue TIFs, tax incremental financing, Chapter 100, or other tax abatements? Make no mistake, we the people will suffer while only the landowners and developers benefit. I'd also like to know the percentage of union jobs they actually think they'll use. My understanding is that usually they just bring in out-of-town work for that. All right, is that what I said? All right.
Thank you. Thomas Knoll, and Nancy K. Watson-Tundak.
Raise your hand and swear. Just get out so you can stretch your legs. Hello, my name is Thomas Knoll, N-U-L-L. Let's see here. Most of this stuff has been said a bunch of times because it's obvious. I would like to express my contempt for the Plotting and Scheming Commission for having me here today. I would like to say I'm excited that one of you quit because of conflict of interest, and I hope that the rest of you follow suit. Obviously, anybody who's been out there buying stuff lately knows that for the last 10 years, everything gets more expensive. That does not happen in a bubble. Because of AI data centers, our total utilities here have been raised over $60 billion in 2024 alone. The majority of that is on the backs of AI data centers, of which Missouri already has plenty. I was glad to see the stuffed suit up here who said that there would be hundreds of six-figure jobs and then a few maintenance jobs. I like how I phrased
Not
that.
talk to the audience.
Yeah. I also appreciate that we will have quality time with our families doing things like making murky brown sediment bread and swimming in AI-powered data water. I very much would like to second the gentleman who said that there are ways for protecting the adjacent areas while poisoning certain direct pieces of land. They are called imaginary. For this AI data center to be in, it will absolutely require not one, but more than one nuclear site. I refuse to have one here. I and everyone in this audience will do absolutely anything necessary to prevent that from happening. So you all should take with sobriety how serious I am as I say that to your faces right now. While I would never address the audience, if I did, and I asked them to raise their hands if they remember Times Beach. That's right. My aunt died of cancer because of Times Beach. And it wasn't just the only place that was affected by that. My mother's family was run out of a trailer park called Quail's Run or Noble Manor. The same people who put down the poison at Times Beach also poisoned that trailer park. It goes without saying that I very much not only suggest, but soberly and as an individual on behalf of here, demand that anything that is going to torture, poison, kill, choke, destroy the fauna and the flora and our children, our friends' children, obviously, you guys know that that's wrong.
Thank you.
And thank you. And I appreciate
Sir, your time's up.
Oh, sir. Yes, officer, thank you. Thank you. The Plotting and Scheming Commission, thank you for your time.
Yes, he did. He got his frustrations out. Didn't make any friends.
I just wanted to be on the record that you're submitting testimony, written testimony, in conjunction with your oral testimony, so.
Yes, I am submitting written testimony. May I bring it to you now? Mr. Hare, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak in protest of File 26 0036. I'm Nancy K. Watson. I live in rural Pacific on property next door to the BLE Land Holdings proposed data center on the McLaren farm. I'm going to read a list of data center issues and side effects as my 3 minutes allow. This list supports my reasons why I am opposed to the amendments allowing hyperscale data centers to be built in Franklin County. Enormous construction sites and traffic, constant noise from construction, loss of property values, ground vibration from natural gas turbines, little or no transparency for full development plans, diesel generator backup systems, immense damage to local roads, destroying agriculture, upgrades to local roads causing congestion and delays to local residents, air pollution, widespread water depletion of aquifers, groundwater management issues like pollution, destruction of wildlife habitats, destroying human habitats, destroying farmland, destroying the cycle of pollination, reducing farmland used for agriculture. Fire risks, especially from lithium battery use. Massive energy consumption, increased utility costs, large use of lithium batteries. Soil contamination, loss of bird population, lower quality of life for nearby residents, loss of butterfly and honeybee population, 100-foot tall buildings, physical health issues, mental health issues, such as depression, hearing problems, irreparable damage to the Merrimack River, constant noise at 55 decibels or more, minimal tax revenues for local school districts, fire departments, and ambulance districts. I ask you to vote no recommend, or recommend a moratorium, or to delay your vote until you have sufficient time to review our public comments tonight. Thank you.
Joyce Weber and Sherman Smith Adan.
Joyce Weber. Yes. Hi. I just think everybody said wonderful things that are true. I've been listening to everybody else do it. Everybody has brought up a lot of good points. I'm just going to go through there. First of all, I think it was really sucky to have NDAs when you work for the people. So to hide things from us, it just doesn't seem right. I know it happens, but they're fighting these data centers in every state across the country. So wait a minute, is there something wrong? I think maybe there is. People are fighting it that much. We don't need that many data centers. There's already 5,000 in the United States or more. And actually, in about 3 to 5 years, the data centers will be obsolete. So by the time this one is built, it'll be shut down for something else. So we have a pile of crap. And these people who are rushing to build, they have contracts they have to fill. That doesn't, I don't care about their contracts. I care about what we do. They're rushing to build all this. And false information, because I've done a lot of research showing these people, nobody wants a data center next to them. Plus that, they can look into other areas. I mean, I'm from St. Louis, so I moved out here to the quiet, the rural area. And, sorry. They can look into brown areas are already contaminated areas. These guys have enough money to clean up a contaminated area and make that a data center. It's already, wrong. So in the closed loop system, blah, 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 that's not any good. Everything I've read is bad. So again, people have brought up, what if there's a fire? Is there enough equipment? We have enough firemen here? No. Health. Everybody's brought up health. It's going to be really bad. Really bad. Animals, it's going to affect their reproductive cycle. We need bees. Well, we're not going to have any for these farmers. And floods, earthquakes, what happens to that? Oh, and just the fact, well, this whole thing about I'm related to this person on this board, but I'm the person that's, going to let a data center buy there, and I own the Bank of Washington or whatever. It's too many people in on it that shouldn't be in on it. Yeah. Pacific is only 74,000 people. That's even including the prisoners, okay? So it's not a very big town. Why don't you take it to Georgia or somebody else where there's a big empty space?
Yes, I did. It was a cutie.
Go ahead.
I can't hear you.
Speak directly into the mic, a little closer.
Right. So, good evening. My name is Sherman Smith. I'm a resident of Bottlesville with 45 years of experience in IT, including 25 years specifically within data centers. I'm here to speak on the lack of proposed regulations for battery energy storage systems, or BESS. Currently, these regulations fail to address the catastrophic technical and financial risks associated with hyperscale containerized lithium-ion arrays, risks that our local infrastructure is simply not prepared to handle. In a hyperscale environment, these batteries are housed in steel ISO containers. When a cell fails, it triggers thermal runaway, a self-sustaining chemical fire that turns these containers into pressurized ovens. NFPA 855 standards requires water density of 0.3 gallons per minute per square foot for a single 20-foot container that is nearly 3,000 gallons for internal systems alone. However, external defensive cooling is a real burden. To prevent an explosion or a spread, crews must apply heavy streams for hours. A single event can require between 60 to 240,000 gallons of water. Our rural fire districts do not have a hydrant capacity or the tanker shuttles to sustain this flow. Furthermore, water alone is inefficient. The gold standard is an F500 encapsulator agent, which cools 6 times 10 times faster. Yet, there are no provisions in these regulations for the developer to provide these specialized agents or the equipment to deploy them. A F500 bin costs almost $10,000. We must also address the toxic slurry. Once 250,000 gallons of water touches the burning lithium, cobalt, and nickel, it becomes a hazardous waste stream. Without mandatory engineered containment liners and retention pumps, this toxic runoff will leach directly into our groundwater and local ecology. Simultaneously, another issue we face the infrasound issue. The constant low frequency of resonance from cooling fans is a documented long-term health hazard for humans, causing sleep deprivation, neurological stress, and can trigger epilepsy. This acoustic pollution also disrupts the local ecology, specifically our bee, helmet, and bat population, which rely on vibration for survival. These regulations offer no mitigation.
Thank you for your testimony.
Disruptions.
Jerry Watson, Kathy Boland, not yet.
Test this. That's good. Okay. Commissioners, my name is Jerry Watson. I live in rural Pacific. My background includes an MBA in finance with 30 years of business experience as an executive in one of the largest corporations in the United States. I tried to understand the business case for the county and state offering tax exemptions and abatements to Provident and Beltline. They just don't make sense to me. Let me walk you through what's happening. Chapter 100, tax abatements. Under Chapter 100, the county takes title to the data centers, equipment, and buildings. Because the county owns it, the project becomes exempt from all property taxes. In exchange, the county gets a payment in lieu of taxes. The builders offer $50 million as payment instead of taxes. However, the standard 90% tax abatement means they pay only $5 million for supporting schools and fire districts. A meager sum for the county, in my opinion. An alternative is to use tax increment financing. In this scheme, the developer pays the tax, but it is reimbursed to pay for the developer's infrastructure, cable connections, private roads, power supplies, or debt. This arrangement can continue for up to 23 years. Money that should be going to our school districts. The county doesn't see the money for many, many years. A small benefit to the county. The largest tax exemption is for sales taxes. The developer can apply for the Missouri Data Center Sales Tax Exemption Program. This gives them tax-free purchases on all construction materials and computer equipment. This will add up to millions of dollars the state and county will not see. In a business plan, there is a cost and a benefit. The benefit should always outweigh the cost. We've seen the cost for the county, but I only see a few benefits for the county. I see where the original landowner gets a big payday. I see where there are a few high-paying jobs to manage the data centers and a period of temporary construction jobs, but I don't see any other benefits to the county. In my opinion, this is a business plan that doesn't add up. and must be rejected. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Boland. I live in Deloge Estates in Villa Ridge. My testimony is in opposition of the proposed regulations as they were proposed. My testimony, though, however, is largely in support of the recommended changes by Director Zelke. So I thank her very much for listening to us and hearing us, because we've been bugging them, you know what, out of her for a month. So thank you so much for that. It is your sworn duty as a planning and zoning commissioner to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Franklin County. If this means you must pause to make these regulations correct, then you must do so. Rushing rules without proper due diligence is irresponsible. My husband and I built a small but beautiful horse property that borders Diamond Farms on two sides. We purchased our land in 2014, and my husband and I spent nearly 2 years clearing it with just our tractor and 2 chainsaws. We built our home and barn, and my lifelong dream of having my horses at home came true on December 3rd, 2017. Our home is my sanctuary and my peace. If you do not get these rules right, we are collateral damage. The regulations as proposed do not adequately protect the citizens of Franklin County, allowing developments up to 800 acres. Let's think about 800 acres. You can fit 605 football fields in that large of an area. The footprint of 800 Walmart stores is roughly 800 acres, and I am by no means advocating for 800 Walmart stores. Even the largest meta campus ever built in Altoona is only 600 acres. Allowing up to 800 acres to be developed is irresponsible zoning. Allowing data centers as a permitted use. According to the current Unified Land Use regulations, in Zone A, an outdoor commercial storage facility is a conditional permit use. An outdoor commercial storage facility is considered an industrial or heavy commercial use facility, but yet this facility does not require the construction of large electric switching stations or substations, 100 diesel generators, or special cooling equipment. Allowing these as a permitted use is irresponsible zoning. These rules propose no restrictions on how many data centers can be constructed within a specific square mile radius. Opening the door to all developers has a compounding negative effect on the character of our rural community. And if allowing data centers is all about millions of tax dollars that this is going to bring, why wouldn't there be a stipulation on not allowing tax abatements for these developers? If the county doesn't get the tax dollars, all of this is in vain. The only other argument I've heard about components is the promise of jobs. But in a news article dated March 15, 2026, Amazon cut 16,000 high-paying corporate jobs in January, citing the need to restructure operations amid growing competition with the use of AI. Before you vote, think long and hard about whether your vote will prevent you from going to sleep tonight with a clear conscience. Don't cave to pressures of your peers in the government body. If you don't know, don't vote. Thank you.
I'm going to give us all a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 9:10 and continue this. Thank
They would be down.
I know. We might have to leave.
your name again?
It's Sharon Jennison. And I live in the subdivision that Mark Baxa was talking about. Yeah, he's a good speaker for us.
Yes, he is.
Yes. Thank you. It was a wonderful meeting. I will be reading your information. Service and your speech.
Hi. Karen Craig over everything. Yeah. Well, good to meet you. I'm Charlotte. Yeah. I was wondering how. I was just telling your wife I'm Karen Crakover. I spoke to you on Facebook.
What's your name again?
Karen Crakover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
My spouse is going to talk, but he's got a different name. But they pretty well run over everything he's going to say. So I don't think he's going to say it all.
They might need to hear it repetitively because, to get it in their head.
Well, maybe I'll tell them that when they come back to
Yeah.
Repetition will be remembered more than something else.
Maybe they can buy a branded. We can hear it. Everybody got one as well. So he and I wrote We moved here, I don't know if you knew, but we moved here 2 years ago to get away from St. Louis County. We bought this house and it's just, there were a lot of things that we needed. We had the structures, the outdoors. We built an outbuilding because there was not one we had to furnish for our
What city or what area are you in?
Off of the 88 area. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you know what the Darcy's are.
Are you close to the county line?
No.
Oh, yeah. You're still Franklin County.
Well, towards the northern end, yes.
Okay.
We're about 2 miles south of
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Because if it does go through, things go south. Nobody will solve somebody through. Right. My husband was thinking about running, but I think there are lots of other people.
Good job, Sherman. Sherman. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks for what you said.
I mean, he said a couple steps up. I thought I saw somebody that maybe they were
Questions. I don't have much questions. There's like this is cards.
Yeah.
And no back.
No back.
that everybody doesn't leave, and then by the time it gets to the ones to the data actually, I said I hope that everybody doesn't leave just when we get to Beltline, because then the impact is stuck. I hope, because a lot of people are leaving.
I figured this was going to happen because you got old people who can't stay up late.
And young people have to go
got
work.
kids at home. And people got work tomorrow.
I'm gonna say to put her in.
I got to work tomorrow too.
Oh no. Well, I was hoping they'd get to the actual data centers themselves and do the other stuff last. And I think they did that strategically for a reason.
Well, the thing, I don't know if they can really go forward with the rezoning until they get the regulations in place.
Gotta get somebody to
Because the regulations change the master plan.
We need to keep the master plan rules. We don't want to become a city, and I'm sure that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to take over Hatteras and Robertsville and area and turn it into a city. Just like, remember Pond and Lakeville? They don't exist anymore. Wildwood incorporated and took over all of that unincorporated area. I just hope that doesn't happen to us. I really do.
It's true. I was just born.
Well, I was going to tell Shirley she did a great job on the song, but she's busy, so I'll just out later. A lot of people did really, really good. I hope that might not be able to change like this. Because I'm really afraid that if a lot of people leave, then we're going to get to talk about the actual data centers themselves.
Oh, it sounds like it, yeah.
So, yeah, she couldn't get back every time she heard me was going to come. And then she did find this link.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So I was really happy about that.
Yeah. Hello, lovely. You were wonderful. Oh, well, good.
I'm retired, of course. Oh, really?
Are you going to speak?
Yeah. You speak so what good Oh my God.
Praise for me. I'm just going to be my best friend.
Oh, please. Come in line with everybody else like that.
Good to see you. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I want to have a gathering in my house and talk so we have a place to introduce people to you. By the way, you guys are like
You did a great job on the song. You did. You really did.
That was something else. You did a good job. You did a great job.
Well, I didn't get done with half of what I wanted to say, but I kind of picked the two that I thought were most important. Hopefully you'll read those other ones.
But you got more you're going to say, right?
Yes, I'm going to say it for all of them. Because I'm afraid that a lot of people are going to leave right when we get to the actual data center. I'm really worried about that. I know, and that's I'm afraid that once we get to the actual data centers,
Did you have to
just be diver instead of just
yeah, and they won't with the other stuff.
No, it was outpatient.
Everybody would have the insurance.
5-hour surgery. Oh yeah, they have to carve out part of, yeah, see this.
No, he's playing
This is
I don't think
magic.
he's playing on it.
Yeah, and there's like a jellyfish thing in there. They have to carve out the skull, and then they have to carve it right there to be able to put it. In another one, they ground it to your jaw, like it's for lightning or whatever. Yeah, it's great. It costs like $100,000 per year. Of course, I didn't have to pay for it.
I have insurance that's going to pay for it, but I added the $500 with all the rest. I'm having to get the good and the bad.
Well, the thing is that you have to see an audiologist once they turn it on. After you heal up, you turn it on. It takes about 3-4 months before you can actually hear speech that sounds even normal. It sounds very robotic. And they start out really low, You go back every week, and you have to keep tweaking it. So it's a long process. So it's not instant on.
I would have to go into the city to have a permit. And I'm like, where at? Because I don't go no further than Mochi on Bala. I have to go past that road.
The doctor who did my left one, his name is Doc Herzog. He does more than anybody else in St. Louis.
Where's he at?
Can everybody take their seats?
Well, we can.
He's really good.
Came and we're talking.
Okay, you did too.
I like to do. All right, praise the Lord.
No, it's outpatient. Problems at the hospital, but no, it's out. But it takes a long while to heal up and everything. They have to cut you open.
I'm on blood pressure.
That's a problem.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'd asked me last time I went in, they got the earmuffs made for my hearing aid. And she said that they wanted to know.
You did great.
Oh,
praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
Praise the
And
Lord.
and that song was
I told this man
Y'all send it to me.
Okay, I will.
Yeah,
I
Y'all send it
told
to
him
me.
he needs to wait and talk about love your neighbor as yourself. Yes.
Yeah, we got 5 kids at home.
Yes, you know what? We had a lady at the center when Beltline came and introduced their stuff. She went out there with the Bible and did nothing but Bible verses talking about how your neighbors. She sat there with on lists of verses about treating your neighbors the way, all about neighbors. It was so wonderful. And the Lord. Yes.
God bless you.
God bless y'all.
Good job, man. You did a great job.
Are y'all good now?
Yeah, we got 5 kids at home.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They get cranky after a while.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, take care. Good to see you.
Wow, it really figured out. That's really sad. Like Stan. We haven't even gotten to the good part yet. That's all I brought.
Go ahead, sir. All right, my name is Ian Mullen. My wife Kathy was just here a couple minutes ago. I got 3 things that kind of a little bit technical or whatever, but recommendations that I'm going to make for the planning and zoning regulations for data centers. First thing I want to do though is I want to point out why these are incredibly important to us. As Kathy pointed out about the horse farm that we developed, it is on the southern border of the Diamond property. And in the package that I just gave you, you get a real life picture of what the view is like off of our backyard, through the fence, down there. And pretty much, we're at 100 or 800 feet of elevation. Most all of the buildings that are in the conceptual design for that property are at 700 feet of elevation. So we're in the valley right below us. Our biggest concerns were sound and diesel exhaust and other things. So that's why we're here. So I'm going to jump right in. So one of the sections on diesel generators, basically, unlike a normal backup generator situation for a hospital or something where they use 1 or 2 maybe, these things use a cluster of 80 to 100, depending on the number of buildings that they have. So that's a pretty significant number of diesel generators all running within a concentrated area. I think a little bit more attention to the level of pollution and possibly ground contamination that comes off of that. One of our concerns, obviously, is we have a horse farm. We have to be concerned about the air that the horses breathe and what they're eating out of their pastures based on what's settled into those fields. So Having said that, I think that you guys should consider adding requirements for at least either the air quality, the ground quality, or possibly defining tier 4 or better standards on the generators themselves, just based on the uniqueness of the installation. And in the interest of 3 minutes, I'm going to jump to my next one. Next one is within the regulations for a permit application, there is actually a requirement for the developer to do a site assessment and determine what is going to be the effect of the land that they're going to develop. And it touches on ground and surface water, agricultural resources, registered historic sites, forest land. But what I find ironic in that is there is no requirement for them to go to the surrounding residences or businesses and assess what's going to be the effect and the impact on them, which I think is kind of a missed point in the whole deal. One of the reasons why there's a bunch of pitchforks behind me here is we feel like we didn't have a voice in this. It kind of came to us and we're like, it's coming, get ready. There probably should be some engagement with the developer in the surrounding properties to assess what is going to be the impact and how can there be a mitigation strategy for that. And if that is brought forward with the application, that's it. I know I'm out of time here, but one last thing. I think there should be punitive damages instead of just only revoking the permit for the final thing. Any violations, I think they should have a punitive effect on that. It's written in my testimony, so you guys can read that. Thank you for your time.
I do have written testimony.
You can fast and pray. Fast and pray.
Good evening. I am Elizabeth Allie Bennett of Robertsville, Missouri. I have been blessed to call this area of Franklin County my home for 20 years with my husband and children. I'm a homeschool mom, local 4-H club founder and leader, equestrian, outdoor enthusiast, and regular visitor of the Merrimack River. I believe it's not enough to just live in a community. I want to be an active part of its sustainability and well-being. I'm here today to express my strong opposition to the proposed data center park campus developments at Diamond Farms and Crooked Creek Beach. While I recognize the economic interest in such projects, I urge you to prioritize our health and long-term well-being of the people of our community. In particular, the children who will be most affected by these industrial facilities. The long-term impact of data centers on children's futures is defined by a deep tension between the technological advancement they enable and the significant environmental and economic burdens they place on the next generation. Children are more vulnerable to the fine particulate matter and nitrogen oxides emitted by these facilities, which can lead to reduced lung function, chronic respiratory infections, and have been linked to reduced lung growth. Chronic exposure to noise pollution pose risks for the children. Chronic exposure to such noise during critical development periods is linked to impaired learning, slower progression in reading and memory, concentration deficits, and increased anxiety due to sleep disruption. AI presents several significant dangers to children, ranging from immediate safety threats to long-term developmental impacts. AI is not often designed with children in mind. It can produce harmful content and foster unhealthy emotional reliance. Over-reliance on AI can lead to cognitive atrophy as children skip the mental struggle, which builds critical thinking and problem-solving skills and increase social withdrawal. Children frequently share sensitive personal details with AI. The data trails stored in these centers create lasting risks to a child's digital identity that can affect the right to an open future. Other concerns include deepfake threats, distorted realities, AI-enhanced grooming, and dangerous advice. While data centers may provide tax revenue, significant infrastructure costs can become a burden to the local community and futuristically the children of Franklin County. Many families within our community are already struggling with rising utility bills. Few permanent jobs offer minimal long-term employment opportunities for local youth, and if and when the AI boom slows, our future generations will be left with mediation and overbuilt infrastructure that is no longer needed. I request that the Commission deny the current zoning request for these sites, require an independent health impact assessment, and place at minimum a 1-year moratorium on data centers in Franklin County. and require a decommissioning plan and bond. Placing such an industrial facility near our schools and homes is an environmental injustice that we cannot ignore. I ask, would you want such a facility as your neighbor, your children's neighbor, or for your grandchildren to be growing up near one of these hyperscale AI data parks? Our children deserve to grow up in an environment where the air is safe to breathe and their school and homes are free from industrial disruption. The choices we make today are what we leave behind for our children's futures. Yours, mine, and the entire Franklin County community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole Lynn Heimer and Trent Leslie is on deck.
Heimer. My name is Nicole Heimer. I am a County Rural Coalition, and I currently live on 69 Nation Drive, which is very close to where Kathy and Nancy live. I lived there my entire life, and we were getting ready to build a house up there in the summer. Yeah, it's not happening. I've done a lot of research on the sound that would be coming from these data centers, and as well as where the most opportune places for data centers to be. So from some of the things that I found, we all know that data centers create a lot of sound. Most of the sound that we know of is from the inside, but from the outside, there's also a lot as well. These sounds can range from 75 to 90 decibels. And Beltline says that they want to do it at 55 or 50 decibels, which is still in the range of all the health issues that everyone has been proclaiming, and has been doing research about, and all of that. So the sound that comes from the outside, those are going to be coming from cooling towers, air handling units, air-cooled chillers, and the backup generators. And when those are run monthly or weekly or whenever they decide to do that, those decibels from the generators jump to about 110 decibels. In addition, it's not going to be just on and off. It's 24/7, guys. We're always going to be hearing it. So with that, it really messes with your brain and with all the different types of neurological things. It messes with your heart. And it's not just decibels. Decibels are put into two different parts. There's dBA, which is sound that we can measure. And then there's dBCs and dBZs, which go into the ground. It's more of the humming. It's the low frequencies. And those are the things that can't be contained very easily. Some of the things that dBZs and dBCs can do is these sounds can increase depression and anxiety, physical issues like your heart, your arteries, your blood pressure, and the constant noise to the brain increases or decreases your ability to concentrate and communicate, both within adults and children. Thanks. In addition, people who have pre-existing conditions like myself, I had an ABM, which has caused me to be epileptic. My trigger for epilepsy is stress. And the hormone, the stress hormone, is increased with these sound effects coming from these data centers. So please, one last thing, it won't take too long. If you decide to go with what you guys are wanting to do here, I highly recommend that you set policies not only to limit the sound, but to include the low frequency sounds in the measurements, such as the dBCs and the dBZs, and make sure that they are measured with their specialized tools. Thank you.
Can you hear me good? All right. My name is Trent Leslie. I was born in St. Louis, but I have spent my entire 33 years in Franklin County. I grew up in Lavity. We had our own mountains there when I was growing up. I live in Washington now. I won't start off my testimony with telling you all how great of a job you're doing. I don't think so lowly of you that just flattering you will get you to do my video. I like the gentleman with floor sheets here. But whenever I'm trying to figure out something that's difficult, I like to list the negatives and the positives of an issue. So the negatives, kind of a summary. The water use for these things, the two systems we talked about, an open system which uses an absurd amount of water, and a closed loop system which provides contamination for our groundwater. Neither of those is good. We have increased electric bills, and some of the people behind me might think that that means when these are going into effect, once these data centers have been built, but we're already paying for these. The new infrastructure that Ameren's putting in is an increase to our rates already. The operation of those gas generators, the ones that Ameren has put in the gas plants, is increasing our air pollution. So anybody that says that these data centers don't create pollution from power generation, that's just false. The noise pollution, that is a constant hum. I know we've kind of all grown used to it living in Franklin County, but the bird song here is mating calls. So if birds can't hear mating calls, we're going to see a huge drop-off in bird populations around here, and I really can't stand that. The loss of tax revenue has been gone over. The job creation that everyone lists as a positive, people behind me here, that's just inaccurate. I don't know if they're purposefully being dishonest. I kind of believe they are. I'd like to read a quote from the website Data Center Knowledge, which seems pretty relevant here. In an August 2025 article, I quote, "It would be wrong to say that data centers are massive engines of job creation. A typical data center results in almost negligible number of permanent jobs relative to its scale." So the technicians or maintenance or whatever they say, that's just inaccurate. And as against AI as I am, I thought it somewhat appropriate, somewhat ironic to ask AI, if I was a regulator, should I let this pass? And so Microsoft's Copilot said, "Given the documented environmental strain, rising utility costs, and zoning challenges, regulators should be cautious and generally avoid placing data centers near residential areas unless robust, and I point out enforceable protections are in place. The risks to community well-being are too substantial to ignore, and better suited industrial zones typically offer a safer, more sustainable alternative." So, even AI.
Good evening, I am Jessie Lee. I live in Deloach Estates neighborhood, which borders Diamond Farms. While I am against data centers entirely, my testimony for this file will focus on the administrative language of these proposed rules and the legal weaknesses of them. Not only am I a Deloach Estates resident, but I am also a contract attorney, and prior to moving to this county 3 short months ago, I served in an administrative law judge capacity for the state of Missouri. I have seen firsthand the importance of administrative language and the opportunity for legal abuses and lawsuits to occur when that language is insufficient and contains loopholes. To aid you in this arduous process, I have drafted and submitted my own proposed rules, which were reviewed by our higher legal counsel. They were provided directly to your lawyer in office and entered into testimony. Madam Director Zelke is correct. These regulations do require changes and additions, and the ones she listed are an excellent start. Tonight, I will also supply you with this memo outlining the areas of issue in the
lack of protection for W zoning, permitted use rather than conditional use for data centers, a lack of proper enforcement and penalties, a lack of decommissioning procedure, and a lack of escrow and security accounting to financially protect this county. There are several minor issues and language alterations that you need to change, which are provided in the memo and the rules I submitted as a previous exhibit. In the time I have, I'd like to go through these and stop when I'm ready, but regarding W zoning, the recommended changes at hand in section 238C provide setbacks ranging from 150 feet for RMA zoning, 1,000 feet for OT, P, and Y parcels, and 400 feet for all other parcels. W zoning is pointedly left out of the 1,000-foot protections. Delosia Estates, my new neighborhood, which borders the 400 acres south of the proposed Gateway Data Center, is Zone W. W zoning currently allows 43 permitted uses, which include residences, daycares, hospitals, schools, churches, playgrounds, all which would not receive that 1,000-foot setback. Franklin County zoning map, which you have graciously supplied, demonstrates the vast majority of this county is considered W. A rough estimate places it at 70% of the parcels within the county. Thus, 70% of parcels within this county do not receive the 1,000-foot protection setback recommended, likely encouraging the majority of people's homes in this room and your own. The solution for this is rather simple. We place all zoning designations, including W, where some form of residential permitted use, into category 238C2B, granting them at minimum the appropriate 1,000-foot setback. We'd also like to recommend greater protections for all parcels within residential, education, and institutional uses. Thank you for your time.
Can I yield my time back here? Can you hear me all right? I'll speak up. My name is Jack Merritz. I live in Delosia Estates with Jesse. I work at Merritz. I'm a board member there. I'm currently getting my MBA at WashU as well. I want to address the central argument that we've been hearing, that we should approve this data center because if we don't, another county will, and they'll get the tax revenue instead. There's some key things wrong with the merits of this argument. We might lose it is not the same as this is worth having. To measure worthiness, it has to be decided by you that the long-term benefits outweigh the long-term costs. The long-term benefits should be pretty straightforward. It should be the amount of money that we get. I don't know how many people in this room fully understood until one of the last gentlemen spoke what the actual financial deal of this is, but if what he says is true, it's a pretty raw deal, and it doesn't take an MBA to understand that. The risk that we bear as residents here, some of those things, it's impossible to put a price on, but I'm asking you to quantify that and measure that so that you can make an assessment of whether this is worthy of our community. Because without that, you're not making a decision based on evidence. You're making a decision based on speculation. And that kind of thinking puts us at a race to the bottom, where communities compete by giving up more, asking for less, and accepting risks that they don't fully measure. The real question before us is not, will someone else take it? The real question is this the right project on the right terms for this community? If that answer is yes, then it should stand on its own merits, in a transparent way, with clear data, clear benefits, and a clear understanding of the trade-offs. If you can't do that, then we shouldn't be rushed into saying yes out of the fear that someone else might take a gamble first. Take your time on this. You owe it to the residents here. Thank you. Michael Lobner, and if I mispronounced it, I'm sorry. Charlene Dubeth-Sheep. Not yet.
Named Michael Loebner, L-O-E-B-N-E-R. I had a lot to say, but there's been a lot of experts up here. So I'm relatively new to the county. look at the roads, great roads here. I can walk into the government center and I get to actually talk to people and drop paperwork off. By the way, I drop paperwork off that you don't have in your packets. Yeah, I can't do that in St. Louis County. But St. Louis County has a budget problem, just like you guys. You got a shiny penny sticking in front of you. You don't see St. Louis County jumping on it. You don't see St. Louis City jumping on it. I'm asking you not to jump on it. A lot of people brought up a lot of things, and it's kind of scary here because I don't want to redo everything. But someone, before measured sound. Okay, I have a lot of different specialties. Apparently it's not sound, but the low frequency, you need, when they requested a 50 dB measurement, it needs to be not just a total ambient sound, that needs to be specified at all the frequencies, including the ones we can't hear. Maybe the ones that the bees and the dogs hear, the ones that are low frequency. So quantitative measure. They mentioned that part of the reason they picked those spots was because of the 345 kilovolt lines. There were lines come out of Labadee. There's a lot of land over by Labadee. I'm sure the people in St. Albans don't like that over there. So, as far as the change to the uniform land thing, that was the other thing I don't understand being in this county. How come I can't just go look it up? How come I gotta get a FOIA in order to get access to see these files? Can we not make that public information? People do want to see the thing. When I submitted my data, my package to you guys, the rules changed after that date, so it's not current. And some of the things that I heard Nicole say was in a positive direction, but there's much more to go. So if you guys, you put it as permitted use, you're taking the power away from the residents of this county. Conditional use is the only way. And as the young lady brought up before, I live in a W, so I didn't even realize that. I don't want a permitted use going in a W and going up next to my 60 acres without having any say on it. So the other thing is that these developers, is it a secret who's going to operate these things? Is that something is that an NDA, or we can't know? And can something be written in there to make the operators of the facility? I know there was a gentleman that represented some unions. I worked in a union for 30 years. Are those jobs actually going to be here locally? Because a lot of those jobs come from out of town, and the ones that are manned that run these facilities aren't necessarily on site. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
You need to get a little closer to the mic, please.
My name is Charlotte
Or
Dubetsky.
mic, be a little easier. There you go.
My name is Charlotte Dubetsky. I'm a resident of Franklin County. My family's life is centered around our local landmarks. My two daughters visit Purina Farms almost daily where their father works. My girls watch the bald eagles, previously mentioned by a fellow resident, and I spend my free time in the Shaw Nature Reserve. I'm here because the proposed data center is a direct threat to the animals, residents, and ongoing research conducted by Shaw Reserve, Purina, and the lakes. I don't know how informed the public is on this topic, but Purina Farms and Meadow Lakes conduct world-class research on the food that animals eat right next to the proposed data center. Any scientist will tell you that the lab is only as good as its environment. The massive electrical shifts, air pollution, and constant vibrations of our data center will compromise the integrity of this research. Data centers have no business being near facilities that safeguard and research our animals' food supply. Please also think of our neurodivergent community and those who suffer from epilepsy. You are proposing to take the Shaw Reserve, a
one place where a neurodivergent child should be submerged in sounds and energy of nature, and submerging them instead with high frequency electrical hum, and no wall can block this. It is a sensory equivalent of cricket chirping behind a wall that you can never find, constant, distressing, and inescapable, and for some, seizure-inducing. Did you know the Shaw Reserve offers forest bathing and yoga? I don't know who's going to go with the sound and the air pollution caused by the proposed data center. I'm going to end with encouraging board members to do their own due diligence and research on quantum computing and projected technology advancements. You need to understand that it's estimated that in as soon as 5 to 10 years, major data centers will be obsolete, and we will be left with an inexpensive eyesore. Thank you.
Susan Pollock and Stephanie Kessler is on deck.
Hello. Are you as worried about this? Are you as worried about this as we are? Some of you. My name is Susanna Bullock. I live on a family acreage. We farm a little, and my farmer, I don't call myself a farmer, the farmer farms the land. He works much harder than I've ever worked. Doesn't make much money, neither do I. Usually pays for taxes, sometimes insurance. And he and I talk the last dozen years. We've been in a near drought. Weather's changing, the rain, the snow, July. I'm worried about water. That's what I'm worried about. And so my concern is that I want you to get it in writing that these data centers are going to pay for it. And you know why the guys back here were so pleased with the regulations? They're not tight. They're not rigorous enough. And there are no consequences to what happens when it all goes to hell. I am disheartened that members of the commission or you guys sign non-disclosure agreements that prevents you from telling us what you and these developers talked about. I think that's reprehensible. And I also think it takes us all out of the conversation. Everybody behind me and everybody who left wants to help with this. We know it's inevitable, but we want to make the process transparent and put it in the right place at the right time. And that probably isn't in farmland or residential area or the middle of the Pacific or next to Shaw Nature Reserve, which is one of the 5 best things about the county. Most of us get water from wells. Do you get water from wells? Or you're on public water?
Committee, my name is Stephanie Kessler. I am opposed to the requested amendments to Articles 2, 7, and 10 of the Unified Land Use Agreements of Franklin County. Supplementary use regulations should not be amended in any way to allow data centers in Franklin County. For Article 7, data centers should not be allowed in areas currently zoned R or W, as these areas are for agriculture, low-density residential, or small-scale commercial uses. Data centers do not fit those guidelines. Land zoning exists to help a county plan appropriately and keep these low-density rural areas protected. Allowing data centers into these R and W zone lands, or even the A and G, but R and W as proposed in Article 2, is not consistent with any of the intended uses and purposes of agriculture and residential land. Data centers would have significant long-term impacts on farmland, natural resources, and nearby property values. Furthermore, changing the approved use as requested will place an unknown strain on the area's water supply. According to the Missouri Department of Natural Resources, 94% of the state, as of March 10th, was experiencing dry or drier conditions. In 2023, Missouri experienced the driest period on record since 1895. We need to prioritize the residents and the local businesses' water needs, not some out-of-town data center. We don't have the water to support hyperscale data centers. Why are data centers coming to Franklin County? Surrounding counties have said, wait, pause. These data centers don't care about the area. They are only here because we haven't said no. Yet. We need to support businesses that have local ties, that will live where they work, that will care about this land in 10 or 20 years. I encourage the Planning and Zoning Committee to carefully consider that almost 100% of the support for these data centers come from people who will personally financially gain from them. That's annoying, that's concerning. I will leave you tonight with the words of an old Native American proverb. We don't inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children.
Thank you. Deborah Wiersman and Austin Majurian is on that. Sorry if I butchered your name.
WIERSMA. Evening, everyone. So I'm here to talk about the smart city and basically Catherine Ann Fitz. She talks about data centers and she talks about the smart cities, and the data centers are the infrastructure of the smart cities. And I'm totally against data centers. I've been against data centers for several years, the hyperscales, and also the smart cities. So data centers will be used to assist in operating the flat cameras. And all the flat cameras are going to be connected. And they're going to be connected to the cars. And they're going to use biometrics. So when we're walking around, they're going to take pictures of our face. Data centers will be controlling the driverless cars. So we're not going to own cars in the future. We're going to have to pay for them, rent them. So the data center is going to be supporting all of this. So Catherine Ann Fitz, she is a ex-central banker. Can't read my writing here, I need glasses. Mentions data centers and flat cameras will be the main setup for the smart cities. She says it's going to limit travel and it's going to limit movement. Ms. Fitz said that data centers technology will be the central way to control limiting our travel and limiting our movement. Thank you. Much better. The C40 Smart City Initiative. I read the handbook on the C40 Smart City Initiative, and they need to build these data centers by 2030 to start the C40 Smart City Initiative. The handbook limits airplane travel. You can only travel once for every 3 years. Fitz, with the C40 initiative, because she talks about that too, and the data centers, will be used to implement central banking digital currency, which will be programmed to restrict where and when and how it's going to be used and how you spend your money. Effectively, this will be used with the data centers. The data centers will curtail financial freedom and movement and travel. The data centers also can turn off your car if you go beyond the 15 city limit. Data centers will be used to monitor what we buy. Again, only 3 pieces of clothing per year. The data centers is going to be using all of that data to limit how much food we buy. So we are going to be limited to 17 kilograms of meat and 18 kilograms of dairy per year. So you should all look this up, the C40 initiative. There's a handbook out there and it explains all of this stuff, and the data centers will support digital, the digital passport, also the digital health passport. So if you don't get all of your vaccines or you don't get the test, the appropriate test that they want you to get, they will shut you off and they will use the data centers to use it. So the data centers are not used for your cell phone. It's used for the smart cities, which they're planning on right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Just like it sounded. MANOOGIA. Good evening, neighbors, friends. I appreciate you guys sticking around. Oh, there we go. Some say we have one of the best kept secrets here in Franklin County. The people, the land, the community. Imagine having the pristine county that doesn't have a data center today. What do you think that would do for our property value? Instead of a few people profiting a massive amount of money to sell their land to DC investors, and then those investors making a ton of money and just move right on to the next deal. If we hold the line, we all win, all our property value goes up. So let's do the math on that. Do we make a few rich people even richer, or do we give our entire county more wealth? You give we people better land and value, and we have more equity to spend money in our own county. Are those investors going to stick around and spend that money in this county? I don't need to answer that. I imagine most of us chose to live here to be away from all the pollution and noise, the concrete, the land degradation. I know I do. I actually work in AI. I'm an AI engineer. These data centers, they're not here for our phones and our internet. They are here to power AI. We see a trend in the last few years, data center growth directly correlated to AI. How many of us in this room use AI enough to need that much more energy? Whatever jobs that will be created in the short time in building a data center will be
be replaced by hiring guys like me to automate everything. Replacing most of the workers with computers and machines, eliminating most of those jobs that were promised. The world does need data centers. It just doesn't need that many data centers. And Franklin County sure as heck doesn't need any of them. There's no harm in waiting this thing out. Land will just become more valuable. And if or when we bring in a power source, it just means those corporations will just pay more money. Later. Just not yet, please. Tell them maybe later. Thanks for your time.
Chris Watson and Claire Mueller is on deck.
Thank you for being here this evening. I know everybody's tired. My name is Chris Watson. I've written this speech 10 times. This evening, though, I think our citizens have covered most of it very effectively and efficiently. Thank you. I'd like to basically go back and state that I am against the proposed annexation, not annexation, proposed zoning plan regarding the clearing property without annexation. I'd like to take a trip with you tonight and drive back down through Pacific, down Highway O, Highway F, and you'll see the Merrimack River coming back up on the south side. They're proposing that we're going to hear a constant level of 55 decibels, a tone that will travel down this river. The property borders right on the Merrimack. You'll be able to see the building from that bridge. If you continue on driving down Highway O, F, you'll continue past Camp Solidarity and look at the sunset. You will see a building 85 to 65 feet tall. It goes for a quarter mile to a half a mile down the road. Each of these buildings a little bit less than a quarter mile. You'll round the corner at Highway N and continue back up, and you'll see two more 90-degree turns. These turns basically go to a hill that are basically 75 feet, and these buildings will be on top of the hill another 75 to 85 feet. Just imagine this. You continue on around the last final curve to the Straits Crest where they hit Catawissa. They have the entrance of their facilities outlined on a blind turn. Planning and zoning worked with developing Highway O to remove all the accidents we had many years ago. How can people plan and design a structure this big and not understand how to build a road or an entrance facility for construction? Let's continue our travel back to Catawissa, but we're also going to jump on a canoe and take a rafting ride down the Merrimack. Once you basically come around and turn, you're going to see a building that's basically posted in your development work, less than 300 feet from the riverside. This building, again, will have a 65 to 85 foot tall building. Each of these buildings have at least 2 diesel generators to power backup. These are, of course, tractor-trailer size entities. Decibel levels on any type of industrial generator is around 100 to 125 decibels. These have to be tested weekly. And of course, if you have 8 to 16 units, I'm already out of time. Yes, you are. Thanks for the tour. Thank you. And remember, Pacific, that area there is a railroad town, and also a river town. So respect it. Yeah!
to matter much. There have been plenty of intelligent research comments this evening. I'm tired, mad. You've lost the trust of the public by not sticking to your promise to the 6-month table. How much did you really learn in the last 60 days? The public is who you serve, not the money from the developers. The repeated rehearsed comments earlier about the proposed ordinance being the most restrictive ever are laughable. This is a nascent industry, even if it's been around since the 90s. I've been around since then and I still feel pretty new here. Calling this ordinance the most restrictive ever is like calling the only hill you've ever seen the world's tallest mountain. The pandering and frankly bootlicking we heard from those in favor is a disservice to the people here. We weren't born yesterday. The community's protection and well-being is not the priority here, money is. These meetings are beginning to feel like a formality only. Those who have been paid off are already decided. Yes, data centers are used for many things we do every day. They're also used for unlawful, targeted surveillance, military systems and weapons, crypto mining, AI that will take jobs, and more. The Public Service Commission was mentioned earlier. This is the body who decides utility rate increases. I'd like to point out the PSC is appointed by the governor. The governor who was paid $400,000 by Ameren during his campaign. And the PSC has never, to my knowledge, said no to a rate increase. This is something I'd like everyone to keep in mind, and it's a lose-lose for everyday citizens. As someone said earlier, we are in stages of grief. This feels inevitable, and this is not what the people want. And though we've been resoundingly clear, we're still here. This continues to move ahead against the wishes of your constituents that you serve as an elected body. We, the public, need to start thinking about what course of action we'll collectively take if this happens. Because even if you pass this, we're not going to stop appealing. We're not going to stop fighting. I'll leave you with a quick anecdote. I stepped out earlier and heard a little girl asking her mom, "Where do we live?" and pointing to the maps I'm sure you've seen floating about with concentric circles, and the red circle was pointed to. So when you close your eyes tonight, I hope instead of sleep, you see a 6-year-old scared for her future, and think about what you're going to do if you haven't already done it.
On deck.
His name is Zachary Hayes. He looks like I wonder if that's his brother. When he first came in, I was like, I wonder if that's his brother.
Can you hear me okay? My name is Zachary Hayes. Let me begin with something that has been sorely lacking, transparency to the public. As evidenced by the hurdles to acquire the details of what is proposed, the differences between permitted and conditional use, etc. I work in the tech field, specializing in data management. Data centers are an enabler for my employment, but they come with an extreme cost to the surrounding environment, ecosystems, and people, and do not belong just anywhere. I do not oppose the existence of data centers in an abstract or general sense. I oppose the under-regulated development and operation. As with many technologies, there are options for power, options for cooling, and so on. Each option presents its own unique relative trade-offs, and if you do not understand the options and the trade-offs, then you have not yet done your due diligence. Your responsibility is to represent the rest of us and to move forward making precedent-setting policy without understanding the impact is a breach of trust in your offices. The time for research is now. Not after construction has started, not after cost-prohibitive fixes are needed or irreversible damage has occurred. I oppose locating data centers in Franklin County, but if this is truly what is best for the county, I urge you to at least set regulations and limitations that make sense for Franklin County. If there's an appropriate place for a data center, great. If there is not, then Franklin County is not the right home. Data centers should be limited to existing qualifying zones, and if additional area is needed in the county, only the land adjacent to existing qualifying zones should be considered for rezoning. So I'd like to reiterate points made earlier about the cost-benefit analysis, whether this truly makes sense. I think we've all learned a few things tonight from the gentleman earlier, and I would also reiterate the points Mark Blackson made and asking what has been learned in the last couple of months since the January meeting, and how are we going to answer remaining questions. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Your
County. And Rochelle Bailey on deck.
Business, and I'd like to provide a recent example of something that made headlines, which I hope will provide a different perspective. So Block Incorporated, previously known as Squared, which is a St. Louis, Missouri grassroots company that has expanded globally in the last few years, and recently became an S&P Fortune 500 company just last year. On February 26, 2026, Block laid off more than 4,000 employees, which equates to 40% of the workforce. Mostly these employees were based in Missouri, a lot of my friends actually, who were scattered across each department. To name a few, HR, accounting, compliance, regulatory and litigation lawyers, accounting, learning and development trainers, customer support, and other specialized niches. These employees were replaced by AI that we all collectively built in-house over the last year, because you don't have to be an AI data engineer to work with AI actually. I've seen how AI staffing works firsthand. Humans build it up, but once the AI system matures, it runs itself with minimal human intervention. The proposed data center, or AI data center, will follow the same pattern. Block CEO Jack Dorsey, a Missouri native, he said he expects other companies to similarly overhaul their workforces as they see more efficiency gains from intelligent tools. It will start small, with the most human interaction. These are the jobs that they are promising us: electricity and water project managers and workers, construction pipelines, and etc. The list goes on with that. Then AI will have exponential growth once it gets its bearings. To put it plainly, a hyperscale data center will have little to no jobs once it matures. The AI will be the primary boss of itself. It will be its own IT tech, and it will have its own project managers that it can create out of thin air. It will be able to fix and adapt accordingly all on its own. So in time, data centers will be taking over our jobs in a multitude of industries, some we may not have considered where it was possible. A data center to this scale, with its handprint, will be on our health, our natural resources, our property values, our jobs, and our future in a negative way if it isn't done right with the proper regulations and fine print. So we must slow down, because accelerated review violates every principle of due diligence. And lastly, because I have time, I'm going to share a Native American proverb. Only when the last tree is cut down, the last fish has been caught, and the last stream is poisoned, we will realize that we cannot eat money. So please, let's be mindful here, okay? Thank you for your time.
Article 20, Objective 4, increase tourism in Franklin County through cooperation with cities, chambers, private, and not-for-profit organizations. Tourism, yes, that's a huge thing. I don't know if data centers are going to attract tourism in here, but it's probably not quite in the goal range. I myself love tourism in this. I'm not from here, I'm from Illinois. So whenever I get to see my out-of-state relatives, yes, you betcha, I'm bringing them to the rivers, I'm bringing them to Shaw. Those are my two favorite places, both of which are having data centers built right next door, so that's great. I was very happy to see young people in the crowd today, including children. Reminded me of my own 5-year-old and 8-year-old. One thing I love doing with them is reading, so I'll end you with a quote here from one of my favorite books, The Lorax. Unless someone like you cares an awful lot, nothing will change. It will not. So, unless with you guys, please consider tabling this again and give yourselves more time to look into the regulations, as there are gaps in it.
David Rogers, Martha Scuggs on deck. David Rogers, are you here? Yes, not. Martha Scuggs?
He left.
You here? You left?
He left.
Okay. Myra Joy? And Elkin Kistner is on deck.
No.
Myra, are you here? No?
Joy? This is the other attorney.
I'm Elkin Kistner, an attorney. I represent Jack Harris and Jesse Lee, who testified before you. Speak up!
Up.
Positive reaction. I think they ably explained to you the sound reasons why they're concerned about the proposed changes to the land usage regulations as written. And I don't want to come across as condescending, trying to tell you how to do your job. I have never served on a commission like what you're doing, and I suspect that the most senior member of this commission has never experienced a zoning controversy of this magnitude. But that's what you signed up for. And this commission is charged with the responsibility in assessing proposed changes to the land use regulations with a serious perspective as to what will be in furtherance of the health, safety, and welfare of the county. So when I was looking at this, I was looking at the proposed changes to the land usage regulations and to create data centers as permissive uses in 2 districts. And then you have these supplemental use regulations within the administration, and then what body review whatever decision was made by that person. Now, what that suggested to me was things were moving pretty quickly. And as you've heard from other people already, this is not a time to move quickly. It was rewarding to me to immediately hear the planning director mention that there's a possible off-ramp. Other people have testified to this, that making the data centers, to give them a conditional use status would enable the county to give each and every application for a data center an analysis that takes into perspective health, safety, and welfare of the community, which is something that does not exist under the proposed changes to the use of regulations as they're written tonight.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Keith, catcher side. Here.
Yeah, he's here.
And then Wallace Warren got that.
KETCHERSFPE. I have written testimony First, thank you all for your service. Appreciate it. I'm Keith Tetcherside. My wife and I are 16-year residents of Pacific, parents of 2 children. We live on 10 acres next to Mr. McLaren. We raise chickens and turkeys for eggs. We raise horses, we've got dogs, we've got cats, and we have a nice garden that we consume from. And I am in the IT field. I am not in favor of rezoning agriculture to industrial. I'm against living next door to this project, and I'm genuinely concerned for the impacts on my property value, utility rates, disruption of our lifestyle, our ecology, and the environment. What we have is a math problem. You must see to it that the costs do not outweigh the benefits. We want AI infrastructure. We want a data-driven economy. We want development in our county. That being said, it must be done right. Doing it right means not compromising our finite resources and ensuring the data center operator pays taxes at the same rate and structure as the surrounding residents. The fiscal impact must be transparently shown to the taxpayers. Costs made visible, and many of those costs you've heard about tonight. But the community benefits are lacking. We haven't seen that yet. We need to see that. It needs to be clear to us. The impact analysis was fully disclosed. Things such as workforce development obligations, pilot agreements, a community benefit fund. And additionally, it must disclose any property taxes on compute, the buildings, and the land, and assess valuation changes transparently. Local sales taxes must be disclosed, franchise fees, development incentives, and any public tax subsidies such as tips. The public deserves to see the details of these multi-billion-dollar CapEx proposals. Site abandonment, decommissioning, and restoration financial assurance should be a requirement. As a condition of approval, the Commission should require the applicant to provide financial assurance held in escrow or equivalent security sufficient to cover all costs associated with site abandonment, decommissioning, remediation, restoration, and pre-development conditions. In doing so, this protects the county and its taxpayers from future financial liability. In summary, on behalf of my family, I urge this body to carefully consider all of the testimony that's been given tonight and others in written format. Establish protective regulations, and if data centers are determined to be
buy you all a cup of coffee here. I'm sorry about this. I live just outside of Union here on Jeffreysburg Road. I've been a resident of Franklin County for over 40 years. And I am joining these other residents of Franklin County to express my concern and opposition to the proposed data center developments in our county, both Gateway Digital and Bedline Energy. And to ask that the 6-month extension to consider the impact of regulatory language that was voted and approved be reinstated, to allow accurate information to be considered and the public's concerns addressed fully. You heard endless expressions of concern over the impact to not only the quality of life for the residents living next to these facilities, but also the unspecified yet real impact to our water and electric for the entire region. Drawdowns to aquifers that provide water for residential wells and other uses is difficult to calculate, but it is not rocket science to know that these facilities will jeopardize water quality and quantity for the entire region, and there is no B plan when water runs out. The Ozark Aquifer system, which supplies Franklin County, is already facing ecological pressure. It's hard to conceive the drawdown these SIMs will cause, closed systems or not. It will have negative, even catastrophic repercussions. I know you've been presented with statements and data from others, among which Missouri Botanical Gardens, the Department of Conservation, who's charged whether by the Constitution of the state of Missouri or an internationally recognized conservation organization is to protect our natural resources. I encourage you to consider and adopt the regulatory language that has been proposed by these organizations if in fact it is determined these data centers are even allowed. Call me an optimist, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. So while some of the language proposed is an improvement, it is obvious that more information and study is needed. I do not envy your position. It was one of the most important decisions you as a body will make, and as such you are under intense scrutiny and pressure. However, the pressure needs to be how to best consider and serve the current and future residents of Franklin County, not the interests of unknown investors that have provided little to no public disclosure or discourse. Yes, a lot of money is being dangled in front of us, but with that money, so much needs to be considered. Money cannot replace what will be lost. Not everyone feels that money should be the end goal. Gold does not buy everything, especially when it's fool's gold. I will quote President Lyndon Johnson, if future generations are to remember us with gratitude rather than contempt, we must leave them something more than the miracles of technology. We must leave them a glimpse of the world as it was in the beginning, not just after we got through with it. Thank you for your time.
Laura Hanna? Laura Hanna? Okay. And then Dana Bowers on deck.
Hi, my name is Laura Hanna. I live in Pacific. Two things I'd like to say. Money is not a priority. We will not stop people. We are expecting our elected officials to become experts on the environmental. I'm sorry. Ramifications of the installation and process of the data centers proposed. We need empirical evidence to prove what the effects are short-term and long-term of this unprecedented consumption of our natural resources. Remember Ironton, Missouri, the cost after remediation was catastrophic. We were forever contaminated center's projected lifespan is unknown. This leaves an even larger question of what will happen then. The only people that care about the health of this community is the community. Do you feel, as a governing body of approximately 4,000 to 8,000 people of Pacific and its surrounding population, do you really feel you understand the impact of these data centers without the environmental studies in your hands? We are establishing a contract that will cover the building of the data centers and the eventual renter. Are we establishing a contract that will cover the builder of the data centers and the eventual renters? Do you feel Franklin County is legally represented to sufficiently negotiate a contract with the data center federally approved by regulations off the table administration to be effective? As of this week, President Trump has decided to push a permit for data centers to create their own power. Can you tell me what that might look like? Diesel engines running maybe 1 or 2, 1.2 gigawatt, 24/7 data centers within 5 miles of each other. Who is thinking that that will be okay? The emissions of that power is and will be devastating to all of us in Pacific and surrounding areas. Most of you live in Washington, and you are deciding the future of my town, the town you do not live in, and some of you have conflicts of interest and do not hold land. You have conflicts of interest due to land holdings, buddy systems, businesses that will profit from the data centers. You say the money coming in will benefit Franklin County. I pay taxes, and I'm wondering, why are we in such a mess that we need to destroy our farmland for money? I think we need to look at how our taxes are being misspent. I've researched many states and data centers and the effects of that no town is happy with data centers. The underhanded bait and switch that has transpired between the city officials. Dang it! And so I just want to say, may I?
How long is it?
1 minute. No, 10 seconds.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Finish up the house 10 seconds.
I think we need to know how our taxes are being misspent. I've researched many states with data centers and the effects that no town is happy with the data centers. The underhanded bait and switch that has transpired between the city officials and the data center has left many people, the majority, very upset with their town governments. Mr. Schatz, I heard you today say that the water consumed from the data center is that of a noodle company. Well, let me see you drink that expelled data center water. How's that going to feel in your
time's up.
Thank you, sir.
Laura, you dropped something up there.
Tired as we are. Born and raised in Villa Ridge almost 50 years ago, my grandson is a fifth-generation Franklin County resident. My parents actually still reside in my childhood home right near the proposed site of Diamond Farms. I'm a current homeowner in the city of Pacific where myself, my children, and my grandchild live. Our family owns 2 small businesses. We run a nonprofit disaster relief foundation out of this community. We are very rooted here. We strive on a daily to help our local community and those nationwide recover from natural disasters. This could potentially be a disaster for our small community that we may never recover from. And I implore you to not just listen to those of us that are sharing our concerns, but actually hear us, hear what we are saying. Please decline the request to push through the zoning for such a life-altering development that affects us all. We appreciate the efforts of those that visited Altoon on the taxpayers' dime with some of the P&Z members and our biased commissioner. Unfortunately, no people that could potentially be negatively impacted by this or any licensed specialists concerning the uncertain promises were asked to join you on this trip. Only eyes and ears of unqualified individuals who have nothing to lose but stand to gain financially came back comparing apples to oranges with the difference in their current center versus the 2 that are being proposed here in this county, and then published unsubstantiated opinions with the good old boy guarantees instead of truths and facts from professionals. Nor did you guys provide any legal contracts for us. So I ask, what legal binding contracts have these investors, developers, contractors, long-term leases provided for the people of us here in Franklin County to ensure that these hyperscale data centers will not have a negative impact on our daily life, health, wildlife, or contractual documents that cause them to pay consequences that they have signed to protect the residents from long-term financial costs to us as individuals or families from any negative impacts that may be incurred from these developments. So far, we have seen nothing of that nature. There are no guardrails or protection in this currently proposed regulation change. So before rezoning for something this massive, the P&Z committee, I implore you, you guys need to be accountable to all of us as residents by demanding transparency and protection for us. You don't buy a car without looking under the hood, check the transmission, test drive before investing in buying, nor do you drive the car without insurance for protection. We're asking for you to insure us. This project is way more massive than just buying a car, though. In 2025, Amazon, HP, Microsoft laid over 51,000 employees. Last thing I'll say real quick is that please be compassionate of everything that everyone has said here tonight. We're not hysterical. We are all showing up to be heard as a community.
Thank you. Linda Carr, Mary Watson on deck. Mary's not here. Thank you. Linda here?
Where to?
Was Linda Carr here?
I am. You know, they said just about everything I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
I know your time. I know you really appreciate these 600 salaries that you're making sense. Just listen to us.
Ryan Cernick. Is Ryan Cernick here? No.
Wait. Here we go.
And then Samantha Crooks, she's here on deck.
I'll try to keep this brief because some of us have actual jobs going to. I was just wondering, why was this meeting moved from 6 months to just like not 6 months at all? Very kind of seems a little not transparent in my opinion, and a lot of these people obviously have concerns about this data center. And is there going to be an official response on why this meeting was moved last minute?
We're not answering questions. Go ahead and make your testimony.
Okay. Well, there were some answers answered earlier today. And is it just answers you do not want to answer? Or is that also what we're looking for an NDA?
You're using your time up. Go ahead and please give us what you want.
I have 2 more minutes, which I would be willing to give to you to answer that one very simple question: why this meeting?
If breakdown, we may get into discussion, but we're not going to discuss it right now. It's your time to make testimony to us.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll use my last minute and a half to say I grew up in Gray Summit. I went to Coleman Elementary.
the investors are from Dallas. In my humble opinion, they should just go back to Dallas where they came from. And also, I think some of you should consider stepping down, especially you.
Oh yeah!
And sorry for leaving 1 minute on the clock. I wasn't quite prepared.
Samantha, S-A-M-A-N-T-H-A, last name Crooks, C-R-O-O-K-S. Good evening, my name is Samantha Crooks, and I'm here today to represent Hunter Stall's Rocky Ranch. I believe we are being asked to accept something that you do not fully understand, and once it is here, it will be too late. Data centers are presented as progress, as opportunity, as something harmless, but the truth is there are too many unknowns and too much at stake to blindly trust those assurances. We are told they are safe, we are told they are quiet, we are told they will not harm our land, our water, or our families. But where is the long-term proof? Where are the decades of studies showing what constant energy demand, heavy infrastructure, and continuous operation do to rural communities? What happens to the land after years of strain? What happens to the water supply when massive amounts are used for cooling? What happens to people who live next door, not for a year, but for a lifetime? The reality is we don't know. And when the answer is we don't know, that should not mean go ahead anyway. The burden does not fall on the companies, it falls on us. It falls on families who live nearby. It falls on farmers trying to protect their land and livestock. It falls on the children growing up in the shadow of something no one can fully explain the long-term effects of. Who do we call when we have an issue? I need names, numbers, addresses, and emails. We are being asked to trust the same kind of promises people have heard before. Promises tied to development, to industry, to economic benefit, and too often those promises come with fine print, with shifting responsibility, and with consequences that only show up years later. This is not fear, this is caution, this is not resistance to change, it is responsibility. Trust should be earned with transparency and with independent research and with time, not rushed decisions. If something is truly safe, then it should stand up to scrutiny. It should withstand questions. It should not be proven, it should be proven, not just promised. Until then, we have a duty to protect what we already have, our land, our water, our health, and our way of life. Because once we allow something that we do not fully understand, we will be the ones who live with the outcome, not the people who sold it to us. So no, we should not blindly trust, we should question, we should demand answers, and we should be willing to say not here until those answers are real, complete, and proven. Because the cost of getting this wrong is not temporary, it's permanent. Thank you, and God bless.
Mary Chapman, here. No. Vicki Schmietzenkamp. Vicki here. Sandy Vaughn. Okay, take your time. Michael Ogle is on deck. Michael here.
Hi, my name's Sandy Vaughn. I live right outside Pacific on Highway NN. I'm right across the street from Soma Manor, and I'm everybody's pretty well covered everything I had to say in opposition to it. I will say, though, that I may not be here to see it built and in operation, but I have 41 grandchildren and great-grandchildren that will be here. They are my big concern. What is the ramifications of this? I don't know, you don't know, and those that may know aren't going to speak up because money talks. So I just hope that you guys will all examine everything that's been said and take it to heart. I would just paraphrase the Bible saying in Matthew 16:26, "For what should a do and gain the whole world, and a man lose his very soul?" This world has many choices. Eternity has two. Choose wisely.
Was Michael Ogle here? No. Karen Dorak. Karen here. Good. Carla Abel on deck. Carla here.
My name is Karen Dorak. I live in Labadee, Franklin County, pretty much my whole life. I moved away from Labadee and moved back. There's been expert testimony by many people, lawyers, AI people, engineers, and I am concerned about all of the things that they have talked about. I am concerned about the environmental effects on wildlife, the noise, the energy. If we have fire protection to these areas that could, and I know we don't, that could fight a fire if this was built. There is a couple things that, there was a study done on the McLaren property by the Missouri Department of Conservation, and that one shows that there is endangered mussels, bats, different things that are in that area and would have effects. That's a federal law. There was nothing done on the Shaw area. Shaw moved out here over 100 years ago, 101 I think, to get away from the pollution in St. Louis, and so now it's going to be right across the street. In the one case, that is. The other thing that I know that they talked about is the creation of jobs. And there will be some construction jobs, I'm sure, but if you're building a hyperscale data center, they are going to bring expert people in for some of that are not actually from here, I think. You may have concrete people, some electricians, you'll have people to run the fiber line that may be from here, but they will bring expert people in from other areas that the jobs aren't coming from here. And then when it's built, will there be 50 jobs that it supports or less, and AI will take over eventually. I know that many of you are, Bill McLaren, you are co-workers, your friends, your business partners. Many people have probably gotten loans from the bank. And so you have that connection with these people. But I feel like you really need to step away from that. I'm sure you're getting pressure from everybody behind us, but you're getting pressure from these people too, because money and politics talk. And you're on this commission to fight for the people of Franklin County, and so I would like you to do some soul searching and think about that. Probably table this discussion, the vote for tonight.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I have some documents for you. My name is Carla Abel. I'm a biologist. I have a degree in fish and wildlife and a master gardener. And I'm a longtime resident of the area, and I would like to discuss my reasons for the denial of these permits for the Diamond and the McLaren properties. If I had a crystal ball, I would present scientific reasons why this is not a good fit for Franklin County. One thing I want to say before I get into a couple of things, I wanted to talk about my nephew. He worked at a data center downtown, and during the time that he was working, there was only 10 people working there in this data center, that they had a flood. Then some of the piping broke, and it flooded. Now downtown they have several stories, and it flooded down, and they had to do a lot of repairs to fix the building. Now, what are we going to do if that occurs out here? Then I would like to talk about, in the packet I also included the 2/17 of this year, the assessment that the Missouri Conservation did. So it's in your packet for you. That was sent to Pacific. Shaw Nature Reserve is located across the road from the Diamond property, as you are aware. Rush Creek flows from the Diamond property to Shaw Nature Reserve. Any type of pollutions, airborne, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, particle matters, carbon monoxide from the diesel generators, backup diesel generator units, or waterborne contaminants from the treatments for bacterial growth and mineral buildup could flow into the Shaw Nature Reserve. It's a designated prairie restoration project area. Also, the stormwater, when you got concrete, the water just rushes right off into the streams. It doesn't go into the ground. Then there's several in the prairie restoration project is extremely important to this area. In Missouri, there's only about 99% of the prairies that are gone due to crop, urban development, livestock farming, and mining. Only 1% is here that's left. The restored areas currently is home to 17 species of plants of high conservation concern. Among these are the queen of the prairies, shoot.
Time does it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can read the rest. Corbett Shannon. Corbett here. Okay. Sean Casey's on deck. Is Sean here?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Corbett Shannon. I'm here tonight because what's happening with the files before this commission concerns every single person in this room. Over 1,000 acres of Franklin County land is being positioned for industrial scale development. This is ecological vandalism, plain and simple. One of the applicants calls their project a home run. Is that a joke? Mr. Sanders, you didn't come here to invest in our community. You came here to strip mine it and then laugh at us all the way back to Georgia. If this is such a great idea, go build it in your backyard. The biggest question has not been answered. Who stands to profit from this decision? The parcels tied to this rezoning are controlled by entities connected to a powerful, well-established network right here in this county.
Yep.
The arrogant enemy that has a bank and a law firm. The other parcels are owned by a former member of this very commission. The self-serving enemy that had a public office. This is not speculation. It is a matter of public record. So let's stop dancing around it. It looks like decisions are being made that could benefit a very small circle of connected interests, while the people of this county are left in the dark. The United States is a republic. Representative government puts the interests of the 107,000 citizens of this county ahead of corporate developers and a few well-connected thieves that want to rule this county like it's their own personal kingdom.
Right.
This county does not belong to out-of-staters like Beltline Energy or Providence. And this is not a minor zoning change. It is a decision that would reshape this county forever. The bottom line, if there are no conflicts, prove it. If there are no connections, if there are connections, disclose them. And if there's any doubt, recuse yourself. Because the people of Franklin County are watching. We are not going to accept decisions of this magnitude being made without full transparency and accountability. Transparency here is not optional, it's the law. And if you're not going to follow it here, it will be enforced somewhere else. Commissioners, your vote won't just define this project, it will define each and every one of you. I call upon you, reject these proposals, declare a moratorium on data center development, and let the people of this county vote for their future. Today on St. Patrick's Day, and now is the time to drive these snakes out. And you, fellow commissioners, you don't work for these economic predators, you work for us. And tonight, we're asking you to prove it. While the lady was here earlier making comments about her disability, I noticed gentlemen here from Beltline Energy checking their cell phones and laughing. What is so damn funny about raping our county? We're not going to stand for it. Thank you.
Thank you for seeing me. My name is Sean Casey. I'll try to be brief. Everyone has pretty much covered what I want to cover. They've said what I want to say. Well, one thing that I do want to say is that why aren't you guys standing up, opposing this? Why aren't they giving you all the reasons why they don't want this ordinance? It's because it's a paper tiger. And they know it's a paper tiger. And you guys all know that it's a paper tiger. So you know that you need more enforcement and you need more oversight. And this ordinance needs to be like 75 pages long or 100 pages long, like the one in Jefferson County. And it needs to have a robust CBA or a development agreement or whatever you want to call it. Because if this thing was what these citizens wanted, and these guys right here, they'd be squealing. They'd be up here squealing about this thing. And so that's the type of ordinance that you need to do. You need to make an ordinance that has all of the things that you've heard tonight in it, so that these guys right here, they squeal about it, that they don't like it, that they're up here saying, wait a minute, we aren't going to be able to do this, or we don't like that. or we don't like that. Because the only ones that are saying this right now are the citizens. They're the people that have come here tonight to talk to you. And it's kind of ridiculous that they have to beg you for this. I mean, look at all these people. Look at all those cards. I know the lawyer, I can't remember his name, but he was up here. And he said, all of you have probably never seen anything like this before. You've never seen this many cards, this many speakers. People have been waiting here for hours to speak. I have. I know you have too. But like they said, this is what you signed up for. But we didn't sign up for this. We didn't sign up for what these guys are bringing. So you need to do your due diligence. And you need to make an ordinance if you're even gonna. I wish you just told them to get lost. But if you're gonna make an ordinance, you need to make it so strong for this community that these guys right here, they squeak. Thank you.
Luella Maxwell.
Are we still on the amendment changes, or do I have okay, so I'll have another 3 minutes after this? Okay. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm going to focus my first 3 minutes here on the amendment changes. In my testimony that I submitted, you can see this at the end under the ways that it violates the master plan of Franklin County. Number one, under the land use regulations section of Franklin County Master Plan Goal 3, ensure contiguous land uses are compatible. It's not. Ensure new developments minimize conflict with existing residential or agricultural uses. Encourage commercial and industrial developments to be attractive, site appropriate, and compatible with surrounding uses. Number two, stormwater and water resources goals and objectives. Goal, minimize the negative effects of erosion, flooding, and pollution runoff on county water resources and properties. Consider stormwater management as a regional issue, county-wide, with cooperative involvement of municipalities. Minimize the impact of new development on streams, wetlands, and floodplains. Minimize ground contaminants to protect water resources. Number three, goal. Minimize the negative effects of erosion, flooding, and pollution runoff on county water resources and properties. Objective. Consider stormwater management as a regional issue, county-wide, with cooperative involvement of municipalities. Objective 3, promote conservation of energy, especially in facilities with lower overall energy needs. Strategy 2, encourage the reduction of energy consumption by residential, commercial, industrial users whenever possible. And that was cited from franklinmo.org/masterplan/top-P. I have, 1 minute left. I'm just flabbergasted that we all have to be here tonight. It has already affected the health of our community. You can't tell me it hasn't. I am proud of our community for standing up and telling you what we need. I hope you listen to our needs. I'm going to have my next 3 minutes on the red wolves, the endangered species. I hope you guys will visit. There are less than 20 red wolves left in the wild, and we have 24 in a breeding program with the St. Louis Zoo, with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Wolf Conservation Center. I wish some of those entities would have been here. I invited them all. Okay, I'll see you again.
Matthews here?
Excuse me, I signed up for opposition, my name wasn't called.
I did too.
I
Some of
signed
the
up.
confusion might be because some people did not check the box.
I did
in
check the
favor
box.
and
I have
opposition for it.
witnesses.
Can I finish what I'm saying, please? I understand
You
your
interrupted me.
situation might be different. Hold on one second, please. I want the chairman to know what's going on. We can look for your name, sir. But as far as the cards are concerned, if someone did not mark the box indicating that they were in favor or in opposition, we put them down for the informational only section. We cannot decide that you were in favor or in opposition.
What is your name?
Ryan Nick Heat. M-C-P-E-A-K. In opposition.
Are you okay?
Or from the zoning? Which one? We have
All of
one.
them. I don't care. The Diamond Farms. I checked the Diamond Farms one and the Pacific.
We're not on that file yet.
On the amendment only right now. The diamond ones will come up later.
I checked the Pacific.
That's later also. That's after.
Wait,
Let him
do it.
Speak. Let him speak. I just speak anyway.
In opposition.
Whenever you sign up, you'll be able to speak. If you didn't sign up on the amendment, then you'll speak, but it's under the other files.
I signed in opposition.
Yeah, for one of the other files, not this file.
I smell moral decay.
Listen, put it in. If he filled it out wrong, that's not our fault. We have rules, just like law and order, which I think most of you want. When it comes time, everyone's got to speak that's signed up to speak. We're on the informational only now on this file.
So what's after the information only?
We'll go to the file on the Diamond properties.
In opposition.
Yeah, well, I'm going back. We'll have to do both.
Did you guys find his card?
Did you find his card?
Of course they have their cards.
It's Scott Matthews here.
Yep.
Vince Seportia is next.
He was the fellow who talked to Elliot.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Scott Matthews. I'm speaking as a trustee and on behalf of Northwood Estates Property Owners Association, representing 17 adjacent property owners near the Phelan Road, McCarran, Crooked Creek Farm property. For the record, we previously submitted 12 copies of our written testimony addressing files 260036, 260037, 250269, and 25270. And we respectfully request that the written testimony that was submitted on March 6 and this oral statement be incorporated into the official proceedings. These four filings together establish both the regulatory framework and the zoning pathway for the proposed developments. Let me begin clearly. Many of us do not oppose reasonable and responsible economic development in Franklin County. We also strongly believe in the protection of individual property rights, all individuals, and all property rights, not just large ones. Our primary concern is classification. Where projects of this scale are allowed and how they're governed, the cumulative long-term impacts and whether these impacts receive public review proportional to their scale. Franklin County's own zoning language states that the purpose of zoning regulation is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. Yet the changes under consideration would allow hyperscale data centers as a permitted use within agricultural zoning areas. Simply put, the guardrails should be getting stronger, not weaker. We strongly oppose this fundamental shift because it removes one of the county's most important protections, discretionary public review, replacing it with administrative compliance and authority. This is not a minor land use adjustment. This is a structural change in the land use policy. filed seek to rezone 500 acres to agricultural classification, while publicly described proposals of this scale are not consistent with the agricultural classification. Infrastructures of this magnitude involving continuous operations, mechanical cooling systems, emergency generation, substantial grade and long-term operational intensity warrants regulatory treatment proportional to its scales and permanence. In addition, Missouri Department of Conservation Natural Heritage Review identifies this area as a level 3 review site, the highest level of environmental concern involving federally listed endangered species, sensitive aquatic systems, karst terrain associated with groundwater vulnerability. Where infrastructure of this scale intersects with the environmental sensitivity and the residential adjacency, coordinated and discretionary public review is not obstruction, it is prudent governance. We respectfully recommend maintaining conditional use classification for data centers, adopting tiered regulatory standards for large-scale facilities, requiring enhanced buffers of at least 2,000 feet from residential properties for hyper data centers. All coordinated consideration of these filings before any final recommendation should be made with the public. Our request is simple: ensure that infrastructure of this scale receives review proportional to its permanence, its environmental context, and its proximity to existing residential communities. We respectfully encourage the Commission to not approve these findings tonight and instead allow sufficient time for a fully cumulative impact, and decisions of this scale deserve your utmost care and coordinated public consideration. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
This will cover all four on the card.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Vince Savarito. I'm a retired professional electrical engineer in the Villa Ridge area. My entire 43-year career focused on electrical safety and electrical protection. We've been anxiously reading the newspaper accounts of these data center issues, waiting and hoping to see some assurance that the quality of our electrical power is not degraded. And we've not heard this tonight, we've not seen it in the paper, so this is going to be new to most of us. So far, we've seen nothing. Why should you care? Why should we care? Because dirty power can shorten the life of your appliances and electronics and can actually cause your utility bills to be significantly higher than they should be. Now I'll explain why. Power supplies of the data centers turn on and off the power from 300,000 to 1 million times per second. That imposes dirty power onto the electrical grid, so that instead of having a nice, clean, smooth sine wave, it has spikes. Dirty power is measured by THD, total harmonic distortion. At a THD of 2 to 3%, there are not a lot of issues. It's not causing a problem. But as THD increases, motors, such as the one in your refrigerator, begin to run hotter and burn out quicker. Higher THD also affects your electronics, as in your big screen TV, shortening its life expectancy. Now, thinking that you live in Washington, Union, or St. Clair, so that it's not your problem? Think again. Dirty power from data centers can produce harmful effects for 20 miles or more. I'll bet most of us in this room are within 20 miles of these proposed data centers. And now for utility bills. Dirty power can cause utility smart meters to incorrectly compute your actual consumption. so you can be charged more than you've used. I don't know what kind of meters Ameren uses in this area. My suggestion is that you hire a consulting engineering firm, not me, I'm retired, to actually measure total harmonic distortion throughout the county, and then put some limits in place in the requirements for the zoning, so that the data centers are within those limits. Thank you.
Chairman, I just want to make an announcement real quick so it's not clear. The gentleman that was down here that stated that he signed up for opposition, and I do have his card here, and he did not sign up for opposition in the file we're speaking of right now, just so that is made aware.
Doug Paddle. And Michelle Megdal. Anyone here? Michelle, you're on the reverse, go ahead.
Are we all awake?
Yep.
My name is Michelle, and I live in Union. I'm speaking tonight as a constituent, a resident, and a member of the Sierra Club of Missouri. I have been a member of the Missouri Botanical Garden for most of the 40 years that I have lived in Missouri. In the early 1900s, St. Louis soft coal smoke pollution became so severe, it was known that people were inhaling 15 tablespoons of coal dust a day. The orchids at Missouri Botanical Garden were threatened, prompting land purchase and a move to Shaw Arboretum in Franklin County in the 1920s. After World War II, St. Louis, through conservation efforts, had reduced its pollution by 75%, and the rest of the plants remained at Missouri Botanical Garden, leaving Shaw's Arboretum as a showcase for native plants and wildlife of eastern Missouri. This was stated in an article in the Missouri Conservationist. In 2000, Shaw Arboretum was renamed Shaw Nature Reserve. The Nature Reserve has 2,400 acres and operates as an extension of the Botanical Garden, with 14 hiking trails, several historic homes, a wetland lined for birds, and tall grass prairies. It also presents educational programs for children and adults throughout the year. Wildlife is plentiful now, and on the reserve may be several species of endangered animals. I'd also like to point out about a little town in Circleville, Ohio, which opened an RCA plant in the 1960s. They made glass tubes filled with mercury. That plant had to close down in 1980 something. And to this day, grass does not grow on that land. Please do not do your due diligence. You owe this to the community. You owe this to the people who own property in Franklin County. The severity of mistakes made in the past should not be repeated. Thank you.
Frank Strump? Frank Strump, you here? And John Gephardt on deck. John here?
on at the beginning of the meeting and before we held some other small side discussion about changes to the regulations that they should be making yet. So it seems like it's in flux. I also observed the developers who had very little oppositions to the regulations. I have seen some excellent testimonies tonight expressing many valid technical reasons why the proposed regulations are incomplete. I would think with those three things alone, that should make you feel as if you haven't quite gotten your due diligence. I don't blame you. It's not a fair fight. This is a local government entity. You're fighting a multi-billion-dollar project. The only thing that you have, or not the only thing, one tool that you do have is time. Take your time, get the help, get the counsel to help you. Demand it from the developers. I can't, I just thought it was kind of what you could call an expression or whatever, but when I heard the developers basically saying, the regulatories are good to go, that's kind of like the fox telling the farmer that your house is secure. So beware. And then I'll finish up with just kind of an anecdotal, but many stories that others have shared. I've been a Franklin County resident for like a little over 10 years. I moved on a parcel of land with my wife, and we were going to make a retirement community, for ourselves and our kids. We've done it. I am blessed. I have my 3 children. I have 11 of my grandchildren. We're all within walking distance. My children and myself, when we did that, we took commutes that were like, in some cases, as short as 5 minutes, increased it to an hour because of where we wanted to live and the environment we wanted to live in. So, I'll finish this by urging you. Think of your children, your grandchildren. Do you think these set of regulations are good enough to protect them by being the neighbor next door to a hyperscale data center? I don't think we're there yet. And then, actually, my personal preference is this is not the environment that the citizens of this county want. They want what they have. Small communities, rural environment. I moved here for it. I grew up on a small livestock farm, so did my wife. That's what we wish. Thank you for your time. I don't envy your position.
John Gebhardt here. There he comes.
Is it really? Holy cow.
Gebhard, as in David.
Oh, my name is John Gebhardt. My grandfather came over here when he was 13, World War I. Said what I said Pacific. My dad was born in a little log cabin right where I ran over there. That's me, he's still there. I have quite skin in the game, what I'm trying to say. I've got grandkids, and all my kids have went to Merrimack Valley School District. One thing I know from living here my whole life in Merrimack Valley School District is that we're the armpit of 3 counties. Whenever they wanted a trash transfer, Jefferson County, because you run in within 2 miles of where you guys want yours, and they wanted, anyway, whenever St. Louis County came around and they wanted a prison, where'd they go? Merrimack Valley School District. Okay, now you guys want this here. I know it's not going to, affect a lot of Franklin County because you're pretty way out of the edge, right? Yeah, but you reap all the benefits from it, and we have to put up with it. What I'm trying to say is, let's see, yeah, my friends, anyway, I'd like to see this be a good neighbor. They talk about these closed system, but what I understand is we're just putting in a little bit of it so they can claim theirs. Most of it is going to be cooling towers. See, that's where the water goes. And they say that they, but also, well, obviously, here's like they were going to do that trash transfer right up take standardization. He said from now on, all of you are gonna have a power plant that's not to tax our grid. Now, is that all these have you guys go there? I mean, from now on, you're gonna do that, or you're gonna be a good neighbor for us? The president said you were gonna do that, and he surely wouldn't lie to the red state, would he?
Dean Steiger. Dean Steiger here. Jessica Nicodemo is on deck.
I'm speaking on behalf of clean air, clean water, and clean power. I just spoke with a company. It's in 125 different countries with over 110,000 employees. And I spoke with the global person in charge of cooling. They use no water. Everyone's talking about and they should be concerned, whether it be a cistern, or well, or groundwater, or creek. There is technology available that uses other methods to cool these data centers. The other thing that's critical is the fact that they're quieter. When you look at data centers that are in outside of Washington, D.C., in Pennsylvania, in Virginia, different areas, New Jersey, etc. One of the biggest problems they have is sound. The other thing is the fact that they're very quiet because they don't use the chillers, they don't use evaporation towers. They also, with the new technology and engineering available, they're able to secure that sound so the neighboring community, especially if you have children, can sleep in them. Because data centers require power around the clock. The other thing that I want to make clear is this. There is technology available to provide that power 24/7, 365 days a year for a decade. It does not shut down. And the other thing that is the fact that it's renewable and it's the only carbon zero producer of electricity in the world. The neat thing about it is that it's from ethanol, which is made from plants. In the United States, it's primarily from corn, but in other areas of the world, it can be switchgrass, it can be sugarcane, etc. This power is renewable year after year after year. Now, when you talk about gigawatts, 1.2 that these data centers are requiring, what they're looking at is those with 38 seconds left. Those are with natural gas. And I will read you, and get to it real quick. There's a bill going through Congress right now that addresses to this. And there's a similar one going in California. And what they state is this: when they use natural gas and they dose it with hydrogen, it's much cleaner. And I would bet that anyone here, if it's clean enough for California, it's clean enough for here. Thank you.
I've lived in Catawissa for 21 years and now living in Pacific for the last 12. I graduated from ECC twice. I went to MOBAC and got my bachelor's of science in biology, and I'm an analytical chemist. Been over that for 10 years. I do mycotoxin testing, which is a big name for crop testing. So this should fit right in. I am concerned about the proposed data center in both Gray Summit and Catawissa. This will affect our environment negatively. This will create pollution. No lies will cover that up. Science is science. We know that our environment will change due to these data centers. The weather will change its patterns. The summer will be hotter than ever. The smog from these data centers will flow from west to east, hitting Pacific in its path. Lung disease will plague our town, along with losing our wildlife that is so plentiful. Acoustics of these data centers, which are called infrasounds, can be detrimental to our way of life. Infrasounds are frequencies below the lower limit of human hearing, which can cause many issues in human body, animal life, and plants. For the people that are close to this site, I would recommend infrasound logs to show the distribution before and after this site is built. This will show the change you're experiencing from Beltline's data center, which can be held in court legally, proving that you have been affected by this data center. Sound is one of the most intrusive issues, and not enough studies to show that data centers will not affect Coleman Elementary School, Nike Elementary School, within a 2-mile range. We need to have studies at these proposed sites. How will it affect our students at these elementary schools? No exceptions. Infrared sound can lower quality of life, period. 55% increase in anxiety, 33% increase in irritability and depression. Studies do show that hyperscale centers will directly affect our community, but the question is, how much? Promises that are not in writing will be ignored. Do we want our families to have this stress that we already have? Do we want our kids to go to school next to these? The government has infrasounds for psychological warfare. Can I get anybody to raise their hand that is pro-data center? What a shame if this passes. Commissioners will be the heroes. Will you be the heroes, or will you be the enemies?
Time's up.
One last thing, please. My biggest question to the public, or to them, is why can't we have a public vote on this? We have a ton of signatures, but for some reason, this is a dictatorship, not a democracy.
Speaking halfway here, Steve. And Karen Foss, Karen here, you'll be on deck.
I had a lot to say, but it's already been said, you heard it 100 times. I don't understand why we're even here discussing this. You guys went behind our backs. That's not good. And I know you're not elected, thank God, because you would be out of a job tomorrow.
Yep.
There's a few things I do want to touch on. I know I can't ask questions, but how many of you on the board here, children go to Coleman School? How about Nike? You can raise your hand. Don't cost nothing. How about Robertsville? No? Well, my kids did, my grandkids did. I don't think they ought to be able to grow up with that noise and crap. And this man sitting behind me here, he said that he already said that they can deal with the low amount of decibels. They already want to change it. I say ship him back wherever the hell he came from and the boat he rode in on.
Daniel Rash. Yeah, you are. Oh, I'm sorry. I was ahead of the game.
Can you switch the middle of that? Puss.
Probably not.
Ow. Oh, my hair.
Master plan is kind of important. And all I'm going to say about it, because I know you guys know what the master plan is, I don't understand how a 6 to 8 story building can fit next to a residential area in a rural community. I just don't get that. I don't see it. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I won't take my 5 minutes. The other thing I want to talk about is our landing plan. You know, this made me do a little research on the landing plan, and I used to like John Bushner, you know, but what I realized is that he signed off on a lot of polluting factors for the landing plan that have never been addressed. So right now, the landing plan is the second deadliest power plant in our nation. So can you be proud of that? And on top of that, we're going to put 2 data centers in here. We just can't do it. I don't care what Aaron says. We cannot do it. We're already like full of pottage down in the valley. You know, we just can't keep adding problems to the environment. And that's all I have to say. Have a good evening.
Is Daniel Rash here? Scott Ramshaw? Not here? Pam Whitelock? That ends the, oh, she's coming? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Swear yourself in.
We're going to get on to the presentations.
Members of Planning and Zoning. I live in the tourism corridor of Marina Farms, Shucks Nature Reserve, Armsville State Park, Merrimack.
Mic a little closer, please.
The historic Route 66. My name is Pam Whitelock. I acknowledge that traditional zoning performance standards and broad hazard mitigation planning exist. However, I am recommending that Franklin County adopt a documented risk management framework, which is used by many businesses for high-impact projects like large data, mega data centers, and other different industries that may come along the way. This protects the residents, and it also protects the county by creating a defensible record for decisions. It ensures consistent treatment of applicants, identifies downstream public costs like roads, fire and EMS readiness and enforcement, so they aren't shifted to the taxpayers, and preventing a prove now and then solve later. standards, independent verification, and financial assurance. It also builds public trust because the county can show how risks were evaluated and what conditions were imposed. That's why I'm concerned about the language about making large data centers a permitted use. Permitted use reduces meaningful oversight and can allow a campus to expand phase by phase with limited review. These need to be made into binding, recorded requirements with any type of major expansion triggers. And I want to address the assurances we've heard. Wells will be impacted, noise lights, so on and so on. With respect, assurances are not a protection. Both residents and the county need enforceable, measurable standards with independent testing, clear triggers, funded remedies so that those assurances are real in day-to-day operations, not just statements during approval. And we can have continuous monitoring buildings, not once every 3 years or something like that. That technology exists for continuous monitoring. We also need independently held remediation reserve so residents and businesses aren't forced to pay out-of-pocket costs or lawsuits if harm applies. Risks differ by property. My home is a 1902 lab and plant structure. I also have a horse with dust-sensitive issues. So the county needs baseline surveys, monitoring, and enforceable response times evaluated during a COP, not informal promises. My request is straightforward. Keep large mega data centers as a conditional use with clear performance standards and amendment triggers for expansion, and adopt a county-wide risk management framework so protections are baked in upfront. Okay. I understand there may be an interest in improving the data centers. Please just approve them with a documented framework, clear standards, independent verification, and funded remedies, so the county doesn't end up managing preventable impacts and residents aren't left paying the cost.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that ends the public testimony for the regulations amendment. We are going to take another 10-minute break and then we'll reconvene.
Dave, you can.
Yes, definitely.
What do you need?
Ooh, Lord have mercy.
That's the Cadillac it sees right now. Yeah, we also had some cheaper parking.
That's my philosophy. I think we're here for the long haul.
It's like, everybody already knows the hats out the back, and it's like, you can see, if you're like this, how about you just have, it's not like these people are your customers, right? So you're just selling them down, you seem to be closing their back. That's how you get it. Nope, you're good.
just kind of wanted to read them. I've been at it since our community, wanted to save it. I've been finding that it's just a long
Keep it going on.
Exactly. I was just making sure that And
Yeah, honestly, I was 10 years. I graduated in 60. And then I go to. Okay, it's like I know that it's all we had to make
Nora, hi.
Yeah, it's good to see you. I always appreciate your posts so much on Facebook. Really cool cartoons too.
Okay, that ended the public testimony. We'll file.
Oh no.
My dad sent me a special request that you hand to the crowd.
Okay. The chair will take a motion on this file.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to move this to unfinished business.
Do I have a second? In a second. Is there any discussion? No? Okay, all those in favor of moving file 260036 to unfinished business, say aye. Aye. Any nays? Okay, motion carried. File 260036 is moved to unfinished business. Okay. Next, we're doing, let's see, file 250269, Diamond 66 LLC. Remember, we combined these two for public testimony. File 250270, Diamond Farms LLC. We'll allow 3 minutes and for the people to sign up. Nicole, will you give us the details on these files?
Yes, and Chairman, I've written 2 different staff reports, so I'm going to read them consecutively. The first one is 250269, Diamond 66 LLC. The applicant requests to rezone 2 parcels from the R zoning district to the A zoning district. Properties are located approximately 0.65 miles west of the intersection of Highway 100 and Robertsville Road in Bowles Township. Facts. The total area for the rezoning is approximately 39.5 acres. The zoning of this property is R. The applicant would like to rezone to the A district. The intent of the A district is to provide locations for a wide range of commercial, retail, service, and manufacturing activities serving a large community trade area. The surrounding properties to the east and west are zoned R, and the property to the south is zoned W. There is A zoning across Highway 100, or Old Route 66 to the north. The property to the west is undeveloped, and the properties to the south are undeveloped and low-density residential. One property to the east is undeveloped, and one property is commercial. Both subject parcels are undeveloped. This property appears to have direct access to Highway 100. And then I'll move on to the staff report for file 250270 for Diamond Farms LLC. The applicant requests to rezone 5 parcels from the W zoning district to the A zoning district and 1 parcel from the R zoning district to the A zoning district. The properties are located on the south side of I-44 between Highway 100, St. Mary's Road, and Robertsville Road in Bowles Township. Facts. The total area for this rezoning is approximately 573.3 acres. The zoning of these properties are W and R. The applicant would like to rezone to the A district. Again, the intent of the A district is to provide locations for a wide range of commercial, retail, service, and manufacturing activities serving a large community trade area. The surrounding properties are mostly zoned W, with some R zoning directly to the northeast/east. There is A zoning across Highway 100 to the north and R zoning across Interstate 44 to the west. The subject parcels are primarily surrounded by low-density residential or undeveloped land. There are commercial businesses and a mobile home park to the northeast/east, with Interstate 44 bordering a significant portion of the western edge. 4 of the 6 subject parcels are undeveloped, but 1 parcel contains 8 residences built between 1869 and 1976, as well as a tennis court, pool, and approximately 20 agricultural buildings. 1 parcel contains 2 residences, a house built in 1994 and 1996 mobile home. There are 3 intermittent streams that run through the property, as well as multiple ponds/lakes. This property appears to have access to Highway 100, St. Mary's Road, and Brinkman Road.
Staff comments. Rezonings are allowed in our regulations due to the ever-changing conditions that exist in the county and elsewhere. According to Article 14, Section 321, any such change must promote the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of Franklin County by conserving and protecting property and building values, by securing the most economical use of land, and facilitating the adequate provision of public improvements in accordance with the master plan adopted by Franklin County. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Paul. Is the presenter for the applicant present? 1 second, please.
I think it's this one. I think this is the one. Let me look. Yeah, I think it's this one we're talking about.
Feels like I was here just last night. I'm Dave Gaylord. I'm an attorney for the proponents of those two rezonings that have just been read. The requested rezoning is for the use of the property as a data center. The rezoning requested is consistent with and a natural extension of the master plan, and not a request for a spot zoning, as it will be explained shortly. The present zoning of the parcels are W and R. If you look at what is permitted uses under W and R, as opposed to what we are seeking to do tonight, the W and R will allow for multifamily dwellings, modular homes, single-wide mobile homes, and double-wide mobile homes. It allows as a permitted use a boarding house, a convenience store with or without the sale of fuel, a hotel and motel, a shooting range, medical marijuana dispensary facility, and medical marijuana testing facility, a skateboard park, crematorium, self-storage units, a utility waste landfill, and finally, warehouse distribution center. Now, those are the present permitted uses, and there are many more of that in the W&R zoning districts. So what we're hoping to do is go to A and put in a data center. We've handed out group exhibit 2 for you to look at. I'm not going to go through each one of those slides, but that does encompass our presentation. This is a transformative moment for Franklin County. If the rezoning we are seeking is approved, the data center will be a $40 million investment with a B, not million with an M. It will be a $40 billion investment in Franklin County that will not only generate jobs, but also generate millions of dollars in tax revenue for our schools and our police and fire departments. A conservative estimate of the taxes generated from this site is $50 million annually, which I'm sure that the governmental agencies I just mentioned could use. Nowhere in the ordinance that you just considered is there language regarding tax abatement. The ordinance itself contains many, many restrictions and has gone through many different versions of it. And it is, as our proponents have stated, the most restrictive ordinance that they have detail and present various witnesses here. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of fear talked, a lot of questions raised. I'm going to present people who know the answers to them. And I'm going to encourage this board to ask any of them any question that you have on your mind. I'm going to turn it over to Cam.
Good evening, my name is Cameron Lucan. Encourage us to flip to sheet 10, please. I was already sworn in. I do. Okay, as you could, guys, please flip to sheet 10. It's going to be existing zoning. That's what it's going to look like, existing zoning. So on the existing zoning, you can see that the tract that we are petitioning is current zoning is R and W. And I want you to be aware of all the R and A zoning along the highway frontage of 44. So basically the zoning, when you look at rezoning, what guides you there is the master plan. There's a lot of discussion about the master plan. So what goes in guiding what the master plan says? Facts. So if you flip to sheet 11, in the very next sheet, you'll see some facts there regarding it's an east-west gateway functional class of that property. Something that's very unique on this property is that on your left of that slide 11, you see there's 15,350 feet of road frontage. That includes 44 St. Mary's Road, Brinkman Road, and Robertson Road. And you'll see on that east-west gateway, the interstate, the minor collector, and the major collector. That's basically a guide that the east-west gateway uses to work with MoDOT to provide funds with the county and our cities. So it's a very important fact-based document. The reason why that's important, that's one of the facts. Let me restate this here. As you look to the left, there's about 14,000 feet of non-roads, so more than half of this property is surrounded by roads. This property, as you see also, is served by central water and sewer, public water stream 3. This is the busiest intersection in Franklin County. At the intersection of 124, there are 60,000 cars a day. That includes vehicles from passenger cars to semis, 60,000 cars a day. Busiest intersection. So flipping on to sheet 12, that's where we get into what's called the future land use map. The future land use map, sheet 12, the next page, basically you'll see in the purple, which is industrial, 74 acres, red, 477 acres, green, 93 acres, 14%. 86% of this Diamond Farms is currently in the master plan deemed to be commercial industrial. 86% commercial industrial. So moving on from there to the proposal, what are we seeking? We're seeking the A district to coordinate with the A and G district for data centers. That's what we're seeking tonight. So on that sheet 13, you'll also see an example of one code of the 400-foot setback from W. So notice that 400-foot setback from W. So if you flip on the sheet 14, what you'll see is a pledge land use map. That pledge land use map, you'll see the decrease in purple, the proposed A district, and the 1,000-foot setback pledged along the Shaw Nature Reserve. So basically, the owners have worked with Shaw Nature Reserve to pledge a 1,000-foot setback. Even though the code's only saying 400, they have to work with Shaw to make it 1,000. Likewise, the same with Deloach Estates. Even though it's 400 feet there, it's the working push the Deloach Estates to put an easement in perpetuity for 1,000 setback. What is the result of that? Upper left, you'll see that the commercial industrial was planned to be 86% on this site, but those pledges have been reduced to 53%, which gives you about 300 acres of green space. With that, I'm going to introduce Leon and Oswald.
Thank you, commissioners, for being here this late. Long night. Good evening. My name is Leon Backus. I'm here representing the Gateway Data Center project at Highway 100 and I-44. I'm here tonight to respond to concerns raised tonight and at the January 20th public hearing and give the commission the facts that it needs to evaluate this project accurately. Our plan for the site. Before addressing specific concerns, I want to describe what and where we are actually planning to build, because the physical layout of this campus is central to understanding our commitments. Like Cameron just said, our plan is to develop less than 50% of the Diamond Farms property. The remainder, over 300 acres, will be placed under a permanent open space easement. That land does not get developed, it stays as it is. The entire building footprint will be concentrated at the northwest corner of the property, the area furthest from Shaw Nature Reserve and the Deloge Estates. The building paths will be cut into the hillside to reduce their visual profile. We are not placing a flat industrial campus on top of the land. We are working with natural topography to keep the campus as low and discreet as possible. Along the Deloge Estates Robertsville Road, we are providing 1,000-foot setbacks. Where the natural topography is not sufficient screening, we will conduct berms and landscape buffers to provide additional visual barriers for the Deloge Estate residents and other adjacent areas. Access to the campus will be only from Route 66. Robertsville Road access will be restricted to emergency vehicles only. No construction traffic, no employment traffic, no employee traffic. The road that Deloge Estates residents use every day will not be impacted by this project. As you drive down Deloge Estates, it's maybe a little hard to imagine from a flat piece of paper, but there's a hillside, and we are building on the other side of the crest of the hill. So from Deloge Estates, you'll see the 1,000-foot setback, and we'll keep that as it is today. The practical results of these decisions are straightforward. After this campus is built and operational, driving along Robertsville Road, you'll primarily see what you see today. The natural terrain, existing vegetation, setbacks, and berms are committed to ensure that. Now, addressing the specific concerns we heard from January hearing and today. Water usage. The residents warn that the project will consume millions of gallons of water and cause surrounding wells to run dry. That is not accurate for this project. We are committing to use a fully closed-loop system. In a closed-loop system, a sealed mixture of water and glycol recirculates continuously, kind of like the radiator in your car, typically for years without replacement. It does not evaporate, it does not discharge into the public sewer, and it does not draw from groundwater. When the system needs to be recharged, it will be trucked off-site by a professional disposal company to be treated. The net water consumption of our system is equivalent to approximately 54 single-family homes. For context, the current A zoning on Diamond Farms permits over 1,000 homes as of right and over 2,400 under a PUD. A residential build-out of this site would consume drastically more water. Our facility, by comparison, uses less than 10% of what current permitted uses would allow. We will not use on-site wells. We will connect to public utilities and pay for all required infrastructure upgrades at zero cost to the utility district. Missouri DNR monitors aquifer levels and requires annual water use reporting. That obligation will apply to our project. Utility rates. The concern that our project would increase residents' electric bills is understandable, but is addressed directly by state law. Missouri Senate Bill 4 and the November 25 PSC order legally require data center operators to contractually commit to pay enough for electricity to cover all new generation costs they create. The utility, Ameren, cannot pass these costs on to the existing rate base. We will pay our own way. We are committed to zero increase in ambient noise at the boundaries with both Shaw Nature Reserve and Deloge Estates. The current ambient level is the ceiling, and we will not exceed it. On the other two sides of the property, along I-44 and the industrial order, we will commit to a maximum increase of 10 decibels above current ambient, consistent with standard ordinance practice. We will provide a licensed sound engineer's modeling study as part of the building permit package, and we will deliver annual monitoring reports during operation to confirm ongoing compliance. Generator testing will be restricted to business hours Monday through Friday. Light pollution, we will install fully downcast dark shadow fixtures with a maximum mounting height of 20 feet and warm-colored LEDs consistent with what Shaw Nature Reserve has requested and what the draft ordinance requires. Light spillover into additional residential properties will be held at no more than 0.5-foot candles measured at 3 feet above grade. Shaw Nature Reserve. We are in active dialogue with Shaw. We've talked with them several times. We have committed to a permanent open space covenant providing more than 1,000 feet of undisturbed farm and tree buffer between our building area and the reserve boundary. We expect to have a mutual agreement with Shaw finalized before the end of March. We support the zero noise increase requirement at that boundary in the ordinance. The Tyler Cemetery. We're aware of the cemetery. We identified it during our own due diligence and designed our site plan specifically to avoid any impact on it. We will not disturb it. Beyond that, we intend to restore the cemetery, provide permanent access for descendants, and maintain it moving forward. Site disturbance and tree loss. Residents expressed concern that the project would clear the entire Diamond Farms tract. Under current zoning, a residential developer could realistically disturb 90% or more of that site. As I described earlier, we are developing less than 50% of the property, with the balance under an open space easement. Our concept plan is included in Exhibit C in our written submission.
We need to wrap it up.
Okay. Economic, I've got more to go, but economic impact at full build out. The Gateway project will deliver over $50 million in annual tax revenue to the county and its various tax districts. This is the largest economic development project in the history of Franklin County.
Any commissioners have any questions for the applicant? None at this time? Okay.
Yes. Yes. So you won't get to speak 3 minutes and then come back.
Opening up public testimony for individuals who are in favor or for the project. Jeff Lucy. Left. Brian Locke.
Maybe wait. Test of duration here. Good evening, members of the commission and fellow Franklin County residents. My name is Brian Locke, and I've lived here for 57 years. I'm speaking tonight because I believe we are standing at a defining moment for our county. We are currently deciding whether Franklin County will be a leader in the global digital economy or a bystander to it. I am here to express my strong support for the responsible development of these data center projects. We've all seen the headlines about the scale of these investments, billions of dollars in private capital, in an era where local budgets are often stretched thin. These developments represent a fiscal anchor. Unlike a massive housing subdivision, these facilities don't put thousands of new cars on our roads or require us to build new schools for hundreds of students. They provide a massive, stable tax base that can fund
our first responders and pave our roads, while creating hundreds of high-wage jobs for our local trades and tech-savvy graduates who want to stay right here in Franklin County. I know there is anxiety about how this changes our landscape, but we've seen the script before. 200 years ago, our ancestors stood at a similar crossroads during the first industrial revolution. Back then, the engine of progress was steam and coal. Today, it's data and electricity. Just as the railroads transformed river towns into economic powerhouses, these data centers are the high-speed tracks of the 21st century. History shows that the communities that leaned into that change, that built the infrastructure to support the new era, were the ones that secured prosperity for the next 4 generations. We aren't just voting on a building, we're deciding that Franklin County will be the engine room of the future, or just a passenger on the sidelines. I also want to acknowledge my neighbors' concerns about our environment and our water. We are right to be protective of the Shaw Nature Reserve and the river and all that we have. But we have a path forward. We have protections, we have new laws coming into place to help secure that, currently in the Missouri legislature. We have the framework to mandate a closed-loop water system and strict noise protections. Supporting these developments does not mean writing a blank check. It means partnering and working with these developers who meet our high standards for conservation and grid reliability. Let's not fear for the future, let's build it. Let's choose growth that pays for our schools and protects our way of life through smart, high-tech investment. I urge the Commission to move forward with these projects.
Thank you. Roman Pacewick.
Just to re-emphasize on the project, that full build-out, the Gateway project will drive over $50 million in annual tax revenue to the county and various districts. To be direct about that number, it gives the county the option to support new schools, support higher wages for teachers. The tax base will grow without corresponding impact to additional school children and other resources. At the $50 million number, the current budget for the school district is $22 million, so you're talking about a $30 million potential increase to the budget for the school system. So, what I would say is we've taken into consideration the needs of the community here, provided a 300-acre buffer. We've committed to developing campus very responsibly. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Jose Gonzalez.
Hello, Leon and Roman really said most of everything. Just here in favor, I can add that we've really worked exhaustively to get a project that we feel that the county can be proud of, that could
elements of the buildings that you're building?
Those are options of the real buildings that we would be building, yes, sir. With the architecture that comes with these, we work collectively with the committee that you guys have on how you make it look, but those are options. The interesting thing is really what we see, the way that we've done preliminary grading for the project already, and we have like Leon mentioned, we're cutting it down to the hill, we're sinking it, trying to hide those view corridors for everybody. So really, it's not really going to be seen.
Thank you. Henry, you may. Now we'll be hearing public testimony in opposition for the two files. First we have Martha Lavat. Sorry, Mike. And then Zachary Hayes is on deck. Lavat, I'm sorry.
As a longtime member and volunteer at the Missouri Botanical Garden, I'm very concerned about the effect of these projects on Shaw Nature Reserve and on the community at large. As you all well know, Shaw Nature Reserve is a real gem, and it draws people from all around to come visit this area. And I know someone spoke earlier about the history of founding of the nature reserve, the Arboretum out there. And I just wanted to add a little note to that, and that it was the forward thinking of the people at the Missouri Botanical Garden to go ahead and make that move, to start the Arboretum and to move plants that were being degraded by pollution. And I think you all have a chance now to be forward thinking in what you do about these data centers. Once you damage the air and the ground and the water, there's no turning it back. And I know that they're working with Shaw Nature Reserve, and I think that's a very good thing. But I think an even better thing would be to locate these data centers much farther away from Shaw Nature Reserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Does everybody know that this is going to be?
Go ahead, Scott.
I've just shared with you a couple different articles that outline the impact of data centers to surrounding communities, residential areas. This proposed location, I live in Deloge Estates. One of the draws to moving here was the immersion into nature. So what will happen with overnight lighting, noise, the impacts to nocturnal animals, and how does that cascade to the rest of the environment and ecosystem? In 5 or 10 years, will I get to enjoy the abundance of wildlife and flora that we are trying to foster on our property and in our neighborhood? What about with Shaw? Air and noise pollution resulting from running generators is concerning. They must run periodically, at least monthly or several hours, as I understand it. What will that do to our AQI? I would hope that sound monitoring will be an ongoing process, not just an annual event. And then generated testing times will be included and compared to a quantifiable threshold. My biggest concern is the impact to my family's peaceful enjoyment of our property. I work from home in Deloge Estates and frequently work outdoors or with windows open. We have dogs, we have cats, we hope to one day have horses. This location, proximity, is deeply concerning to me. I know a lot of information was just shared with you. A lot of it looks really good. So the question that I leave you with is it good enough? Thank you.
Thank you. Gary White. Gary here. Ryan McPeak. There.
My name is Ryan McPeak. I'm in Franklin County. Missouri Revised Statutes, Chapter 89.040. Purpose of regulations absolutely comes into play when the county considers a rezoning request. It is one of the core statutory guardrails courts look at when evaluating whether a rezoning decision is lawful. Rezoning must be in accordance with a comprehensive plan. I looked up Franklin County's master plan and studied it, and it does not fall in line with Franklin County's master plan. Goal 1, plan supportable growth. Data centers can overwhelm local power and water. How is this rezoning in line with the light use and non-developed infrastructure areas? Goal 2, variety of land use. This project converts a large area into one dominant industrial use. Goal 3, compatibility. Industrial use next to agricultural and rural areas risk conflict and incompatibility. Agriculture goal. You guys have an agricultural goal to encourage agriculture. How is this rezoning encouraging agriculture? It's taking thousands of acres of agriculture away, so it does not align with that goal. Goal, to minimize ground contaminants to protect water resources. Data centers can encourage ground contamination, pollute local water, primarily through the management of water use and cooling, in some cases through improper disposal of electronic waste. While they are not intentional polluters, the immense volume of water means that even small amounts of chemical additives can cause significant permanent environmental impacts when discharged into surrounding environment. How does this align with the goal? Rezoning must be designed to promote public health, safety, and general welfare. There is growing peer-reviewed evidence showing that environmental exposures associated with data centers, like air pollution, which was not addressed by either developer, showing that environmental exposures associated with diesel backup, we've already talked about that, noise, pollution, all that stuff, are well-established risk factors for premature mortality in general populations. There is peer-reviewed evidence of this that you can find. Harmony, it must also be in harmony with surrounding land uses. How is this harmonious when the overwhelming majority is opposed? That the change serves local public welfare. Again, I've already covered this. How does this rezoning request and sequential data centers serve the local public welfare? And finally, that the rezoning does not undermine the existing character of the district. This land is agriculture in character. It does not fall in line with the character of the district.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Nora
evening, or good morning, I should say. My name is Nora Cardinelli, and I have been a resident at 2347 Silver Lake Estates Drive in Pacific for 28 years. My home is located 2.6 miles east of the Diamond Farms and 2.6 miles north of the Crooked Creek Farm. I stand before you tonight as a steward of our community's future. I am asking you, sincerely and urgently, to deny the request to rezone this agricultural land to industrial. Rezoning is a privilege, not a right. You have the full legal authority to say no based on the health, safety, and general welfare of your constituents. You are the gatekeepers of Franklin County, and your duty is to us, not a developer's bottom line. And the people are resoundingly saying no, they do not want this. Our current master plan explicitly mandates that you ensure contiguous land uses are compatible. Placing a massive windowless industrial bunker next to homes and active farms is the very definition of incompatibility. We are not just losing dirt, we are losing our food security and the rural character that makes Franklin County our home. Once the century-old trees are stripped and the land is encased in millions of tons of concrete, it is dead forever. I had some comments here, some questions about the water and the noise and the grid and the electricity rates. I'm not going to read them right because it's going to discuss again and again. Finally, and most importantly, look at the national trend of regret. I'm going to repeat that. The national trend of regret happening across the U.S. this year. In 2025, even Landon County, Virginia, the data center capital of the world, repealed by right zoning for these projects because they were a disaster for the residents. Communities are communicating their pain. Dried up wells, contaminated water, soaring power bills, pollution, and the destruction of the quiet life they worked decades to build. We are here tonight because we have heard those warnings. In conclusion, do not let our county be the cautionary tale in next year's news. Let us follow the lead of the communities that have realized too late that these are not clean neighbors. They are resource-heavy industrial plants that do not belong in our backyards. Please protect our homes, our farms, our health, and the environment. Exercise your authority and vote no. And if God forbid you move forward, please hire experts to perform hydrological and acoustic studies, as well as lawyers with expertise in contracts, so provisions are made in writing to protect the community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Testimony to submit. I'm going to go a little off script from what is written in that written testimony, because today I just read an article in the St. Louis magazine, and it was written with the perspective of a gentleman from the Brookings Institute who studies tech development. His name is Mark Merrill, and I'm just going to pull out one quotation that I think sums up where your mind needs to be. He stated that the negotiations are already very asymmetric because they often pit global billion-dollar, trillion-dollar companies with undermanned, outgunned local officials, he says. And the deals are also often very secretive. We've seen that. And it's not being disrespectful to you. It's just trying to grasp the scope of this project and what it means to Franklin County. And yeah, they've tried to address some of the things, but again, 1,000 feet, that's really not enough for the the residents of Deloge Estates and anybody that lives along the property. If you truly go out and step up 1,000 feet and imagine your home and then a multi-story building, power lines, concrete, asphalt, that's not that much. I've watched videos of people that have driven around data centers, and it just made me sick thinking about Diamond's Farms looking like that, with power lines strung across it, concrete, sidewalks everywhere, fencing. It's just unfathomable to me. And someone mentioned trying to be a leader in this type of development. I think you've heard that we don't want to be a leader in this type of development. That's not what we want for Franklin County. Other places are putting the brakes on this, not just in Missouri, but across the country. So just think about that. A lot of people have said, no, we have to stop and rethink this. We have to really get this right if this is going to be something we have. We've already seen electric rates go up. Somebody mentioned that. They're already going up because of anticipation of data centers. We've heard a lot of words, again, not specifics. Are you qualified to get the specifics in writing where there's no loopholes when you're facing billion-dollar, trillion-dollar companies? I think we need to humble ourselves and say, we don't know what we don't know. That's a scary thought. Remember the Missouri lottery was supposed to cure everything. It didn't. It made things worse. Remember Time's speech, something that seemed unharmful was extremely harmful. What happens when these become obsolete? I didn't hear a plan about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michael Smith. Michael Smith here.
Have a good one. I hope you choke on the shit you serve them.
Hey. Mike McBackman.
My name is Mike McFadden. I am from Washington, Missouri. I am trained as an agronomist, agricultural scientist. And I was going to talk about something, but I wanted to talk specifically about these projects as I am proposed. I thought what was curious is the claim of about $50 million per year of tax opportunity or revenue. I'm sure you're aware that the annual budget for Franklin County operating budget is just under $97 million. It seems rather fantastical that this would generate that kind of revenue, which would conceivably be half of what is currently used in terms of operating budget. And I find that hard to believe. I also find it hard to believe that someone would relocate here to pay that kind of revenue without some sort of incentive. And that's what I have tried to understand and tried to figure out. I can't seem to locate any kind of documentation associated with any kind of tax considerations, which we mentioned earlier this evening. Also, another point that was brought forward was the notion of the closed system cooling for these data banks. It would be closed system. Obviously that's what's been stated. But how are they going to be cooled? You're only, if indeed it is a radiator type concept with glycol and water, how are those systems going to be? How is it going to be cooled so that it can continue to provide cooling to the towers, to the data equipment that's in these buildings? It was also mentioned that there are laws currently in Missouri that should be addressing these concerns. full House, but wouldn't necessarily have to move to the Senate, and we're halfway through the legislative period that would put certain constraints with water and in terms of electricity. And I don't think that, do you really think that that's going to happen? So I think it's up to you to make these decisions that can greatly impact not only the ecology, the environment, but certain expenses associated with the county, certain things that impact us all. So I would hope that you take that into consideration and decline these permits. Thank you very much.
Eugene Bell. Here. Eugene. Okay. And I'm going to say Mr. Landa. Mr. Landa, you're on deck.
Well, as I listen to the proponents of the rezoning and the project, I seem to be looking at a spin Dr. Rosie scenario working very effectively here. These projections seem to be so incredibly optimistic. This is the best that's going to happen. And I understand why people want to present that, but reality is seldom the best. Fortunately, it's seldom the worst. But I'm not convinced this is a good economic match for the county. Find it interesting. When I read in the paper $1 billion of tax revenue over the next 25 years, I did the math and came up with 40 million. And I hear 50 million, which is 10 times what the other fellow brought up the potential revenue was. The number may really be between those two, but I'd like to know where to do it and do the cost benefit. Jobs keep coming up, and I'd really love to see that quantified, and what does that mean in man hours? I'm sure everybody would like to see thousands of jobs on site all day, every day during the course of the project. That's not the way it works. If I asked my plumber, what's your schedule tomorrow, he'd say, well, I have 4 or 5 jobs. Well, if that's the case, thousands of jobs means a handful of men over a few years. Again, reality is somewhere in between there, but where is it? And where the reality line is and where the cost-benefit line is what we need to be looking at. One other thing, they told me you have to be a leader in the new tech economy, provided you go where I tell you. I think a leader needs to make their own decisions and based on the facts. And I'm just really, I'm from Pacific, so I'm a skeptic. We've had a lot of developers come in, make a lot of promises that didn't happen. And in some cases, we've been left with a hole. So I come back to 2 things. The fellow in Altoona that said, we don't have to provide any people services. There's no people there. We keep hearing about the jobs. Where are they? Not here. And the other thing we hear is get it in writing, because that's what's cost Pacific an awful lot, is promises that aren't kept, but were gotten in writing. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Is Mr. Landa here? Kathy Bolden? Rolla Ashworth here. Or on deck.
Why did we do that? Why did we pamper here?
Hi again. So I wrote this testimony when I was really mad. So I'm probably going to modify it a little bit because some of it's probably a little pointless. I do appreciate the plans that Provident has outlined in protecting the members of Deloge Estates. My property borders Deloge Estates on Diamond property on two sides. We are directly impacted by the rezoning of this property and a data center. And we will look right at it. My husband provided pictures from the back of our property. A report based on data from the 2022 U.S. Census of Agriculture reveals that farmland in the United States has shrunk by 75 million acres, or 8%, between 1997 and 2022. This decline is primarily attributed to the reduction in pasture land, which accounts for 88% of that total loss, with a decrease of 65 million acres. The report highlights that cropland and woodland also experienced declines of 2% and 6% respectively. Farmland is precious, and once it's gone, and it will never be the same again. This is the character of Franklin County, and the character that you are appointed to preserve and protect. Promises of financial gain should never be valued over health, safety, and happiness of the residents that call this land our home. When my husband and I purchased our property, we thought we were building our forever home next to generational farms that value nature and a quiet lifestyle like we do. Little did we know, we moved next to an investment property, and the minute the Golden Goose landed, we were sold out. The rezoning application states that the applicant believes rezoning to A conforms with the contiguous parcels across the street that are A, which consist of a cemetery, a trailer repair business, and 3 residences, and is the best use of this land. It continues on with pointing out that the nearest intersection is one of the busiest in Franklin County. However, the data center, we all know is being proposed for this property, will not draw millions of visitors a year. There's a 26-acre property right down the street that could be developed for the benefit of the community with easy access to the interstate. It would be a perfect location for a pharmacy, a grocery store, or restaurant. But for years, it's been vacant and abandoned, and all that remains is a sign for a gas station and a motel that no longer exists. Does the seller have the right to rezone and sell his land? Yes. But it is your responsibility to ensure that the rezoning fits with the Franklin County Master Plan and preserves the character of our beautiful county. If you do decide to rezone this property, please defer back to my testimony on file 26 of this representatives. Thank you for your time. My name is Twyla Ashworth. As I said earlier, farm centers are heavy industrial sites, and they should not be built on prime agricultural land nor near homes. I am against all of these hyper centers. Not only is it because of the massive electrical abuse they use and the impact on our bills and the massive amounts of water they use, it also impacts future development. McBride Homes is currently involved in a home development site between Pacific did that and Walmart moved in. When Walmart still went away, Walmart moved out. And Walmart has never returned either. And I'd like to know how many diesel power generators are going to be on this site. Diesel power generators are very toxic. They emit emissions into the air, and it's been proven that rates of respiratory distress, cardiovascular issues, as well as increased rate of cancer rates have happened because of the diesel-fueled generators. Not to mention the toxins that are emitted into the air, just from the operation of the micro centers. What about the heat island effect that will have on Shaw Nature Reserve and the surrounding area? Our nature is already experiencing extremes in weather conditions and global warming. How much contaminated water will be discharged in that mud rain? Where will the discharge be located? Will there be water testing to ensure it is safe drinkable water, and will there be testing done on pollutants being released into the air? Is there an emergency plan in place for lithium battery explosions or fires? Will they have lithium batteries on site? Why not conduct the proper environmental studies before construction begins? These hyper centers are truly safe, like they said they're telling us, or are they afraid of by not doing the proper and necessary environmental studies? Environmental studies should be mandated by Franklin County. What I really want to end with is, we've already, with the new regulations, serious consideration needs to be done before any of these hyper centers are approved. Thank you.
You have Kate? You have Kate still there? And Luella Maxwell, you're on deck.
Here again, tell you about gardening. Love it. Spend a lot of time outside in these data centers. They're gonna really screw things up for me. You know, my property backs up to Shaw Nature Reserve. Man, it's quiet. So if they're running fans to cool these data centers, it's gonna make a lot of noise. It's gonna scare the wildlife away. It's really peaceful for a minute. Worried about the river getting contaminated by the runoff more than anything. And so I do live on a well, you know. Most of us get water from the well. It doesn't look good to me and most of these people. So I wish you'd consider that and not allow this to happen. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. I'm so glad that we are talking about health. First off, okay, this is not healthy for any of us in our community right now. Just even this process tonight, if I have some time, I will talk about that, but right now, we're all talking about Shaw's, that's all good. What also needs to be talked about is the American red wolf. There is a place that no one seems to be talking about here. The St. Louis Zoo Sears Lehman Jr. Wildlife Reserve is a 355-acre natural area located 40 miles southwest of St. Louis in Franklin County. The zoo is collaborating on this critical conservation project with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is responsible for managing the wild American red wolf population and reintroduction efforts in the eastern U.S., as well as with the Conservation Centers for Species Survival, C2S2, a science-based global initiative taking collective action to save animals from extinction.
As the zoo plans its entry into the effort to save American red wolves from extinction, the Endangered Wolf Center has generously shared its 50 years of expertise and advice related to the location and construction of the zoo's new wolf habitats. Who are these people to go against their word and their expertise on where that should be located? They chose Franklin County. We want to keep it the way it is. The silence should be deafening when no one claps for this project. The only one that can speak in support of it is their own people. There are less than 20 red wolves left in the wild. The American red wolf is one of the most critically endangered species, and there is a breeding program here in Franklin County to save the species from extinction. Again, 20 left in the wild. We have more people here than they have in their native habitat. They should be here, but they're not. This life-saving center is in our county that wants to rezone properties in favor of data centers, agricultural to industrial. As it is, these wolf pups have a 50% chance of survival. They are a delicate species on the brink of extinction. Critically endangered American red wolves do not need and may be harmed by the sound pollution, air pollution, and other nuisances the rezoning by Franklin County would allow. The St. Louis Zoo and Endangered Wolf Sanctuary collaborated in around 2021 to get the successful program and facility running in Franklin County. There's the eastern hellbender, there are the sturgeon, the flathead chub, the gray bat, the Indiana bat. I dare one of these people sitting behind me to name one wild animal or one river they've been on.
Sean Casey. Sean. Corbett Shannon. Grundet.
Thank you guys for still being here. If you haven't spent at least 8 hours walking around Shaw Nature Reserve in the summer, in the fall, in the winter, in the spring, in the past year, if you can't name 5 unique species of trees, plants, birds, reptiles, mammals, amphibians, and fish that are in Shaw's Nature Reserve, then you should vote no on this rezoning. If you don't know the names Nolan, Dolan, Kuntz, and Sheets, or the terms essential nexus and roughly proportional, or how they apply to the data center development agreements, then you should vote no on this rezoning. If you cannot speak intelligently on Ohm's law, voltage, amperage, watts, power factor, kW, kVA, if you can't estimate the kW and fuel type of a generator by looking at it, if you can't speak intelligently about CPUs, GPUs, D2C cooling, or Vera Rubin, if you can't name the companies that manufacture these or how much they cost or weigh, then you should vote no on this rezoning. If you haven't met with at least 3 independent experts in groundwater, wastewater, public water system design, and air pollution, then you should vote no on this rezoning. If you haven't met with a qualified, independent, third-party acoustical engineer, and if you don't know what an A-weighted sound level meter is, then you should vote no on this rezoning. If you cannot speak intelligently about Chapter 100 bonds, IRBs, property tax abatements, personal property tax abatements, payments in lieu of taxes, sales tax exemptions, buyback and lease agreements, and how they will be used to let data centers avoid paying taxes, then you should vote no on this rezoning. If you haven't actually been in and directly around a new hyperscale data center before in the middle of the summer at or above 100 degrees Fahrenheit, then you should vote no on this rezoning. If you have no idea that the Labadee power plant will consume 5.8 billion gallons of water more per year, powering just one of these developments, and where the plant gets its water from, then you should vote no on this rezoning. If you can't write a report defending your approval of this rezoning that includes aspects of all of the above and the completely glaring inconsistency and hypocrisy of the past 50 years of climate alarmism versus the acceptance of these hyperscale data centers, the largest consumers of resources by far in the last 50 years, then you should vote no on this rezoning. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. We've heard the number $40 billion development. Where is that guaranteed in any of this paperwork? Tax revenues of $50 million a year. Where is that guaranteed? Let me let you know a secret. It's not. The first speaker said there's a lot of fear. No, sir, not fear. Rightful concerns. Do you live here? If you did, would you be concerned? Don't discount our valid concerns. This community lives here. You don't. The second speaker, 1,000-foot setback. I guess sound waves travel only 999 feet, and pollution flows only 999 feet. Mr. Backus, 300 acres of open space. How generous of you. 300 acres for people to do what? No one's going to use it because there's no wildlife and it's got sound pollution. Sir, don't crap in my Guinness and call it a St. Patrick's Day shamrock. You mentioned glycol exposure. The bonuses of glycol include vomiting, uncontrollable diarrhea, rapid heart rate, severe kidney damage. And you want to truck this in our roads? Do we have stupid written on our foreheads? Commissioners, you have a duty to protect our health and welfare. I can assure you death by glycol poisoning is not healthy. The Be a Leader comment by one of the supporters is extremely galling. 1,000-foot buffer for Shaw Nature Reserve? Deer, turkey, bobcats aren't impacted past 1,000 feet? Again, are we stupid? 100 years, over 100 years of natural beauty surrendered to exploiters from Texas. Commissioners, this is our county. Protect us from these outsiders. This is a huge shitburger, and we are not taking a bite. Thank you.
Carla here. Karen Dorak.
I just have a little bit to say. He talked about the closed loop system and that it usually requires changing only 3 years. In everything that you read, it says that closed loop water system, needs to be changed at least annually, and then it should be checked at least every 3 months. That is a lot of contaminated water, glycol, going out in trucks to wherever. Who knows where that's going to be. I'm glad that it's not going down Robertsville Road, but 1 gallon of water weighs 8 pounds, and so when you change all that out, you need to think about your road infrastructure and stuff too, I think, and realize the amount of weight that water is going out onto the highways. Thank you.
Sandy Vaughn. Sandy, Samantha Crooks.
mother of 6, and part of a farming legacy that stretches back 7 generations. Together with my family, we raise beef and dairy cattle, horses, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, turkey, pigs, dogs, cats, and my 12-year-old daughter just got emus. If you have known me since I was a little girl, then you know that farming is the only thing that I ever wanted to do. Farmland is not just dirt. It is living, breathing ground that produces food that we rely on every single day. Once it is rezoned, paved over, and industrialized, it's gone forever. You cannot recreate fertile soil. You cannot replace generations of care, knowledge, and stewardship with concrete and steel. Rezoning farmland opens the door for industrial expansion that often brings noise, pollution, increased traffic, and unknown environmental risks. These changes don't just impact the land, they impact the people, the livestock, the wildlife, and the water we all depend on. I dream of growing old with my family next to my husband, surrounded by my children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. The question we must ask ourselves is, what kind of world are we leaving our children? Technology itself is not evil, or maybe it is. It has brought many benefits to society, but when technology becomes so powerful that it begins to consume the very land and resources that sustain life, we must stop and ask whether we're moving in the right direction. What good is technological advancement if it destroys farms that feed us? What good is progress if it eliminates the landscapes that support wildlife and livestock? What good is economic growth if it leaves future generations with less land, fewer resources, and fewer opportunities to live close to the earth? If we allow industrial growth to replace these farms without thoughtful consideration, we risk losing something that we cannot easily be rebuilt. Once fertile farmland is paved or industrialized, it will not return to agriculture. We must ask ourselves whether convenience and technology should take precedence over the land that feeds us and our animals that depend on us. One day we will answer for how we treated what God entrusted to us. Did we protect His creation? Did we preserve the land that sustains life? Did we defend the vulnerable, both people and animals, when powerful forces threatened them? Or did we allow short-term progress to permanently erase the landscape that God designed to sustain life? We cannot stop progress entirely, but we can guide it with wisdom. We can choose to protect farmland. We can prioritize responsible development. We can remember that not every open field is an empty space waiting to be filled. Some land is sacred because it feeds people, sustains animals, and reminds us of our responsibility to care for God's creation. My prayer is that we choose stewardship over destruction, wisdom over haste, and faith over fear. Because once family farms are gone, we cannot simply rebuild generations of stewardship overnight. Let us protect what God has entrusted to us while we still can. Let us listen to family, friends, and neighbors who have poured their lives into their land, trying to make the world a place to be proud of. Let us join together as a community and say no to evil, wanting to strip us dry of everything we have. Thank you.
Ryan Cernick, are you here? Dana Bowers, Lieutenant, still here? Okay. Laura Hanna is on that. She left. She left? Okay. Keith Kirchesai will be on that.
In 2025, Amazon, HP, and Microsoft laid over 51,000 employees due to AI. This is fact. But this infrastructure will not provide the jobs in our small community except possible labor union jobs to construct the site, remote jobs, or maybe a few professionally trained employees to run the building. Current research data centers have never provided any tax revenue for the community or school districts due to all the tips and abatements that they are allowed at this time. Look at all the residents that were here and the ones that are still here. We are not hysterical due to claimed fear. The last thing we are here in this county is afraid of the manipulative suits from out of town sitting behind me. What we are, though, It's rural residents that refuse to allow money to override our rights as Americans to our choice in the way that we live our daily lives. We are here as a whole community to have our voices heard because myself and many, many others have done enough research to know we do not want this type of development here in these proposed sites. So try baiting the community members that haven't done their due diligence with potential money or jobs. Your pretty little pictures and empty promises, but it's not going to convince those of us that have done our research. We will not back down from allowing us to choose to have the lifestyle that we want to have in our own backyards. Both proposed pieces of land, this one in particular with Diamond Farm, are residential agricultural farm area that sit next to Shaw Nature Reserve, Robertsville State Park, near Marina Farms, next to the river, which is a summer destination for most of us, sits within less than a few miles from numerous schools, one of which my son attends still, is neighboring property of a long-term family farms and many residential homes. This land is not an industrial area. I will clarify again for those that have missed me saying before on interviews that I am not against AI as a whole, but I do believe that hyperscale AI data centers belong on previously zoned heavy-duty industrial pieces of land. I stand firm on mine and many others and our belief that this community, there is a time and a place for everything. The two proposed pieces of agricultural land are not the place for these centers. If the three commissioners want these centers so badly in our county, then they can find an already zoned heavy-duty industrial area to put them there, or they can put them in their own backyards. PNC committee, we are the residents here asking you to individually not be influenced by any form of obligation or coercion from those with power or money in this county. Please be compassionate and understand that all of our many concerns from this residents. Table this. Slow down. Please hear our voices. Do the professional thing.
Thank you. And Keith Kircheside here. You left? Okay. Megan Copeland. Megan. Rachel Bailey. Rochelle. I'm sorry. Rochelle Bailey. Still there? Melissa Humphreys, here you'll be on deck.
I wasn't going to speak again, but it's something that they said struck a chord with me on these closed loop systems that have to be changed out every couple of years. What happens with that waste? It's the way. That should be addressed a little bit more. This is coming from personal experience. That's been a very unique experience, apparently. Not many people can say that they've seen the pyramids of Alberta, Canada. So they're elemental sulfur pyramids, 60 feet high, half a mile wide. It's because they weren't regulated. They can just leave their byproduct on site. Waste. This is from oil sand sites, like a Syncrude oil sands extraction site up in Canada. So I think that should be addressed. Another thing, they keep saying this is the biggest investment that Franklin County will ever have.
dollars for these people. There's a fundamental misunderstanding of values here. I don't care if you put in an extra buffer of land. It doesn't make up for the irreversibly poisoned land, water, air, and calling something a green space is a marketing brainwashing term. Will there technically be a buffer that might be green around this proposed project? Maybe. If so, will it primarily be turf grass instead of native plantings? Most likely. You're telling us you're exceeding the bare minimum and we're supposed to suddenly embrace good enough. SB4 has been mentioned a lot. I'll quickly explain a provision of this. Construction work in progress, CWIP, used to be prohibited by a constitutional amendment approved by voters in 1976 after the controversial construction of the Callaway nuclear plant near Fulton. In SB4, this was overturned. As explained by the Missouri Coalition for the Environment, in SB4, utilities had to have new plants complete and online, actually providing customers with energy before they could charge consumers for their construction. Under the new law, some utilities can charge you for the construction costs for a single kilowatt produced. There are no penalties for companies that fail to complete the projects on time or with the budget. There's also no penalties if the utility completely fails to do the project at all. This means your bill can go up without receiving any benefits for those increases. I want us to keep that in mind as potential energy surges are part of these proposed projects. I have another one of these meetings tomorrow morning where we're fighting a data center in St. Louis City. We as a region have to stick together in this fight. It can't be a matter of just put it somewhere else. I drive an hour each way to attend these meetings in my hometown, and I will keep doing it because I believe this is truly an issue of the people versus big tech. I'll finish this quickly with a statement. If you've got a bank account with any of Applecamp's banks, close them. Take action on the only way we will this week.
Is Austin here? Deborah Blair's-Con?
She left.
No here?
She left.
Susan Pollock?
I have been called many things, but my name is Susanna Bull.